Chapter 1. I shouldn't have built that nuclear bomb. I am Wei Fan, and I shall narrate the tale of how I met my demise at the hands of a nuclear bomb. From a young age, I harbored a secret. I possessed a system that granted me the ability to construct nuclear weapons. However, I never utilized this gift, nor did I truly understand it, for it served no purpose in my life. Rewind to a few months ago, when I found myself boasting online about my nuclear bomb-making skills. A group of elementary school students scoffed at me, claiming I was uneducated and demanded proof. Frustrated, I resorted to stealing some images, only to be accused of theft in return, which infuriated me further. Although I had once perused the methods for making handguns and missiles, the intricacies of nuclear bomb construction eluded me entirely. Yet, this ignorance did not dissuade me from my brazen boasting. This simply could not stand. That very day, I embarked on a quest to explore the raw materials and the general procedure for constructing a nuclear bomb. I was determined to create one to prove my claims and silence my detractors. Without hesitation, I dived into the task. Under the system's guidance, I spent countless days and nights meticulously gathering materials. Being single and without a girlfriend to distract me, and having received a significant sum from my family's relocation compensation, I rented an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city to execute my bomb-making plans, where I could work undisturbed. As for my parents, they had long since disappeared from my life. I was raised by my grandfather, who passed away last year. Indeed, crafting a nuclear bomb proved to be an arduous endeavor, consuming several months of my life before I acquired all the necessary materials. Tonight, I planned to assemble the components, and at last my nuclear bomb would become a reality. Once I completed this task, I would relish the opportunity to boast again. Who would dare call me a liar or mock my education then? I would be the legendary man who had built a nuclear bomb, powerful, commanding, surely attracting a throng of admirers. As I prepared for the grand assembly, I momentarily reveled in fantasies of future glory. Months had passed in pursuit of this goal, and now I was mere moments away from completion. Do you know how I've spent these last few months? Enough of that. Before assembling, I decided to order takeout. I had consumed boiled noodles for weeks on end. I deserved a proper meal before witnessing this monumental moment. Choosing to indulge in my favorite dish, I contemplated ordering a serving of crayfish. A mere 100 or saunal. I saw the exorbitant delivery fee. No crayfish for me then. Once I prepared and finished my noodles, I set about assembling my colossal nuclear bomb. The initial stages of assembly progressed smoothly. In no time, I was nearing completion. However, I knew better than to rush. Patience was key. Just as I went to affix the final piece, I inadvertently let out a fart. My hand twitched, and I watched helplessly as the component plummeted onto the device. In a flash of blinding light, everything vanished into oblivion. As I drifted away from consciousness, my only regret was that I hadn't splurged on that crayfish meal. This would become my greatest personal regret. I feared headlines featuring my name and visage would soon grace the news. The world would know I was indeed a nuclear bomb creator, not just an empty braggart. The thought of becoming notorious filled me with inexplicable excitement. Breaking news! A dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of Longhai City has suffered a nuclear explosion. The blast radius is relatively small, localized in a remote area. Experts suggest that terrorists may have been secretly constructing a nuclear device. Thankfully, there has been minimal loss of life, and our reporters will continue to provide updates. In an instant, news of the explosion surged to the forefront of online discourse. Before long, details about my rented warehouse space were unearthed, including my personal information and a trove of online comments exposing my past claims. The very individuals who had doubted me were left aghast, muttering words of disbelief. No matter the tumult my nuclear bomb had wrought upon the world, I was now a mere shell of my former self, sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. I was certain I had crossed into another realm, for a titanic tree loomed before me, its uppermost limbs piercing the clouds. So I had traversed realms, yet why did I have to tumble from such a dizzying height? As I lay there, my stomach rumbled, reminding me of the crayfish I never savored. Suddenly, it seemed as though the sky itself had darkened. A monstrous figure loomed over me. Straining to twist my neck, I glimpsed a colossal creature, towering 2 or 3 stories high, shambling past. I silently prayed it wouldn't crush me underfoot. Just then, something plummeted from above. I gasped in horror. It was a mass of excrement. The foul substance engulfed me entirely where others had heroic journeys of love and fortune. I faced an excremental fate. Desperate, I writhed angrily as pain shot through my broken limbs, tears streaming down my face. At last, I broke free from the foul mass, gasping for fresh air. How I wish someone would come to my rescue. I shouldn't have constructed that nuclear bomb. I felt a pang of regret seep into my very being. I feared I might soon be devoured by an unfathomable beast and become but a memory. God, Buddha, Kuan Yin, please someone save me. Then, a voice echoed nearby. Bro, how did a person end up in this excrement? Wow, there really is someone here. Take him back, boys, who knows, he might fetch a good price. Thus, I was rescued, at least spared from the jaws of some indifferent monster. The wretched nuclear bomb system had vanished after my journey. Once I'd been able to view various details across my system interface. But alas, lost was lost. It served little purpose in this foreign realm. From here on, I would have to fend for myself and fight for survival. Chapter 2. The beautiful chieftain falls for me. Wei Fan was brought to a mountain stronghold. His peculiar attire, particularly the foul stench of excrement that clung to him, piqued the curiosity of the inhabitants. Where did this young lad come from? Just look at that supple skin. I fancy him. Scarface, how about I offer you a sheep in exchange for him? Exclaimed a portly woman, weighing at least 200 pounds, her yellow teeth on full display as she winked at Wei Fan. Having spent his days cooped up at home, Wei Fan's fair complexion stood in stark contrast to the rugged, sun-baked men of the stronghold, marking him as a true young beauty. As he gazed at the woman, despair washed over him. Yet he found himself powerless to resist her whims, his large, watery eyes pleading with Scarface to spare him from being sold. Lady Tianfeng is jesting. One sheep could never buy such a delectable young man. Once I tend to his wounds, I shall sell him at the Purple Flower Pavilion in Tianling City. Until then, sister, you may have the sheep, and I will allow him to keep you company for a night, Scarface replied. The mention of the Purple Flower Pavilion sent a chill down Wei Fan's spine. Was he destined to live under the oppression of women? The mere thought of such a place filled him with dread, and he could not bear to contemplate further. Disheartened, he observed how other protagonists in stories often began their journeys with invincible systems and harem collections, while he nearly suffocated in filth and now faced the prospect of being sold to a brothel. Chieftain, chieftain, a chorus of respectful voices echoed. Wei Fan had no desire to look, certain that a fearsome, muscular man awaited him, hoping only that he harbored no peculiar inclinations. What brings a man covered in filth to my presence, Scarface? Where did you find him? A sweet voice, tinged with disdain, rang out. Reporting to the chieftain, I stumbled upon him while hunting. That he appears quite decent despite his state. Once cleaned up, who would know his sordid past? Send him to the Purple Flower Pavilion, and we shall reap the rewards, Scarface explained. How was the hunt? Fair enough. The merchant caravans we passed did not dare resist and willingly paid their dues. Old Lee from the firewood shed passed away 2 days ago, and we need someone to gather wood. Once he recovers, let him take on that task instead of sending him to the Purple Flower Pavilion. I fear his physique may not withstand it for long. His wages shall be sent directly to you. Understood. Upon hearing the beautiful chieftain's words, Wei Fan felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He quickly raised his gaze to her, and to his astonishment, she was breathtakingly beautiful. He believed that she had rescued him from dire straits, sparing him from the fate of sleeping alongside Tianfeng and the looming threat of the brothel. The chieftain's initial act of kindness led him to believe she must have feelings for him as well. Lost in a whirlpool of fantasies, Wei Fan envisioned a future where he and the beautiful chieftain bore children together. This reverie stemmed from his current state of mental disarray, struggling to adapt to this unfamiliar world, leading to whimsical and unfettered daydreams. After all, it is only natural for a sane individual to require time to acclimatize when thrust into an alien realm. The beautiful chieftain must have fallen for me at first sight. She is simply too shy to express it. I must take the initiative, Wei Fan mused. He attempted to rise, but excruciating pain from his numerous broken bones rendered him immobile, and he seemed to have forgotten his filthy state. Xiao Lu, take him away and clean him up. Have Oldly tend to his injuries, Scarface commanded a lean youth. Yes. Xiao Lu escorted Wei Fan to a dilapidated wooden hut. Inside, there was no bed, only a pile of straw in one corner. Xiao Lu fetched a bucket of water from the well at the door and prepared to douse Wei Fan with it. Could it be warm water instead? Wei Fan cried out desperately. Dream on. With that, the bucket of cold water was splashed over him. I will make you pay for this, Wei Fan silently vowed as he was tossed into the heap of straw after his bath. Xiao Lu departed shortly thereafter. Before long, Xiao Lu returned with a plump old man who hobbled into the hut. The old man examined Wei Fan's injuries. He's broken quite a few bones, Xiao Lu. Grind some tiger bone grass and apply it to the swollen areas. Change the dressing every 3 days, and he should be able to walk in a month, the elder instructed, for the next month. Xiao Lu provided Wei Fan with food and changed his bandages. Gradually, Wei Fan's resentment towards Xiao Lu dissipated as he learned much about this world from him, but he discovered that he was in a bandit lair known as Blackbone Stronghold. Situated outside Tianling City, which occupied a vital trade route and thrived on robbing passersby. The stronghold regularly paid tribute to Tianling City, explaining why the city's efforts to eradicate bandits were merely for show. This continent was known as Bloodline Continent. Upon reaching adulthood, individuals could awaken their inherent bloodline powers through a sacrificial rite. Bloodlines were categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with Heaven being the highest and Yellow the lowest. Through the cultivation of their bloodlines, individuals could grow stronger, and it was rumored that upon reaching a sufficient level of strength, one could traverse to another world that in this realm. Most people possessed mediocre bloodlines, lacking even the qualifications to cultivate. Within Blackbone Stronghold, the chieftain held the highest bloodline rank, Mysterious, and had already reached the Qi condensation stage. Xiao Lu provided Wei Fan with an introductory book detailing the cultivation levels: Qi transformation, Qi condensation, Dan condensation, shape transformation, and substance transformation, with no further elaboration. In Blackbone Stronghold, most residents were ordinary and unremarkable, with only a few reaching the Qi transformation stage, and only the chieftain and Scarface achieving Qi condensation. Scarface had served under the previous chieftain, who had never left the stronghold, and with Scarface's Qi condensation level, he was considered a formidable figure in Tianling City. Wei Fan felt a sense of crisis. He was utterly at the mercy of others here. And given the lax legal awareness in this world, he had to devise a means of self-preservation. A month later, Wei Fan was finally able to rise from bed. From that day forth, he was tasked with fetching water and gathering firewood. During one of his trips to deliver firewood, he noticed a blacksmith at work, and an idea sparked in his mind. Chapter 3. With a handgun in hand, the world is mine. Wei Fan understood that to survive here, he needed formidable strength. The quickest way to acquire such power was to possess a powerful weapon. The simplest yet sufficiently potent weapon was a handgun. Wei Fan began to recall the structure of a handgun, and after some time, he managed to sketch out the blueprint. During his breaks, he stealthily made his way to the blacksmith shop, which was manned by a single blacksmith, Master Wang, and an apprentice. Master Wang, could you help me forge something? Sure, if you pay, I can forge anything you desire. I have no money. No money? Then get lost. Just you wait. Once my handgun is completed, you will all be unable to afford my services. Wei Fan consoled himself inwardly. What to do now? Wei Fan was in despair as he returned to the firewood shed, pondering how to acquire funds. Was he to sell his own charms? Ever since his recovery, Tianfeng had been loitering around the shed, frequently casting flirtatious glances and bringing him food. No, a man cannot lose his dignity like this, Wei Fan thought, envisioning Tianfeng's appearance. If only she were a bit more attractive. With no solutions in sight, a bizarre idea suddenly struck him. Wei Fan snuck into the kitchen and took a half jar of unfinished liquor. What kind of swill is this? It tastes like beer despite being white liquor. Right. If I distill it, it will surely have flavor and make me some money. With determination, Wei Fan stealthily procured 2 large jars of liquor from the cellar. That he gathered a clay pot, some firewood, and bamboo from the kitchen, preparing the necessary materials. Finding a secluded spot, he began his distillation process. After setting up his tools, he sealed them together to form a distillation apparatus and placed the firewood beneath the pot. finding some easily ignitable materials for kindling. Cough, cough, this wind is unbearable. Wei Fan grumbled as he struggled to ignite the fire. After considerable effort, he finally got the flames going. Gradually, the liquor began to boil, producing a delightful gurgling sound from within the pot. Wei Fan reclined beside it, reveling in the melodious noise, already envisioning himself wielding a handgun with grandeur. Unbeknownst to him, as the fire dwindled, he quickly added more wood. With the gurgling sounds intensifying, the aroma of the liquor grew richer. Hours later, the alcohol in the pot was nearly distilled. Wei Fan transferred the remaining liquid into another container. Upon inspection, he found that the small jar contained only half a jar of liquor. So he added the last jar's contents to the pot. After replenishing the firewood, he idly contemplated his future journey. Once I manufacture my handgun, I'll take down those who dare to challenge me, regardless of their C transformation, Chi condensation, or Dan condensation levels. Wei Fan began to fantasize about a future filled with shameless desires, thinking, I must marry countless beautiful women. Before long, the last pot of liquor was completely distilled. Wei Fan took a whiff from the jar, and the potent aroma filled his senses. If he drank directly, he feared he would be intoxicated. After just a couple of sips, he took a small taste, feeling as though his throat might swell from the sharpness. Hastily, he sealed the jar to preserve its contents. Next, Wei Fan meticulously cleaned all the tools and returned them to the kitchen for storage. He then proceeded to wash himself in the small river adjacent to the village. Should I sell the wine for money, or should I bribe the blacksmith with it to forge my parts? He pondered. If I opt to sell the wine, it might invite unnecessary trouble. Weighing the pros and cons, Wei Fan concluded, I see that blacksmith Wang enjoys his drink as well. If I offer him a bit of wine each time, it would be relatively safer. During his last visit to request parts from blacksmith Wang, he noted the strong scent of alcohol clinging to the blacksmith. Without further ado, Wei Fan found a small bottle and filled it with a modest amount of wine, intending only to remind Wang of its exquisite flavor. Upon arriving at the blacksmith's forge, he was greeted with, What brings you here again, boy? Have you come with money? If not, don't bother me while I work. Wang resumed his hammering upon recognizing Wei Fan. Wang, although I have no money this time, I bring you something delightful. What could you possibly have? If it's merely rubbish, best keep it to yourself. Wine. With that, he opened the small bottle. Wine. I've tasted every kind of wine there is. Upon inhaling the rich aroma, Wang's eyes fixated on the bottle, and he snatched it away eagerly. What a fine vintage. Truly exceptional. I've never had such potent liquor in my life. Do you have more? Bring it forth, Wang exclaimed after gulping down the contents. I do have more. But why should I let you drink it? Boy, just tell me what you want forged and consider it done. Wang, fully aware of Wei Fan's intentions, thumped his chest confidently. Wei Fan's expression brightened. He had indeed hooked the blacksmith. I need you to forge some parts for me, and once they are ready, I shall provide you with a whole jar of wine. That won't do. First, you give me the wine, and then I shall assist you. After a bit of banter, they finally agreed. Wang would forge part of the pieces first, and Wei Fan would then hand over half a jar of wine. Once Wang completed all the components, Wei Fan would pay the remaining half. Next, Wei Fan meticulously detailed the dimensions and shapes of the parts he required, ensuring that Wang had fully comprehended the specifications. Once he was assured of Wang's understanding, he stepped aside to observe the blacksmith at work. What do you intend to do with these items? Your standards are quite high. If it weren't for my years of blacksmithing, I might not be able to meet your expectations. Never mind the purpose. I will bring the wine tomorrow. 20 minutes later, a piece was forged. Wei Fan inspected it and confirmed it was not only satisfactory, but also precisely aligned with his standards. Recognizing Wang's capabilities to produce the desired components, he decided it was time to return and gather firewood. As he walked back, his steps felt notably lighter. That day, as he collected firewood, he felt a surge of vigor. After a long day of labor, Wei Fan finally looked forward to resting. With a pistol in hand, I shall dominate the world, he murmured in his sleep, flipping over. Chapter 4. The beauty emerging from the water. Like a celestial being, the king has summoned me to patrol the mountains. Wei Fan cheerfully hummed a tune as he traversed the mountain path. With most of the pistol parts completed by blacksmith Wang, Wei Fan was in high spirits. Today, the overseer of the woodpile had instructed him to gather firewood from the mountains. Under normal circumstances, there were designated individuals for this task, but today, due to a careless accident that left the woodcutter with a broken leg, the responsibility fell to Wei Fan, who seemed the easiest to bully. Despite the task, Wei Fan remained elated, as it offered him a chance to familiarize himself with the mountainous terrain. Once the blacksmith completed the parts for his pistol, he would possess sufficient means for self-defense. At that point, he could stealthily descend the mountain without fear of being bullied. Anyone who dared to cross him would receive a bullet. The AS for the enchanting village chief. He had already planned to return and propose to her once he achieved success. Wei Fan arrived at a spot that appeared conducive for chopping wood. Armed with a sharp axe, he diligently felled trees. What is this axe made of? It's remarkably sharp. No wonder they didn't give me a hatchet. This axe suffices. The overseer had only provided him with a chopping axe, leading Wei Fan to initially suspect it was an intentional ploy to complicate his task. It's unbearably hot. I might just perish from this heat. Wei Fan lamented, fanning himself with large banana leaves. The sun blazed fiercely, and after a short while of chopping, he felt overwhelmed by the heat, drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to his skin. If only I could take a bath. After a brief rest, he resumed chopping. Feeling he had gathered enough wood, Wei Fan decided to take a different route back, opting to explore a small path through the mountains, intending to scout for an escape route. As he walked along the narrow trail, he stumbled several times, the terrain proving treacherous. Is that the sound of flowing water? Perhaps I can wash up before heading back, he thought, his body slick with sweat and his clothes sticking uncomfortably. He placed the firewood down and followed the sound of the water. As he approached, he discovered a waterfall cascading into a verdant pool. However, upon realizing the scene before him, he stiffened and quickly concealed himself. Blood unwittingly trickled from his nose. That it turned out the village chief was bathing in the pool. Her translucent skin and subtly prominent curves compelled Wei Fan to hide behind a tree. Stealing furtive glances, her clear, bright eyes, elegantly arched brows, and long lashes fluttered softly, her flawless complexion tinged with a delicate rosy hue. Her lips, thin and supple like rose petals, were tantalizingly inviting. Adorned with jewels, she embodied celestial beauty, her eyes sparkling like stars in the moon. The allure of her figure was enchanting, devoid of any overt seduction, radiating an innate grace. Just as Wei Fan became entranced, a soft yet commanding voice interrupted. "Who goes there?" Startled, he feared he had been discovered. The consequences of being caught spying on the chief were too dreadful to contemplate, and he quickly ducked behind the tree, frozen in place. "Chief, it's me, Tian Feng," a voice called from the opposite side of the pool. "Oh, it's Tian Feng. Have you come to bathe as well?" The chief's sweet yet slightly aloof voice replied. "Yes, chief. This place is so serene, a perfect spot for a bath," Tian Feng responded. Wei Fan then heard the sound of water splashing as Tian Feng entered the pool. Grateful for Tian Feng's timely arrival, Wei Fan felt relieved, narrowly escaping discovery. "I'm done washing up. I'll take my leave now," the chief announced. Upon hearing this, Wei Fan was tempted to catch a glimpse of the chief emerging from the water, but feared being seen. Ultimately, he couldn't resist and stole a glance. She resembled a water lily, ethereal as a fairy. After a fleeting moment, he quickly averted his gaze, unable to contain the blood streaming from his nose. "Thank goodness I wasn't discovered," Wei Fan muttered to himself. Feeling fortunate, once the chief departed, he cautiously made his way back. "What? You wish to see Tian Feng bathe? You can go see for yourself." Wei Fan had no intention of accompanying anyone, that he hoisted the firewood onto his back and hurriedly returned to his dwelling. The woodpile. Though the woodpile lacked even a bed, Wei Fan couldn't shake the image of the chief bathing from his mind. His blood unwittingly surged towards a certain area. The chief's figure is simply astounding. Even a celestial being would be hard-pressed to rival such beauty, he mused. If only I could marry the chief, I would never glance at another woman again. Despite these thoughts, Wei Fan knew that should he encounter an even more stunning woman, he would hardly know how to behave. Lost in reverie over the chief's bathing moment, he unknowingly returned to the woodpile, placing the firewood inside before lying down to sleep, that in his slumber, he dreamed an unusual dream, where numerous foes sought the beautiful chief's life, and he stood bravely before her. Regardless of how formidable the opponents were, they fell to his gun with a single shot. Seizing the moment, he proposed to the chief. Ultimately, his valor won her over, and she accepted his proposal. They lived happily together and had several children. As he dreamt, drool escaped his lips. Alas, dreams are but dreams, forever detached from reality, which demands one's diligent effort, or perhaps a stroke of fortune. The next morning, Wei Fan was awakened by a kick from the kitchen overseer. Unbeknownst to him, he had slept through the night. Groggy, he hastily rose to tend to the fire. In the village, breakfast time had arrived. Wei Fan diligently arranged the firewood, ensuring proper spacing for ventilation to facilitate a robust flame. After an hour of labor, he finally completed breakfast. With sufficient time to rest, he learned that the kitchen overseer had summoned the woodcutter's son to take over his father's duties. Wei Fan promptly made his way to the blacksmith's forge to check on the progress of his pistol parts. Upon arriving, he found blacksmith Wang engrossed in his work. Once Wang completed the item in his hand, Wei Fan eagerly inquired, "Master Wang, how goes the crafting of my parts? Tomorrow morning, it will be ready, so do not rush. Just prepare the wine for me," Master Wang said with a cheerful smile. "Your wine is truly delightful, quite potent. Could you sell me a few more bottles? As long as the payment is provided, I can sell you as many bottles as you desire," Wei Fan replied, recalling that after escaping from the stronghold, he would need funds to survive elsewhere. "Very well, I will pay you 1 tael of silver for a jar of wine. Does that work?" Wang the blacksmith inquired tentatively. Certainly. Wei Fan thought to himself that a jar of wine could be distilled from just 2.5 won of wine. 1 tael meant a profit 9 times his investment, which thrilled Wei Fan, who had never engaged in business before. His pistol would be assembled by tomorrow, and at that point, he would be able to roam freely in this otherworldly realm. He could not believe anyone could withstand his bullets. Elated, Wei Fan returned to the woodshed to commence chopping firewood in preparation for lunch. Chapter 5. The new inspector of Tianling City. Tianling City is a county-level city under the Dechang dynasty. The Dechang dynasty comprises 8 prefectures, each ruled by a direct royal prince. Each prefecture contains 18 counties that on the continent, 3 major dynasties exist, each in opposition to one another, creating a relatively stable situation. In the royal prince's mansion of Tianlong Prefecture, a young man clad in white, his face filled with rage, stormed into his study. "Father, why must you appoint me as the inspector of such a wretched place as Tianling City? Are you not pushing me into a pit of fire?" he exclaimed. "In such a cursed locale, how can I hope for a promotion? What will become of my career? No, father, you must transfer me to the capital, or I shall not survive," he insisted. That a composed middle-aged man quietly regarded the young man. "Are you finished speaking?" the middle-aged man asked. "I am," the young man replied, a hint of fear in his voice. For before him stood his father, the Duke of Tianlong Prefecture. "Do you think I would harm you? I have my reasons for this arrangement," the Duke stated. "You have just graduated from the academy with no achievements to your name. If I were to place you in a significant position in the capital, it would surely invite gossip. Father, you are the Duke. Who would dare gossip? Foolishness. Even if they do not express their discontent openly, they may very well create subtle obstacles behind your back. Moreover, your lack of accomplishments will greatly hinder your future career advancement, that if I wish to pass on the title of Duke to you, my brothers will likely oppose it. What merit could possibly be found in Tianling City for me to claim?" the young man lamented. "However, I have already arranged this matter for you. It is guaranteed to be a monumental achievement." "What is it?" "Father, do not keep me in suspense. Eliminate the bandits. That I had dealings with the bandit lair in Tianling City years ago, instructing them not to eradicate the bandits. If you manage to eradicate the bandit threat that has plagued Tianling City for over a decade upon your assumption of office, you will be hailed as a savior of the populace. After that, I will transfer you to the capital. Let us see who dares to speak ill of you then." "Impressive, truly impressive. Father, how many men do you intend to assign to me?" "2. "What? Only 2? Father, are you sending me to my death?" "Both are experts in the condensation stage. The most formidable of the Haigajai bandits are merely in the Qi consolidation realm. with a long and a who. Annihilating a mere Haiguzhai will be a trivial task. Enough. Return, gather your belongings, and set off for Tianling City tomorrow. Understood, father. I shall take my leave. Haiguzhai today. Wei Fan was to retrieve the final components for his pistol. He brought along the remaining half-jar of wine, locked the woodshed door, and made his way to the blacksmith. Upon arriving at the forge, he found Wang the blacksmith leaning against the door, smoking. Seeing Wei Fan approach, he quickly stood up. Have you brought the wine? Yes, here it is, Wei Fan replied, handing the wine to Wang. What about the items I requested? Wei Fan inquired. Here you go, Wang said, tossing a package to Wei Fan from his chest. I shall take my leave then, Wei Fan said, a hint of impatience in his voice. Go on, return when you have more wine. I can forge anything you desire. Wang the blacksmith waved him off. After hearing this, Wei Fan departed the forge, eager to assemble all the components. Once home, he laid out all the parts on the table and began the assembly process. Although Wang's craftsmanship was exceptional, some components did not fit perfectly. After sanding down the incompatible parts, he was able to install them. Upon completing the assembly, Wei Fan gazed at the pistol in his hands, filled with satisfaction. With the gun, he also required ammunition, but he requested Wang the blacksmith to forge several bullets for him. Wei Fan filled the bullets into the pistol, eager to test its functionality. However, recalling the deafening sound of the gunfire, he suppressed the urge to fire it immediately, that he planned to venture to the back mountain tonight to find an isolated spot for his trial. That night, as most of the people in the stronghold were fast asleep, Wei Fan stealthily made his way to the back mountain. Standing before a large tree, he drew his pistol and aimed at it. Pulling the trigger, a thunderous sound shattered the tranquility of the night. Hastily, Wei Fan approached the tree to inspect the damage left by the bullet. To his astonishment, a massive bullet hole marred the tree's surface, penetrating it completely. The power is tremendous. I did not expect this model to possess such force. Wei Fan marveled at the marks left by the bullet. Such a loud noise is bound to attract attention in the stronghold. I should return quickly. Realizing the implications of the gun's overwhelming power, he hurried back. Shortly after Wei Fan's departure, the source of the sound is here. Everyone, spread out and investigate for any irregularities, Scarface commanded. Second in command, there is something unusual here, Scarface noted, observing the tree that had been shot through. Could it be that an expert at the condensation stage, or even stronger, has infiltrated our stronghold? Scarface pondered, aware that someone in the chi consolidation realm would not possess such formidable strength. What is it, Scarface? It was the leader of the stronghold who had arrived. Leader, I suspect an expert in the condensation stage has infiltrated our stronghold. An expert in the condensation stage? Never mind. Let the brothers continue with their duties. Even if we discovered such a person, we could not contend with them, the leader commanded. Understood, leader. Everyone return, Scarface announced loudly. Wei Fan returned to the woodshed. What tremendous power! Given the noise, the vigilance will surely be heightened over the next few days, that I shall devise a plan to escape in a couple of days. Although Wei Fan now wielded a powerful weapon, he did not wish to engage in conflict with the inhabitants of the stronghold, for they had saved his life during his most perilous moments. The night passed without incident, though the gunfire had unsettled the stronghold's occupants. The leader did not initiate any investigations. The following day, at the city lord's mansion of Tianling City. My lord, what individual requires your personal greeting? The prince's son. Do you think I should greet him personally? The city lord replied dismissively. It is only proper. But why would the prince's son come to our godforsaken place? Do not speak what should not be spoken, nor ask questions that are not yours to ask. Soon, a carriage arrived at the city lord's mansion. Welcome, your highness. What, your highness? Address me as inspector, and take me to my lodgings. I am exhausted from a long day. Yes, inspector, this way, please. Your accommodations have been prepared. I shall rest first. Do not disturb me today. And find me a few beautiful maidens to send to my residence. You may return tomorrow afternoon. I have matters to discuss. Now, all of you disperse. Do not just stand there like fools. Your presence annoys me. Chapter 6. Night Raid on Haiguzhai at the inspector's residence. Officials of all ranks in Tianling City were gathered in the hall, waiting From 8 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon, Li Hao had yet to make an appearance, though the clock had long since passed 3. No one dared to urge him. Despite his tardiness, the officials remained silent, for Inspector Li Hao could easily strip them of their positions. Though his authority was limited, his father was a duke. Who would dare offend him? At 4:30 in the afternoon, Li Hao entered the hall, cradling a provocatively dressed woman in red that along and who followed closely behind. That Li Hao paid no mind to the surrounding officials. Engrossed in laughter with the woman, the officials remained silent, not daring to interrupt. That Li Hao took his seat at the head of the table. The red-clad woman perched on his lap, her arms wrapped around his neck. Along and who stood protectively beside him, unwavering in their vigilance. Li Hao appeared somewhat haggard, clearly drained from the previous night's escapades. He surveyed the hall filled with officials, who sat in silent anticipation and nodded in satisfaction. Though he was merely an inspector in a small locality, with his father backing him, who would dare to oppose him? Li Hao began to relish the taste of power, finding it utterly intoxicating that he yearned for even greater authority. You may leave now. Li Hao brusquely pushed the red-clad woman away and said, My lord, she protested, her voice sweet, clearly reluctant to depart. I commanded you to leave. Did you not hear me? Li Hao's expression turned somewhat cold. Yes, my lord, the woman in red replied, visibly frightened, as she hurriedly retreated from the hall. Then Li Hao rose and surveyed the room, noticing that none dared to meet his gaze. I summoned you all here, and I fear you harbor numerous questions, Li Hao began. I have come to Tianling City with the intent to accomplish a singular task. Should I succeed, you shall all reap the benefits. However, should I fail, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Inspector, we are at your service. Whatever you require, we shall see it done impeccably, the city lord said, ingratiatingly. It is quite simple. We must eradicate the Blackbone stronghold and liberate the dawn of the citizens surrounding Tianling City, Li Hao declared with a sense of righteousness. Eradicate the Blackbone stronghold. My lord, although it may lack formidable masters, it is situated in a perilous location. Previously, we refrained from such action due to the inherent risks. This will require careful planning. Do not assume I am unaware. It is merely a matter of the Blackbone stronghold regularly paying you a certain sum. Once this task is accomplished, there shall be ample riches for you all, Li Hao replied. Ah well, yes, my lord, but our manpower may be insufficient, the city lord added. Along, Ahu, Li Hao called out that Along and Ahu stepped forward, displaying their formidable presence as experts in the condensation realm. Is this strength sufficient? Li Hao inquired, locking eyes with the city lord. Yes, the city lord gulped nervously. Return and prepare. Mobilize every available soldier. Tonight, I shall launch a night raid on the Blackbone stronghold, Li Hao instructed the assembly. We must uproot the Blackbone stronghold tonight. Is that understood? Yes, my lord, they responded in unison. Li Hao waved his hand and departed the hall. My lord, why involve them? Ahu and I could eliminate them all ourselves, Along questioned. The eradication of the Blackbone stronghold requires witnesses, and they shall serve as such, Li Hao replied. They will become the finest instruments for disseminating my achievements. They will witness my rise. Tianling City is merely the first step in my ascent, Li Hao laughed heartily. In the city lord's mansion, my lord, should we discreetly inform the Blackbone stronghold? After all, they have provided us with considerable funds, the dog-headed strategist suggested. You truly are a fool. If you were not my nephew, I would be tempted to sever your head from your shoulders, the city lord retorted angrily. This time, without question, we must annihilate the Blackbone stronghold. Why would we inform them? Notifying them brings no advantage and may only exacerbate our losses. Furthermore, if the inspector discovers our covert communication with the Blackbone stronghold, I may not even retain my official position. Indeed, your wisdom is unmatched, brother-in-law. Your foresight is admirable, akin to that of a cunning fox, the dog-headed strategist flattered. Enough with the flattery. It has become tiresome. Hurry and inform the troops to mobilize every available force, the city lord commanded, striking the strategist on the head. I must perform well before the inspector. Perhaps I can secure a position in the capital. Off you go, the city lord instructed. Understood, I will rouse the troops and ensure you are not embarrassed, the dog-headed strategist replied, promptly heading to the barracks. As dusk settled and the sun dipped below the horizon. Countless soldiers stood in perfect formation at the city gates. Li Hao, cradling the woman in red, sat upon a palanquin borne by 8 men, with delectable fruits beside him, which the woman in red fed him by hand. Occasionally, Li Hao would allow her to kiss him while his hands roamed over her figure, much to the oblivion of the city lord and others present. Inspector, our 2,000 soldiers from Tianling City are assembled, awaiting only your command. The city lord stepped forward. Excellent, let us depart, Li Hao replied, surveying the assembled troops with satisfaction. The 2,000 soldiers marched forth toward the Blackbone stronghold. My lord, why wait until now to eliminate the Blackbone stronghold? The night is falling, and I wish to serve you well. The woman in red pouted playfully. A moonless night cloaked in darkness heightens the thrill of bloodshed, Li Hao remarked. And if you wish to serve me, what is stopping you here in this palanquin? How scandalous. There are so many onlookers, she protested. Who dares to look? I shall gouge their eyes out, he declared. My lord, please don't. Subsequently, the palanquin echoed with the woman's playful hums and Li Hao's heavy breaths. Leaving the city lord and others with expressions of resigned disbelief, as the sounds within the palanquin gradually subsided, they arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Blackbone stronghold was situated. My lord, the mountainous terrain of the Blackbone stronghold is treacherous, and the only path into the mountain is this narrow road. We may be easily discovered, the city lord cautioned. What is there to fear? If we are discovered, so be it. With a Long and a Hu present, they cannot escape. Let us proceed into the mountain. Li Hao replied impatiently. The city lord had no choice but to issue the command to advance. The grand procession startled the birds resting in the forest, disrupting the tranquility of the mountains. Chapter 7. One shot. One little friend, the Blackbone stronghold, had stationed numerous scouts along the path into the mountain. As Li Hao led his troops into the mountain, the scouts swiftly reported back. Trouble. A large number of soldiers are ascending the mountain. One reported, panting. How many? I don't know, just a great many. The mountain is lit up like day. Quickly, ignite the signal fire. Soon, the signal fire at the Blackbone stronghold was lit. The flame soared 2 meters high, visible for miles. Upon seeing the fire, the stronghold's inhabitants realized danger was imminent. They began to beat drums and clash gongs, rousing everyone from their slumber. The stronghold was soon ablaze with light and activity as everyone hurried to prepare. The soldiers are coming! The soldiers are coming! The scout shouted as he returned to the stronghold. Are you certain they are soldiers? The leader emerged from his quarters. Absolutely. I saw the city lord of Tianling City leading them himself, the scout affirmed. Scarface, take your men and destroy the drawbridge. Scout, you gather the elders and children and lead them to the caves on the back mountain. The rest of you, prepare for battle. The leader understood that this confrontation was unavoidable. Wei Fan was sleeping soundly when suddenly, the wooden door was pounded loudly. Who is it? Can a man get any sleep? Wei Fan mumbled, wiping the drool from his mouth. If you wish to die, keep sleeping, came the voice from outside, receding into the distance. Wei Fan sensed something was amiss. At this hour, the stronghold should be shrouded in darkness and quiet. Yet it was now bustling with noise and light, footsteps rushing about. What is happening? Wei Fan questioned, opening the door to the storeroom. His pistol at the ready. At that moment, Scarface returned. Leader, I've set the drawbridge ablaze, he announced loudly. What? You burned the drawbridge. What is going on? Wei Fan was perplexed. What are you doing? The soldiers will be here any moment. Don't be dazed. De Zhuang thrust a knife into Wei Fan's hands. Soldiers? We must flee, Wei Fan exclaimed, attempting to escape. Flee? Where will you go? To the west lies the Black Dragon Forest, infested with countless beasts. Unless one is an unparalleled master, they would not return from there. To the north and south are sheer cliffs, leaving no escape route. Wei Fan followed the others to the front of the stronghold, only to find the drawbridge had already been incinerated, meaning the sole access to the stronghold was now obliterated. The leader and others awaited the soldiers' arrival on the road. Li Hao engaged in further playful banter with the woman in red. Despite being carried by 8 men, The palanquin was somewhat jostled, igniting a peculiar thrill within Li Hao as though he were stepping into a new realm of experience. He found immense pleasure in this feeling, something he had never encountered before. Just as he and the woman were lost in their flirtations, the city lord interjected, "Inspector, the drawbridge ahead is broken. If the bridge is broken, fix it," Li Hao replied, slightly irritated as he was caught up in the excitement. "The bandits are right across. We cannot repair the bridge now." "What a useless bunch," Li Hao exclaimed, stepping out of the palanquin. "Along! Go and kill them all." Upon spotting the leader, his eyes lit up. "Bring that beauty to me." "No, I shall go personally to rescue her from her plight," Li Hao said with a lewd grin. Although the masters of the condensation realm cannot fly, the distance was manageable for them to leap across. Despite his apparent lack of skill, Li Hao possessed royal blood, albeit not pure, yet it was still of noble descent. With the aid of various rare materials, he had now attained the mastery of the condensation realm. As a long leap to the other side, the leader commanded his men to shoot arrows. But they were effortlessly deflected by Along's energy shield. This revelation confirmed to the stronghold's inhabitants that he was indeed a master of the condensation realm, with only those who had reached such heights capable of projecting their inner strength outward. The stronghold's defenders hesitated to act rashly. I Hao walked behind Along and Ahu. "My dear lady, follow me, and I shall spare your life that I in the future. You shall dine on delicacies and savor luxuries." Li Hao teased the chieftain with a light laugh. "I, Tang Yin, would rather die than submit to a scoundrel like you," the chieftain spat defiantly. "I must admit, I am quite fond of your fiery spirit," Li Hao chuckled heartily. "Along, seize her for me, eliminate the others." With a sinister grin, Along advanced towards the crowd. When the scarred man attempted to intervene, he was sent flying by a single punch, collapsing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. "Flee! Escape wherever you can." Tang Yin realized that there was no hope of repelling the soldiers today. Perhaps their only chance of survival lay in the depths of the Black Dragon Forest. As a long reach for Tang Yin, Wei Fan felt a pang of pain in his heart upon witnessing her imminent capture. Is this what love feels like? Wei Fan mused to himself. Drawing a pistol from his waist, he aimed it Along with a resounding bang. Along fell to the ground, clutching his throat, his eyes slowly dimming, aware that he must eliminate the strongest threat first. Wei Fan shifted his aim to Ahu. Another bang rang out, and though Ahu tried desperately to evade, he was struck in the abdomen. Writhing in agony, Ahu clutched his wound, but Wei Fan wasted no time, delivering a fatal shot to his head. The two masters of the condensation realm were felled by Wei Fan's 3 shots. Pointing his pistol at Li Hao, Wei Fan watched as Li Hao immediately knelt in surrender. "I beg you, spare my life," Li Hao pleaded, realizing he could not evade Wei Fan's peculiar attack. "My father is the prince of Tianlong County. Should you kill me, there will be no refuge for you in the entire Dechang dynasty," he threatened. "If you let me go, I can offer you anything, beauties, riches, power, whatever you desire. I will provide. Please spare my life." After his threats, Li Hao attempted to entice Wei Fan. Yet, Wei Fan regarded him with an expression of cold indifference. He understood that regardless of his choices today, from the moment he had slain Along, he would no longer find sanctuary within the Dechang dynasty. Without hesitation, Wei Fan shot Li Hao dead. Upon witnessing Li Hao's demise, the city lord across the way collapsed in fear. "Retreat! Retreat! Everyone, hurry and retreat!" the city lord shouted. The dog-headed strategist questioned, "Why not avenge the inspector? It would provide some justification when the prince comes to hold us accountable. If you wish to die, then do so." Can't you see that the masters of the condensation realm were dispatched with a single blow? That man is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. The soldiers fled the mountain in disarray. Wei Fan stood beside the corpses of the 3 men, reflecting, what nonsense about a master. They were all taken down by my single shot. Chapter 8. A difficult choice. Wei Fan stood before the bodies of Li Hao and his companions, feigning the demeanor of a transcendent figure. "Thank you, Wei Fan, for saving me and everyone in the stronghold." Tang Yin expressed her gratitude. "It was my duty. Those scoundrels sought to harm you, and I could not bear to witness your suffering." Wei Fan replied with a cheerful smile. "Moreover, I consider myself a part of this stronghold. My life is intertwined with yours, and aiding you is only right. This stronghold is akin to my home, and I cherish everything about it." As he spoke, his words grew increasingly absurd, yet his face remained unflushed. "In any case, I appreciate your help," Tang Yin said, her cheeks slightly flushed. "What is that object in your hand that can effortlessly slay masters of the condensation realm?" she inquired further. "It was my design, crafted by Master Wang," Wei Fan replied, a hint of pride in his voice. "Is it possible to mass-produce it?" Tang Yin asked, her excitement palpable. "I'm afraid not in the short term. It took Master Wang several days to create this one," Wei Fan explained. "Indeed, who could have imagined that the peculiar parts he requested could be assembled into such a powerful weapon?" Master Wang marveled. "What a pity! If only we could produce many more of these firearms," Tang Yin lamented. "Chieftain, we should contemplate our next steps. Brother Wei Fan's weapon is currently unique and cannot be replicated quickly." The scarred man coughed, supported by De Zhuang. "With the prince's son dead in our stronghold, we will have nowhere to hide in the entire Dechang dynasty." Tang Yin's demeanor darkened momentarily, but she quickly regained her resolve. The stronghold needed her protection, and she could not abandon them. "Then we shall flee the Dechang dynasty, seeking refuge in the Dezhou or Dechen dynasties. The world is vast, and surely there is a place for us." The scarred man consoled her. "My father's legacy, the Black-Bone stronghold, has been destroyed under my watch." Tang Yin gazed longingly at the stronghold cloaked in darkness. "The old chieftain will not blame you from beyond," the scarred man reassured her. "But how can we escape? Within the bounds of the Dechang dynasty, we will likely be captured before we get far." Tang Yin expressed her uncertainty. "We can enter the Black Dragon Forest. Once inside, they will not dare pursue us," the scarred man declared resolutely. If he were not truly at his wit's end, he would never have suggested seeking refuge in the Black Dragon Forest, for entering it meant an arduous journey to exit. Yet without that option, traversing through the Dechang dynasty to reach another would involve navigating numerous checkpoints. The only path forward lay through the Black Dragon Forest into the Dezhou dynasty. "Scarred man, go alert everyone to gather their necessities, though we shall depart before dawn," Tang Yin decisively declared. "We will traverse the Black Dragon Forest. If anyone is unwilling, do not force them. Provide them some money and let them hide in the mountains," she instructed. "Understood, chieftain." The scarred man quickly set about informing everyone. Some chose to remain behind to care for elderly parents, while the majority opted to follow their chieftain into the Black Dragon Forest, knowing full well that once the prince learned of his son's death at the Black-Bone stronghold, he would search frantically for every last one of them. As night fell, the bright moon cast its silvery glow. Tang Yin sat atop a roof, observing the inhabitants of the stronghold bustle about. Before the dawn broke, she would depart from the place she had called home for nearly 20 years. Wei Fan, watching her illuminated by moonlight, saw her hair shine and her sorrowful profile evoke a sense of pity that he found a ladder, placed it against the house, and climbed up. "Chieftain, if you have any grievances, feel free to share them with me. I can offer advice and promise to keep your secrets," Wei Fan said with a playful grin. Tang Yin regarded this man, whom she hardly knew, who had once been filthy but now laughed freely. Seemingly unburdened by the world's troubles, he was the envy of many. "Very well, I shall confide in you," she relented, uncertain of why she felt compelled to speak. "The Black-Bone stronghold was established by my father. During a time of great drought, countless perished from hunger, and the roads were filled with beggars. Yet, the lord of Tianling City hoarded the relief grain, causing prices to soar beyond reach for the common folk. In response, my father and fellow villagers banded together to form the Black-Bone stronghold, robbing grain caravans to survive. When I was 8, my parents were murdered by the authorities. Yet, I do not harbor resentment, for we were bandits, and they were soldiers. During peaceful times, it is natural for bandits to be slain, as the famine had passed, making them obsolete. Thus, I was appointed chieftain by my father's most trusted confidant, the scarred man. But I was young then. I feared I could not protect the stronghold, that I dreaded the thought of it being wiped out. While it is true that the people here are bandits, I would never allow them to perish under my watch. Therefore, I trained diligently every day, and fortunately, my talent proved sufficient, allowing me to reach the condensation realm. Yet today, I feel so small and helpless, Tang Yin said, tears streaming down her face. No, you are not weak. You are the strongest girl I have ever encountered. Moreover, you have the entire stronghold behind you, and I stand by your side. You are not alone. You do not need to bear this burden alone. We, the stronghold, and I, can share the load. Wei Fan reassured her, gently wiping away her tears. Thank you, Tang Yin said, her cheeks reddening. Then, with a leap, Tang Yin descended from the rooftop, as if fleeing from something, taking Wei Fan's ladder with her. Hey! Bring back the ladder! Wei Fan shouted, but Tang Yin had already vanished without a trace. The scarred man stormed over to Wei Fan's location. Did you do something to upset the chieftain? Did you anger her? I did not. I would never dare, Wei Fan quickly denied. You young rascal. If you dare to upset the chieftain, I will smash your head in, even if you possess that strange weapon of yours. Humph, the scarred man threatened before departing. At least let me down first, Wei Fan cried out. Since the chieftain won't let you down, you may as well reflect on your actions atop the roof, the scarred man remarked before leaving. Several passers-by ignored Wei Fan's pleas for release. With no other recourse, Wei Fan lay on the rooftop, gazing up at the moon. Chapter 9. Entering the Black Dragon Forest, the dawn had yet to break. The inhabitants of the stronghold had finished their preparations, each person laden with various bundles. Those who wished to remain within the Zhang dynasty had already descended the mountain under the cover of night, seeking refuge. Among them were a few elderly individuals, unwilling to flee with Tang Yin or descend into hiding. They preferred to perish alongside the stronghold, for they were villagers from the same hamlet as Tang Yin's father, predating the establishment of the stronghold. The stronghold held a significant meaning for them, rather than abandon their homeland and forsake the place they cherished. They would rather be entombed with it. Tang Yin fell to her knees, her voice trembling with emotion. I am truly sorry for you all, for the stronghold, for your high expectations, and for my father, she wept. The oldest villager sought to lift Tang Yin to her feet. No, you have done right by everyone, but on the contrary, it is we who owe you. Over the years, you have performed admirably as the leader of the stronghold. And we all recognize your efforts. If your father were still with us, he would undoubtedly be very proud of you. To go forth, and even if the path seems unclear, carve out a new way for them. No matter where you journey, as long as you carry Blackbone's stronghold in your heart, it shall endure. With reddened eyes, the elder spoke. I shall ensure their safe passage out of the Black Dragon Forest. As long as I stand, I will do my utmost to protect them, Tang Yin declared resolutely. After uttering her vow, she offered 3 deep bows in the direction of the stronghold and then led the group into the depths of the Black Dragon Forest. Behind them, the melodic voices of the elders resonated through the remains of the stronghold. These were songs they had sung while toiling in the fields before they ascended the mountain. Now with hair turned silver. The stronghold at that moment resembled a setting sun, poised to disappear beyond the horizon, while a new dawn awaited to rise, heralding the arrival of a new generation. In the Tianlong County, within the prince's manor, a missive abruptly shattered the tranquility. The prince's only son had perished, a calamity capable of sending shockwaves throughout the Zhang dynasty. Upon reading the letter, the prince, consumed by rage, unsheathed his sword and struck down the messenger, shattering his prized Qilin jade. Though this jade could purchase the entirety of Tianling City, such matters seemed trivial in light of his grief. Useless. All of you are useless, Prince Li Yang roared in fury. Inform the commander of the Dragon Blood Army that within 10 minutes, all troops must assemble, or I shall revoke his command. 10 minutes later, a formidable army departed from Tianlong County, led by the prince himself, clad in armor and mounted, intent on obliterating Blackbone's stronghold. All were acutely aware that Prince Li Yang's wrath would not be easily quelled. Li Hao was his most beloved son, indeed his sole offspring. With Li Hao's demise, how could Li Yang not seethe with fury? By the time Li Yang arrived at Blackbone's stronghold, dawn had broken, revealing only a handful of elderly residents within. Upon their arrival, the elders exchanged faint smiles before resorting to poison to end their lives. Ah, Li Yang's rage unleashed chaos upon the stronghold, as a master of transformation. His might obliterated the remnants in no time. "My lord, we found no other survivors," a general reported. "Issue a heavenly level wanted notice, seal all exits of Tianlong County, and prohibit anyone from leaving. Broadcast the wanted notice throughout the land. Anyone who locates a member of Blackbone's stronghold shall receive a reward of 10,000 gold coins," Li Yang declared, his eyes aflame with fury. Meanwhile, Wei Fan, Tang Yin, and the others had already ventured into the Black Dragon Forest. They tread cautiously, wary of making excessive noise. Here, they occasionally glimpsed ferocious beasts, most upon sighting the large group dared not approach. However, a few foolish creatures, lacking in strength yet brimming with audacity, ultimately became prey for the group. Wei Fan walked among them. Despite wielding a powerful firearm, he possessed little personal strength. He watched as Tang Yin and Scar effortlessly felled a wild boar, a look of envy crossing his face. "Tang Jiazhu, may I learn to cultivate that bloodline technique of yours?" Wei Fan asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Just call me Tang Yin." "Have you never undergone the awakening of your bloodline?" Tang Yin inquired, intrigued. "Awakening? What is that?" "I have no idea," Wei Fan replied, perplexed. "Only those who have undergone awakening, confirming that their bloodline reaches a certain level, at least the yellow tier bloodline, may cultivate," Tang Yin elucidated. "How does one undergo awakening?" Wei Fan posed, eager for answers. "It simply requires the essence blood of a beast. It is quite straightforward. Typically, villages or towns hold an awakening ceremony annually, allowing all who are 6 years old and above to participate. Of course, members of prominent families undergo awakening at birth to determine their potential for cultivation," Tang Yin explained. "You have yet to undergo awakening, but fortuitously, I am well versed in the formation required for it. The Black Dragon Forest is abundant with beast essence blood. Once we collect enough, I will help you set up the awakening formation. At that point, we shall ascertain whether you are capable of cultivation," Tang Yin continued. "Really? That would be marvelous. Thank you, Tang Yin," Wei Fan exclaimed, elated. "It's no trouble at all. There are a few children who have yet to undergo awakening. You can all do it together, which won't waste resources. Furthermore, if you are able to cultivate, it will bolster our strength," she replied. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. "What happened?" Tang Yin turned towards the source of the cry, only to witness a massive python consume a person whole. "Beast! Release him!" Tang Yin shouted, lunging at the python with her sword. The creature's cold gaze fixed intently upon her. The python, remarkably agile, evaded her strike and attempted to ensnare her with its body. Scar dashed forward, delivering a powerful blow to the python's side, causing it to writhe in agony, toppling trees in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yin severed its head with a swift stroke, blood gushing forth, staining the earth crimson. Scar hastily cut open the python's belly, revealing the lifeless body of the consumed man. "Jiazhu, he is no longer breathing," Scar reported solemnly. "We must depart swiftly. The scent of blood will attract more beasts," Tang Yin urged, having prepared herself for sacrifice before entering the Black Dragon Forest. Though her heart ached, she knew that minimizing losses was paramount. Hesitation would only invite greater danger. Tang Yin removed the python's heart, extracting its essence blood and placing it into a clay jar, adding a sprig of fresh herb to prevent coagulation. Chapter 10. The Silver Moon Wolf Pack. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Fan and the others had traversed the Black Dragon Forest for an entire day. Night gradually enveloped the land. During the day, they had encountered no formidable beasts, for they were still in the forest's outer reaches. After a day of travel, they had only paused briefly at noon to eat. Noticing the fatigue etched on everyone's faces, Tang Yin realized they needed rest. Otherwise, it might hinder their journey the following day. She therefore spoke up. "Let us rest here for a while. Scar, gather the others to stoke the fire." "Understood," Scar replied, leading a few individuals to collect a substantial amount of firewood. While beasts were formidable, most lacked intelligence before their transformation and were instinctively afraid of fire, thus generally avoiding campfires. The others cleared the area of grass and debris, creating a suitable resting place. Soon, the fire blazed brightly, and the group gathered around it, weary from their exertions. Tang Yin and Scar volunteered to keep watch, while the rest quickly succumbed to slumber, as masters of the condensation realm. Tang Yin and Scar could easily endure days without sleep. Listening to the rhythmic snores of their companions, Tang Yin felt a profound sense of tranquility. The starlit sky cast an enchanting glow upon the forest. By midnight, a rustling sound disrupted the stillness. Tang Yin, alert, turned to investigate that a small rabbit bounded from the underbrush, causing her to exhale in relief. Cradling the rabbit, she gently stroked its fur, murmuring words no one else could hear. Suddenly, the rabbit leapt from her grasp. Emerging from the thicket was a pack of wolves, their silver fur glistening in the moonlight. Their eyes glinted with an eerie light, and their formidable fangs and massive frames startled Tang Yin. Swiftly, she alerted Scar, and soon everyone awoke from their slumber. Tang Yin, Scar, and several others at the transformation stage formed a protective outer layer, while those unable to cultivate remained within, armed with bows and knives. The wolf pack advanced from the shadows, encircling them with countless silver wolves. What? With a howling cry, the wolves launched their assault. Though the silver wolves were merely ordinary beasts, their ferocity was heightened by the presence of their alpha, rendering them fearless in the face of death. The scent of their comrades' blood only ignited their innate bloodlust. Tang Yin and Scar stood resolute against the oncoming horde, yet the few at the transformation stage began to falter. The sheer number of silver wolves was overwhelming. For every one they felled, another surged forth. Zhaiju, we cannot continue like this. Before we can eliminate the wolf pack, our comrades will be overwhelmed that we must eliminate the Silver Moon Wolf King. Only then will the ordinary silver wolves retreat, Scar urged Tang Yin. Where is the Wolf King? I shall slay it, Tang Yin rasped. The Silver Moon Wolf King is surrounded and well guarded. Reaching it is no easy feat if you charge in. I fear I cannot hold out against so many silver wolves, Scar warned. His expression grave, as he relentlessly struck down yet another wolf. What shall we do then? There is but one course of action. We must have Wei Fan employ his peculiar weapon to eliminate the silver wolf from a distance, Scarface declared. Very well. Let it be so, Tang Yin responded before calling out Wei Fan's name. Wei Fan, trembling as he wielded his large blade, was intermittently striking at the encroaching silver wolves. Upon hearing Tang Yin call for him, he hurried over. Tang Yin, what task do you require of me? I shall execute it flawlessly, Wei Fan boasted, patting his chest. I need you to slay the Silver Moon Wolf King. That within your capabilities? What? I can handle the smaller wolves, but to confront the Wolf King, well, that is a different matter, Wei Fan said, scratching his head awkwardly. What I mean is that you should use your weapon to take down the Wolf King from afar, Tang Yin clarified. That is no problem. Where's the Wolf King? Just watch as I take him down with a single shot, Wei Fan replied, relieved to know that it was merely a matter of using his firearm from a distance. Look, behind those silver wolves, the one that is twice their size with a more vibrant and striking coat is the Wolf King, Scarface indicated to Wei Fan. Following Scarface's direction, Wei Fan spotted a massive silver wolf lounging on the ground, idly licking its paws. Its silver fur shimmered under the moonlight, reminiscent of a serene lake bathed in lunar glow, surrounded by a dozen silver wolves. Wei Fan drew his handgun and aimed at the Silver Moon Wolf King's head. With a resounding bang, the shot rang out. Despite the Silver Moon Wolf King's prowess being comparable to a human master of Qi, two such masters had already fallen to Wei Fan's hands. Naturally, the Wolf King could not evade Wei Fan's bullet. Before it could react, the bullet pierced its skull. Witnessing the fall of their leader, the surrounding silver wolves began to flee in panic. Everyone, gather your belongings. We must prepare to leave this place, Tang Yin commanded, promptly beginning to collect the essence blood from each silver wolf. The entire hide of the Silver Moon Wolf King was harvested. Such exquisite fur was exceedingly valuable. Scarface looked enviously at the weapon in Wei Fan's hands. Your weapon is truly formidable. May I borrow it for a moment? Scarface asked, licking his lips. Of course. Once we reach the Great Zhou dynasty, I'll have Wang the blacksmith forge several more, ensuring that everyone in our camp is one up. Moreover, I shall possess even more powerful weapons by then, whenever you desire one. Wang the blacksmith can craft it for you, Wei Fan replied, knowing that the likelihood of retrieving his handgun after lending it to Scarface was slim, and thus began to paint a grand vision. Are there truly even stronger weapons? Scarface asked, his eyes widening with intrigue. Indeed, the weapons I design are capable of leveling mountains, Wei Fan boasted, reveling in his own exaggeration. Scarface, entranced by Wei Fan's claims, began to envision wielding such might. The ability to level mountains? How impressive! Who would dare challenge us at Blackbone Camp then? Haha! Scarface exclaimed, filled with excitement, as if he already clutched the mighty weapon in his grasp. Wei Fan mused inwardly. How easily deceived he is. We must move quickly. Soon the beast drawn by the scent of blood will arrive, Tang Yin urged. Having finished collecting the essence blood from all the silver wolves, she led the group away. Chapter 11. The Awakening of the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon. The group halted more than 10 kilometers away from their previous encampment to rest in a new location. Utterly fatigued, they had scarcely found respite before being beset by a pack of wolves. With dawn yet to break, Tang Yin decided it would be prudent to allow everyone some additional rest. She produced the collected essence blood, which filled a jar to the brim, the crystalline crimson liquid resembling blood-red gemstones. With enough essence blood gathered, Tang Yin prepared to set up the awakening array to facilitate the awakening of Wei Fan and the others. Wei Fan awoke from his slumber to see Tang Yin busily working in an empty space that a circular stone lay before her, upon which she inscribed mysterious runes. Observing her diligent figure filled Wei Fan with an indescribable sense of beauty. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Tang Yin completed the inscriptions on the awakening array. All that remained was to fill the array with the essence blood along its intricate patterns to activate it. By this time, the sun had already risen. Noticing Wei Fan gazing intently at her, Tang Yin felt her cheeks flush. Quickly, summon everyone. The awakening is a momentous occasion that requires the participation of all, she instructed Wei Fan. Of course. I'll fetch them right away, he replied somewhat sheepishly. Soon, the inhabitants of the camp gathered around the clearing. Today, I will use the essence blood I have collected to awaken the members of our camp, which not only signifies the acquisition of new power, but also heralds the rebirth of our camp, Tang Yin proclaimed. There are 8 individuals to be awakened today. You shall come forth one by one. She continued, Wei Fan. You are unfamiliar with the awakening process and have never witnessed it. You shall go last to observe how it is done, so you may be better prepared. The first to step forward was a 5-year-old boy named Shihu. Although frightened, his fear was not of the array itself. Having witnessed the awakening twice before, his apprehension stemmed from the fear that his bloodline might not grant him the ability to cultivate. As he stood within the array, Tang Yin placed the essence blood into the corresponding grooves. The blood flowed along the array's veins, gradually filling them. The array began to emanate a crimson glow, which seeped into Shihu's body, causing him to flush a brilliant red as the essence blood evaporated. The spiritual substances within it began to be consumed. Shihu felt his blood boiling, as if it were scalding water, churning violently in his veins. With a roar, a spirit tiger erupted from within him, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, which enveloped the spirit tiger in a radiant golden light. After absorbing the energy, the spirit tiger returned to Shihu, who was overwhelmed with joy. The appearance of the spirit tiger, a manifestation of potent offensive bloodline power, indicated his potential for cultivation, albeit as a yellow-grade bloodline. Upon the spirit tiger entering his body, Shihu's cultivation surged to the peak of the early stage of the sea transformation realm, marking him as one of the most formidable bloodlines within the yellow grade. Tang Yin smiled. Excellent. A promising start indeed. Next, the other 6 individuals completed their awakenings. Point 1. A girl named Shiring also possessed a yellow-grade bloodline and appeared somewhat aloof. Her bloodline manifested as a spirit eagle, and upon its entry, she only achieved the initial stage of the early sea transformation realm. The others had mediocre bloodlines. Without extraordinary opportunities, they would likely never break through to the sea transformation stage. Wei Fan felt a twinge of anxiety as he stepped into the awakening array. Though capable of crafting formidable weapons and unafraid of any adversary in this world, he yearned to cultivate like Tang Yin, hoping to share more common ground with her and draw closer that he desired to integrate into this world, unwilling to remain solitary. Upon entering the array, Tang Yin poured the remaining essence blood into the grooves. Under the sun's rays, the crimson liquid flowed slowly like a gemstone. Once the veins were entirely coated in blood, a rich crimson light surged forth. This light seemed irresistibly drawn to Wei Fan. Pouring into him, that he felt his blood roiling within, as if something within him had been awakened, rendering him unbearably hot. Ah! Wei Fan could not suppress his exclamation. As he absorbed the crimson light, a golden glow began to emanate from his body, gradually intensifying and morphing into a distinct shape. The essence blood within the array was nearly depleted, yet Wei Fan's body continued to absorb the sanguine radiance, as if it were insatiable. So much essence blood cannot suffice to activate his bloodline. Could it be that he possesses a heavenly-grade bloodline? Scarface pondered incredulously. Only individuals of the three great dynasties with the densest bloodlines could attain such status, aside from a select few who had undergone secretive cultivation methods or experienced extreme odds of bloodline mutation. A claw emerged from Wei Fan, and soon the essence blood within the array was entirely consumed. Countless spiritual energies surged into him. As the sky darkened, ominous clouds gathering, fierce winds uprooting trees, and a tremendous rumble echoed from the clouds, as if thunder were brewing within. "Retreat!" Tang Yin commanded sharply. The group fell back 100 meters, anxiously observing Wei Fan. They had never witnessed anything like this and dared not disturb him. For interruption during the awakening process could result in the destruction of meridians, paralysis, or even death. As the spiritual energy continued to pour in, the bloodline beast within Wei Fan began to reveal itself. Though only half its form emerged, the fearsome dragon head exuded an overwhelming pressure. As the bloodline beast gradually materialized, the sky grew darker, cloaking the entire black dragon forest. At last, the bloodline beast unveiled its complete body. Elongated like a serpent, with a head akin to a qilin, and 5 claws, one of which sprouted from its abdomen. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Wei Fan gazed in astonishment at the golden dragon above him. With a resounding roar, the 5-clawed golden dragon echoed throughout the black dragon forest, then soared into the storm clouds, devouring them whole. A figure in a black robe, standing over the black dragon pool, looked up in astonishment at the golden dragon in the sky. Across the great dynasties and sects, unparalleled masters sensed the commotion, turning their gazes toward the black dragon forest. The dragon's aura reaches the heavens. Could it be that old dragon has made further progress? The emperor of the Dachang dynasty, from a bygone era, gazed towards the black dragon forest and remarked, "Once the 5-clawed golden dragon has absorbed the dark clouds, it will surge into Wei Fan's body, propelling him to the pinnacle of the late transformation of the sea realm." Wei Fan sensed an immense power within him, one that he could not fully control. Chapter 12. The spirited dragon frenzy seated on the ground. Wei Fan endeavored to calm the tumultuous energy within him. Tang Yin and the others dared not approach, fearing they might disrupt him. After managing to quell the restless energy, Wei Fan opened his eyes. Upon seeing him awaken, Tang Yin and the scarred man hurried forward. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Tang Yin inquired with concern. "I'm fine. I feel an incredible surge of power coursing through me, unlike anything I've ever experienced," Wei Fan exclaimed with excitement. "Is this what cultivation feels like?" he marveled. At that moment, the world appeared so vividly clear to Wei Fan, as if he were one with it. He could sense the world's responses to each of his movements. His vision sharpened. Previously slightly nearsighted, he could now see a rabbit nestled in the grass 500 meters away. He struck a tree with all his might, his fist embedding deep within the wood. In the past, Wei Fan could barely leave a mark on a tree without injuring his hand. "Your strength is at the completion of the transformation of the sea," the scarred man exclaimed in astonishment. "You undoubtedly possess a heavenly-grade bloodline, and a top-tier one at that. Your bloodline beast is incredibly impressive, far more imposing than my spirit tiger," Stone Tiger remarked with envy. "Of course, consider who I am," Wei Fan declared, striking a pose he deemed stylish. "Good lad. A heavenly-grade bloodline, truly enviable. Ha ha!" The scarred man chuckled. patting Wei Fan on the shoulder. "Et sao, tangzan not dead fully. We should leave this place quickly. Such a commotion is likely to attract formidable beasts," the scarred man advised. "Indeed, he speaks wisely. Let us depart at once," Wei Fan concurred. "Everyone, gather your belongings. We must leave immediately," Tang Yin instructed. Shortly after their departure, a cloaked figure arrived at the Black Dragon Pool, observing the scene before swiftly leaving. Soon after, a streak of light cut across the sky, halting to reveal a silhouette that muttered, "There is the presence of the ancient Black Dragon. It seems that dragon has indeed grown stronger." Once the figure departed, several others followed. However, this was of no concern to Tang Yin and her companions, who were already resting in a cave several miles away. Wei Fan and Tang Yin ventured nearby in search of suitable beasts for Wei Fan to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. "Here lies a first-tier beast, the fang boar. This shall be your practice target." Tang Yin pointed to a hefty, large-eared creature, weighing at least 200 pounds, covered in steel-like fur and bearing 2 massive fangs. "Can I take it down with one blow?" Wei Fan joked. "No tan sternly. Your talent is remarkable. But if you cannot control your power, not only will you fail to progress, but you may also risk your very life due to uncontrollable energy." "All right, I will defeat it now," Wei Fan declared, sensing Tang Yan's seriousness. "Come here, little piggy, and fight me," Wei Fan taunted, hurling sticks and stones at the fang boar. Provoked, the beast charged towards him, intent on goring this audacious human that as the fang boar approached. Wei Fan summoned his inner energy and delivered a kick to its neck, sending the creature crashing to the ground, while he himself slid back several meters from the impact. The fanged boar rose, its eyes glowing an ominous red, its bristles standing on end, scales flaring on its neck as it emitted a deep, menacing roar. The boar charged directly at Wei Fan, trampling any trees in its path. Wei Fan could only evade to the right. "Kid, you let a mere pig bully you. How embarrassing," a sudden voice echoed in Wei Fan's ear. "Who is there?" Wei Fan shouted. "Who are you speaking to?" Tang Yin asked. "Did you not hear? A man's voice just spoke to me," Wei Fan replied, puzzled. "I heard nothing. Are you feeling unwell? If so, I can handle this fang boar for you, and you can rest," Tang Yin offered with concern. "No, I'm certain someone is speaking to me," Wei Fan insisted, scanning his surroundings. "Kid, stop looking. I am the bloodline beast within you that I never imagined there would be someone in this world capable of awakening my spirit." The voice resonated once more in Wei Fan's ear. "Simply think it in your heart, and I shall know what you wish to convey. You are my bloodline beast? You are alive? I am but a remnant spirit that once lingered in this world, drawn into your bloodline beast by your essence. For now, focus on dealing with this foolish boar," the voice advised. "Concentrate your inner energy into your arm, then visualize my form and release that energy," it instructed. Following the guidance, Wei Fan unleashed a golden dragon from his palm, obliterating the trees in its path and striking the fang boar, causing its head to explode. Tang Yin gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. Afterward, Wei Fan and Tang Yin returned with the boar's carcass, cleaned it thoroughly, and roasted it over a fire until it was golden and aromatic. After sharing the feast with their companions, Wei Fan sat atop a stone in the cave, eyes closed, feigning meditation. "Who exactly are you?" Wei Fan inquired, unease creeping in. "My true form departed this world long ago. You need not worry about me causing you harm. I am merely a remnant spirit left behind when I departed. I am known as Long Quang, a dragon spirit, originally lost in this world, but eventually found a way to leave," the voice explained. "I was content in the void, but your bloodline beast drew me in, and now I find myself unable to leave." Long Quang's voice carried a tone of resignation. "Given your prowess, could you impart some unparalleled martial arts to me? You know, the kind that renders one invincible after cultivation." Wei Fan pondered, considering how to gain advantage from Long Quang. "Regrettably, I only recall the Dragon Clan's secret manual, the 10,000 Beasts Decision, a non-transmittable text of my clan that I cannot divulge it to you," Long Quang replied. "But you are not even a dragon. You are simply a spirit," Wei Fan argued. That is somewhat true, but why would I share it with you? Wei Fan sighed. Since you reside within me, you ought to contribute something. If you agree to 3 conditions, I shall teach you the 10,000 beasts decision. Rest assured. These conditions will not harm you, nor cause you any embarrassment, Long Quang stated. Very well. What are the conditions? I accept. Wei Fan nodded eagerly. I have yet to decide. I will inform you later, Long Quang replied. Now, swear an oath in your heart, and I shall impart the 10,000 beast decision to you. After Wei Fan vowed in his heart, Long Quang transmitted the essence of the 10,000 beast decision into Wei Fan's mind and placed a restriction, allowing him only to contemplate it without uttering a word. Chapter 13. The 10,000 beast decision. With the 10,000 beast decision imparted to him, Wei Fan eagerly commenced his cultivation. The text contained merely a few dozen characters, accompanied by an array of mysterious symbols. All things in heaven and earth have their strengths. Absorb the essence of myriad beasts and merge into unity. Experience the myriad paths, dispel the illusions, comprehend the primal source, and return to my purest self. What does this mean? Never mind, let's see what these symbols represent, Wei Fan pondered, though he found the surface simplicity deceptive, obscuring the underlying meaning. Next, he examined several intricate symbols within his consciousness, located in 4 cardinal directions. They were exceedingly complex, with minute details seemingly possessing countless variations that a mere glance left Wei Fan feeling as though a shroud of mist enveloped him, rendering the symbols indecipherable and threatening to overwhelm his mind. Kid, don't be too greedy. You lack the qualification to view the entire symbols, Long Quang's voice echoed in Wei Fan's consciousness. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Wei Fan retorted, exasperated. I did tell you. Can you not see? Long Quang teased. Wei Fan was left speechless. How should I proceed with my cultivation? Begin by focusing on the upper left corner of the first symbol. Concentrate all your attention there. Do not look too broadly, or you will be unable to bear it. I have divulged the method. I shall take my leave to rest now, Long Quang declared before falling silent. Can I truly cultivate by only viewing one corner? Wei Fan questioned, skeptical. Yet, recalling the overwhelming sensation he experienced when attempting to view the entire symbol, he felt compelled to comply. Moreover, he trusted Long Quang's words, convinced that there was no reason for deception. Wei Fan concentrated on the small section. His consciousness became entirely absorbed, transporting him back to the primordial era, transforming him into an ancient behemoth amidst a colossal battlefield where countless giants clashed across vast continents and starry skies. He relentlessly vanquished one opponent after another, and every adversary who fell before him was consumed without exception, their bloodlines and abilities devoured by him. With each act of consumption, he grew stronger, his form continually shifting. As Wei Fan's consciousness waged war, upon defeating his 185th foe, his awareness was forcibly expelled. Despite this ejection, Wei Fan remained entranced by the thrill of battle. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained consciousness, having mastered the most fundamental and critical aspect of the 10,000 beasts art, the act of devouring. Suddenly, he felt someone shaking him. Upon opening his eyes, he heard Scarface say, "We've rested for an hour. It's time to set off." What? Just an hour? Wei Fan thought time had slipped away for several hours. Rising, he brushed off the dust from his clothes, noticing that the others in the camp had already packed their belongings. They all began to prepare to continue their journey towards the western Great Zhou dynasty. In the forest, they inevitably encountered various demon beasts. For the ordinary beasts they faced along the way, Tang Yin would always assign Wei Fan to handle them. Through Wei Fan's efforts, every beast daring enough to attack them had been transformed into provisions. Carried by the camp members by noon, they halted. Finding a clearing to consume some dried meat, they approached the inner depths of the Black Dragon Forest. Kindling a fire might attract a multitude of demon beasts with the scent of cooking food. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Fan decided to test his 10,000 beasts art. After taking a bite of the silver wolf jerky, he began to circulate the 10,000 beasts art. Under the influence of his technique, the jerky rapidly disintegrated, and he sensed a peculiar energy within it being absorbed by his body. He attempted to channel this energy, but it was too scant to coalesce. Thus, Wei Fan consumed an entire piece of jerky, and the bizarre energy within him gradually increased. Once the energy reached a certain threshold, it seemed to attract itself together, morphing into a tangible form. When fully consolidated, a miniature silver wolf materialized in Wei Fan's dantian. The mini silver wolf frolicked within, consuming Wei Fan's internal energy and growing stronger, sometimes dispersing into an amorphous cloud of energy. As Wei Fan controlled this energy, it transformed from the shape of the silver wolf into formless energy. Usable just like his internal power, but he discovered that utilizing the silver wolf's energy significantly enhanced his speed, nearly 1.5 times greater than before, though the increase in strength was modest. Excitedly, he opened his eyes, only to find the camp members staring at him. "What's the matter? Never seen a handsome guy before." Wei Fan quipped. "You actually devoured a silver wolf," Stone Tiger remarked, realizing he had consumed the entire jerky made from a silver wolf. Wei Fan could only deflect. "Never seen a foodie, huh?" Fortunately, the camp members did not dwell on the matter. "The silver wolf is known for its speed, and after consuming it, my swiftness has greatly increased, meaning I can absorb the advantageous abilities of demon beasts," Wei Fan thought excitedly. Over the following 2 days, Wei Fan validated his hypothesis through action. During this time, he roasted an entire bear in a cave until it was golden and juicy, consuming it all by himself, including the bear's entrails, which he boiled into a soup. This spectacle left the camp members wide-eyed at this point. Wei Fan's dantian contained 2 energy clusters, resembling a small bear and a silver wolf. They occasionally contended for the internal energy within Wei Fan's dantian, but under his control, it posed no issue. With so much peculiar energy absorbed, any internal energy he drew in was swiftly consumed and refined by the 9 mini-demon beasts. Although utilizing these energies back and forth posed little trouble, Wei Fan sensed that if this continued, the increasing number of mini-demon beasts would ultimately become a hindrance. More mini-demon beasts would only compete for the internal energy within his dantian. While Wei Fan could only strengthen himself with the capability of 1 demon beast at a time, but he realized that only by merging all the mini-demon beasts could their true power be unleashed. To achieve this fusion, he needed to advance his demon beast art further. Rubbing his eyes, he resolved to set aside these thoughts for now and decided against consuming any more demon beasts or refining mini-demon beasts for the time being. "Training is truly a hassle. My handgun is far simpler. Easily dispatching seasoned practitioners who have trained for years or even decades with just a bit of modification," Wei Fan mused, frustrated by the complexities of cultivation. Days had passed since he activated his aura. Yet he still had not broken through to the chi condensation stage that if Scarface were to hear him, he would surely be incensed. Typically, those with yellow-level bloodlines could reach the peak of the transformation stage at most, taking at least 3 to 4 years to attain full transformation. Breaking into the chi condensation stage was even more challenging, with some individuals never achieving it in their lifetimes, that is a being of heavenly-level bloodline. Wei Fan had already begun at a level most could only aspire to reach in their entire lives. "It seems I'll have to wait until things settle down and craft more powerful weapons," Wei Fan contemplated. "Gather round. We're setting off," Scarface's voice rang out. Wei Fan leapt down from the tree, taking up the rear guard position of the group. Just as they advanced cautiously through the Black Dragon Forest, a desperate cry echoed from afar. "Help, help, someone save me!" The voice was unmistakably that of a young girl. Growing closer with each plea, the camp members halted, preparing for battle. Soon, a filthy, ragged little girl burst forth from the forest, pursued by a boar with fearsome tusks, its red eyes gleaming as it chased her relentlessly. Upon spotting Wei Fan and the others, she dashed toward them, tumbling to the ground before Wei Fan. She looked up with her tear-filled eyes, pleading for his help. Wei Fan stepped forward and swiftly dispatched the charging boar. He helped her to her feet. "Are you hurt?" Wei Fan asked with concern. "No, thank you," she whispered gratefully. "What are you doing in the Black Dragon Forest?" Tang Yin approached to inquire. "I came with my uncle and a few others, but I got separated from them. Now I'm all alone, and I'm so scared. Can I stay with you?" she implored, her gaze fixed on Wei Fan. Feeling a bit awkward, Wei Fan scratched his head and glanced at Tang Yin, who regarded the girl with suspicion. "Who are you? And why are you in the Black Dragon Forest? Dangzan Pfitz? My name is Hei. Haiming that I come from the Great Zhou dynasty that I was traveling with my uncle, who received a job to hunt a special demon beast found only in the Black Dragon Forest. But I didn't expect to get lost from them, she explained, tears streaming down her cheeks. What? I've been without my parents since I was little, and now I'm lost from my uncle. Why is my life so miserable? Her cries intensified. Tang Yin, she seems so pitiful. Why don't we take her with us? After all, we're headed to the Great Zhou dynasty, Wei Fan suggested. Fine, but you must not wander off if you get lost in the forest. We want to come looking for you, Tang Yin replied. Okay. Thank you so much for letting me join you. I'm truly grateful. Upon hearing Tang Yin's consent, the girl immediately ceased her tears. Let us move forward, Tang Yin instructed, as the boar's carcass was collected by the camp members to serve as rations. All right, you stay in the middle. Don't get lost, Wei Fan said. No way. I want to walk beside you, Black Ming remarked. If we encounter danger, I cannot guarantee your safety. Should you be carried away by a wild boar, I would be unable to rescue you, Wei Fan, attempting to frighten Black Ming, retorted. Humph, I am not afraid of wild boars. Black Ming puffed out her chest and replied, Who was it that was just chased by a wild boar? Surely it wasn't me. Humph, I shan't speak to you any longer, Black Ming declared as she turned and ran back to the group in the mountain stronghold. Curiosity piqued, Black Ming examined the various items in the stronghold, eager to touch and explore everything. Thus, the group acquired a little girl who was forever inquisitive and hands-on. Chapter 15. Journey Westward. The lost little girl had been part of Wei Fan's group for several days now. Since Black Ming's arrival, Wei Fan and the others had not encountered any magical beasts for 3 days. Only some ordinary animals. Brother Wei Fan, please let me see what you are holding, just for a moment. Black Ming pleaded with a charming demeanor. Ever since she laid eyes on Wei Fan's pistol, she had been incessantly pestering him to allow her to examine it. No, that is too dangerous. You are still too young. Wei Fan shook his head. I am not a child anymore. I am 16 this year. Just let me play with it for a little while, Black Ming insisted. You must be joking, with your stature. I would believe you were a primary school student. Wei Fan replied incredulously. It was no wonder he was skeptical, for Black Ming was quite petite, appearing no taller than a young student. Yet despite her small frame, her beauty rivaled that of Tang Yin. What is a primary school student? I truly am 16. It is merely because my parents are short that I have not grown taller. Please, dear brother, just let me have a look, Black Ming implored, tugging on Wei Fan's arm. Wei Fan was nearly exasperated by her persistence. He removed the magazine from the pistol, ensuring it was unloaded before handing it to Black Ming. Here, take a good look, but remember to return it to me in perfect condition, Wei Fan cautioned. Oh yay, brother Wei Fan is the best. I like you the most, Black Ming exclaimed excitedly as she took the pistol from Wei Fan's hands. She joyfully flaunted it to the others in the stronghold, having heard them speak of Wei Fan's treasure, something they had never even touched, thus igniting her interest. Wei Fan had only allowed Tang Yin to handle the pistol before, making Black Ming the second person to do so, which was one of the reasons she longed to hold it herself. What is the purpose of this thing? I examined it, but I could not understand what it is, Black Ming said, returning to Wei Fan after showing off. Wei Fan took the pistol back from her. The MY gun is quite useful. Its power is formidable. You will have the chance to witness its might later, Wei Fan stated. I have heard my uncle say that powerful weapons bear runes. The more powerful they are, the more intricate the runes. Yours is nothing, so it surely lacks any power. It is only good for swatting flies. Black Ming scoffed. Hey, have you not heard? This pistol has taken down 2 masters at the essence condensation stage, given my extraordinary talent, and now that I am merely at the C transformation stage. You can appreciate just how formidable my pistol truly is, Wei Fan argued. That I do not believe it, unless you can shoot down a magical beast to the essence condensation stage in front of me. Black Ming pouted. Where am I to find you a magical beast of that caliber? It is strange. We have not encountered any high-level magical beasts for several days now, Wei Fan expressed with concern. Is it not better that we do not meet high-level beasts? Black Ming countered. This is the Black Dragon Forest. Encountering high-level magical beasts is not uncommon. Yet, we have ventured deep into the forest and have yet to encounter any formidable beasts. Wei Fan sighed. "Oh, I see." Black Ming replied, somewhat understanding that by the way, today I want to eat roasted suckling pig. You must roast it for me, all right? Black Ming insisted. Fine, as long as you do not cause any trouble from now on. I will roast suckling pig for you tonight. Wei Fan relented. Ever since Black Ming had tasted Wei Fan's cooking, she had been asking him to prepare meals for her daily. Wei Fan had once meticulously studied the art of roasting, and when leaving the stronghold, he had brought along a plethora of seasonings. Now, in the Black Dragon Forest, these seasonings were finally put to good use. The group continued their journey, and although they had not faced any powerful magical beasts in several days, they remained vigilant as nightfall approached. They sought a clear area to set up camp, igniting a fire. The nights in the Black Dragon Forest were exceptionally cold, with temperatures plummeting to 5 or 6 degrees. Without a fire, it would be arduous for the stronghold's members to endure. Once the fire was lit, the group gathered around it, some sipping the meager alcohol they had brought, while others roasted magical beast meat over the flames. Wei Fan retrieved a small boar, wrapped in banana leaves, which he had cleaned. This boar was one of 6 he had discovered after slaying a boar that had ambushed him, and only one remained for consumption. Wei Fan placed the boar over the fire, sprinkling it with various seasonings. Just as he was engrossed in his roasting, the sentinel suddenly sounded an alarm. "You continue roasting. Don't let it burn." Wei Fan instructed as he handed the roasting pig to Black Ming, who was drooling beside him, and hurried toward the source of the alarm. Black Ming hesitated for a moment before following him. Upon arrival, Wei Fan found 2 individuals lying on the ground, bloodied. They had encountered a magical beast at the essence condensation stage. Wei Fan drew his pistol, aimed at the beast's head, and fired. A bullet hole appeared in the beast's forehead as it collapsed, breath fading away. The injured individuals were not in mortal danger, as they had not been directly struck by the beast. When Wei Fan turned around, he discovered Black Ming had followed him. "Didn't I ask you to watch the roasting pig? What are you doing here? It's dangerous, you know." Wei Fan scolded that I was worried about you, so I came to see. Black Ming replied, "Come on, let us hurry back. The pig is about to burn," Wei Fan said, his irritation dissipating upon hearing her words. When they returned, they found Scarface. "You villain! You've stolen my roasted pig!" Black Ming exclaimed angrily. She rushed forward to reclaim the pig, but was unsuccessful. "Did I ask this yours? I thought it was up for grabs. It smells too delicious," Scarface mumbled, spitting out a bone. "Scarface is a big bad guy. I shall not speak to you again," Black Ming declared, turning her head away. "Wait, I'll make it up to you. How about I roast you another one?" Scarface offered. "Who wants to eat your roasting?" "I want to eat what Brother Wei Fan cooks." Black Ming replied, "That I will roast you another one." Wei Fan sighed in resignation. From that day on, the group pressed westward, encountering essence, chi, stage magical beasts daily, while every 2 days they faced essence condensation stage beasts. The essence chi beasts could be dealt with by Tang Yin and Scarface, while the essence condensation beasts fell swiftly to Wei Fan's alertness in a single shot. Strangely, they had yet to encounter any beast stronger than the essence condensation stage, leading Tang Yin and the others to feel exceedingly fortunate. Chapter 16. Qingtai Town. After over 20 days, Wei Fan and his companions finally reached the edge of the Black Dragon Forest. Before them lay an endless plain, and tears glimmered in the eyes of the stronghold members. The strain of remaining alert in the Black Dragon Forest for over 20 days had been immense, and it was no small feat for them to have endured. Even the strongest men in the stronghold had red-rimmed eyes, while the women were in tears, their sobs soaking the ground. "But we have survived and emerged from the Black Dragon Forest. I believe this marks our stronghold's emergence from darkness. Hope has dawned. Now, let us all compose ourselves and conceal any signs of distress. We need to acclimate to the environment of the great Zhou dynasty." Scarface proclaimed. He continued, "Do not let others discover that we have come from the Black Dragon Forest, nor that we are fugitives from the great Chang dynasty. From now on, we are merely a group of villagers who fled after being robbed by bandits." "Understood?" "Understood," the group replied in unison, that if others discovered they were from the great Chang dynasty, they might be treated as spies and captured. Disguising themselves as refugees would generally not raise suspicion. After traversing a slope, they spotted a town not far ahead. The town, bathed in sunlight, radiated a delightful glow, with wisps of smoke rising into the air. After over 20 days in the Black Dragon Forest, their clothing had become tattered and filthy, stained with dirt and emitting an unpleasant odor. Those who could cultivate, like Tang Yin and Scarface, fared better, utilizing their internal energy to prevent stains from settling on them. That it was unavoidable, for even if they encountered a pond in the Black Dragon Forest, no one dared to bathe, let alone linger for long. Typically, ponds were occupied by powerful magical beasts, while some favored hiding within the waters, waiting for prey to approach. Thus, they could only take enough water to quench their thirst. As they approached the town, Scarface, Tang Yin, Wei Fan, and the others who could cultivate had to be cautious not to appear too different. Otherwise, they might draw suspicion. Thus, they all donned tattered garments akin to those of others, their faces smeared with a layer of dirt and grime. That as the crowd reached the town's gate, they beheld 3 large characters spelling Qingtai Town, crafted from the bones of monstrous beasts, suspended above the entrance. The town's wall stood approximately 5 meters high, seemingly forged from a material resembling blue iron, which glimmered with a faint azure hue under the sun's radiant light. Archers armed with crossbows were evenly stationed along the battlements, while soldiers patrolled back and forth, ever vigilant against potential threats. That at the entrance, over 20 well-equipped soldiers conducted inspections of all who sought entry into the town. "What brings you here, dressed in such rags? Are you beggars?" An officer, appearing to be in charge, scrutinized Wei Fan and the others. "My lord, our village was ravaged by bandits, leaving us with nowhere to go. That we hope to seek a living in the town. We implore you to grant us passage," said Scar, discreetly slipping a pouch of coins into the officer's hand. The officer weighed the pouch, noting its considerable heft, and replied, "Very well. Hasten inside." "My lord, will you not check our belongings?" Scar inquired. "Check what? Just hurry inside. You look filthy." "How could I inspect you?" the officer retorted disdainfully. Upon entering the town, they were greeted by the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, the tantalizing aromas of various foods, and the smoky warmth of cooking fires enveloping them. It felt as if they had stepped into a different world, one more fitting for ordinary folk. The streets bustled with merchants who had traveled from afar, as Qingtai Town lay in proximity to the Black Dragon Forest, a locale teeming with those in pursuit of wealth, who ventured into the forest's outskirts to hunt the beasts that dwelled within. Consequently, the trade of monster materials flourished here, with merchants and shops dedicated to the acquisition of various beastly goods. Furthermore, Qingtai Town was renowned for its abundant blue iron, boasting several large mines that attracted countless traders. "Scar, go and rent a house. Everyone is weary and in need of proper rest. That we may be here for an extended period, and we require a clearer understanding of the Great Zhou dynasty before deciding our next course of action," Tang Yin instructed. "Understood," Scar replied, departing to seek accommodations. "We are all fatigued, and it has been far too long since we have had a decent meal." "Let us first find something to eat," Tang Yin suggested. Indeed, the others responded with enthusiasm, for they had grown weary of consuming monster flesh daily. Though nourishing, it had become monotonous upon arriving at an inn. They were met with the disdain of a waiter. "Away with you, beggars! We have no leftover scraps to spare. Be gone, and do not disturb our business," he barked, mistaking their tattered appearance for that of beggars. "How dare you? We come to dine, not to beg," protested He Ming indignantly. "What's wrong with that? Our establishment requires a minimum expenditure of 1 or 2 silver coins. Can you impoverished beggars afford such?" The waiter sneered. "Your narrow-mindedness is appalling," He Ming retorted, pointing at the waiter. Tang Yin stepped forward, pulling He Ming behind her. "Here are 50 silver coins. Prepare us 10 tables laden with fine food and drink. If this is insufficient, we shall make up the difference later," she declared, tossing the coins onto a nearby table. The innkeeper, busy tallying accounts, rushed over upon seeing such a sum. "How dare you speak to esteemed guests in such a manner? Get back to work," he chastised the waiter, who could only retreat in compliance. "Esteemed patrons, my new waiter is inexperienced. I beg your forgiveness. Please ascend to the upper floor, and your meal will be prepared shortly," the innkeeper said with a smile, discreetly pocketing the coins. "Very well," Tang Yin acknowledged, leading her companions upstairs. Upon reaching the upper level, they found the inn relatively empty, as it was not yet mealtime. Soon, an array of dishes was served, and the group began to devour the food voraciously, drinking heartily as well. Wei Fan surveyed his surroundings. This was his first visit to such an establishment since arriving in this otherworldly realm, and he felt a surge of curiosity. He Ming shared his intrigue, both of them glancing around with wide eyes. Midway through their meal, Scar returned with a contract, having secured a residence for the group. After dining, they proceeded to the rented house to rest, though modest in size. With only a few rooms, it was sufficient for their needs. Tang Yin and He Ming shared a room, and at Wei Fan's insistence, he was finally able to sleep alone in a smaller space, rather than sharing with Scar. After cleaning themselves and changing into fresh garments, they felt rejuvenated. As night fell, they succumbed to slumber, releasing the burdens of the past 20 days to the edge of the Black Dragon Forest. An elderly man in dark robes seethed with anger. Such nonsense. Taking advantage of my absence to mingle with these humans, it's infuriating. Chapter 17. Monster Materials. The following day, the group awoke from their deep slumber. The previous night's rest alleviating much of their fatigue, and each felt considerably more invigorated. Wei Fan stepped out of his room, stretching and moving his limbs. That in the courtyard, people busily tidied up, fetching water and sweeping the ground. Wei Fan initially intended to assist, but the enthusiasm of the others made it clear he could not contribute, so he sat idly at the door. Wei Fan, come with me. Let us venture to the market to sell some goods and procure supplies, Scar called out, noticing Wei Fan amusing himself by toying with an ant using a straw. Excited at the prospect of going out, Wei Fan had long wished to explore this unfamiliar world, but he tossed the straw aside and blew a puff of air at the ants, sending them into a dizzying confusion. What shall we sell? Wei Fan inquired. Some monster materials, Scar replied. Our funds are dwindling. The chieftain spent most of our remaining coins yesterday to uphold appearances. How can that be? Has our band accumulated so little over the years? Wei Fan questioned, perplexed. With over 100 mouths to feed, we mainly survive by robbing passing merchants, and the chieftain allocated most of the funds to those who chose not to accompany us. We have little savings left, Scar explained. Scar led Wei Fan to the warehouse where all the monster materials were stored, items they had deemed rare during their travels, including hides, claws, and horns. Scar organized the materials by category and grade for easier sale. After a short while, both Scar and Wei Fan departed the courtyard, each carrying several large bundles. That in the market of Qingtai Town, vendors clamored on all sides, selling and purchasing monster materials, the air filled with lively shouts. The streets bustled with people, many armed with weapons. Some merchants approached Scar and Wei Fan, noticing their heavy loads. Are you two here to sell monster materials? You've encountered a stroke of luck in meeting me. I assure you a satisfactory price. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Huang Lang, known to many as the Weasel. Would you care to discuss this at the tea house nearby? Huang Lang proposed. Scar and Wei Fan exchanged glances, and Wei Fan nodded slightly. I am Scar, and this is Wei Fan. That we are willing to converse, Scar replied. Excellent. Thank you for your trust. Please, follow me, Huang Lang said, leading them to a tea house. Is there a quiet private room available? Huang Lang inquired of the innkeeper. Ah. Huang Lang, another business opportunity. The second private room upstairs is vacant. Xiao Wu, please escort our guests up, the innkeeper replied. The trio ascended to the second floor, where Xiao Wu served them tea before departing. What monster materials do you wish to sell? I am willing to purchase any grade of materials, and my prices are the fairest in Qingtai Town. That if you don't believe me, feel free to inquire anywhere else, Huang Lang assured them. Materials from monster beasts at the transformation realm fetch little value and are the most common. Thus Scar presented these first. Such a substantial quantity of monster materials. Though they are merely ordinary, they can still yield a decent sum, Huang Lang remarked, inspecting each item with diligence. The fur from the rare snow fox, a beast found only deep within the Black Dragon Forest. You are indeed fortunate to have hunted such a valuable creature, Huang Lang exclaimed. Surely, you possess more than just these materials? He inquired, eyeing the unopened bundles Wei Fan carried. Dear brother Huang, do not rush. Let us sell these materials first before discussing others, Scar chuckled. For these monster materials, particularly the snow fox fur, I shall offer 3 large gold coins. The rest, while of lesser value, are numerous. I propose 3 large gold coins for the lot. What say you? Huang Lang offered. Scar, familiar with market prices, recognized Huang Lang's offer as quite generous, surprised at the snow fox fur's worth. As he had anticipated a value of 2.5 gold coins for the materials, that a single large gold coin is equivalent to 10 gold coins. 1 gold coin corresponds to 100 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver is equal to 1,000 copper coins. This delineates the proportional relationship of currency that prevails across the 3 great dynasties. Very well, my brother, I trust you. I shall sell you these materials from the beast, Scarface declared. Here are 6 large gold coins. Please take them for now. Huang Lang handed over 6 coins, each approximately 3 centimeters in diameter, to Scarface. After receiving the large coins, Scarface examined their quality and the official seal, weighing them in his hand. Given Scarface's prowess, he could effortlessly discern the weight of the items. Satisfied with their authenticity, he tucked the coins into his pocket. You place an extraordinary amount of trust in him, Wei Fan mused from the side, though he believed that had he been in Scarface's position, he would likely act similarly. What do you reckon these materials can fetch? Scarface inquired as he unwrapped several large bundles containing a dozen smaller packages. Each small package contained all the materials harvested from a single condensed chi beast. Over the last 10 days in the Black Dragon Forest, they had faced daily ambushes from these beasts, leading to a total of 17 sets of materials. Remarkable! All of them are materials from condensed chi beasts. And there are as many as 17 sets, Huang Lang remarked, licking his lips and cautiously beginning to inspect each material. Wei Fan and Scarface sipped their tea, observing Huang Lang's meticulous examination to ensure he harbored no ulterior motives. Excellent. They are all remarkably intact. I will purchase all these materials, though my current funds are somewhat insufficient, that I shall have Xiao Wu fetch someone to bring me the money. It may require you both to wait a moment, Huang Lang explained. No waities. We are not in a hurry, Scarface replied. That is good to hear. Xiao Wu come? Huang Lang called out. Yes, Xiao Wu responded, entering the room. Please summon old Lu for me, and have him bring some items, Huang Lang instructed him in a low voice. Understood. I shall go now, Xiao Wu replied before departing. Huang Lang personally filled the teacups for Wei Fan and Scarface. I appreciate your patience, gentlemen. This is premium Qing Tai tea, a specialty of our Qing Tai town. Grown in the Qing Tai mines, the tea possesses a unique flavor that lingers delightfully, Huang Lang stated. Indeed, it is delightful, with a sweet taste and a distinct aroma, Wei Fan acknowledged. Since you enjoy it, I shall gift you a pound later, Huang Lang offered with a smile. Given your generous intentions, I shall not decline, Wei Fan responded, smiling back. Chapter 18. Pricing. Just as Wei Fan and Scarface were about to finish the tea in the pot, Xiao Wu returned, accompanied by old Lu, as Huang Lang had mentioned. Old Lu was a slightly plump, middle-aged man, clad in the typical attire of a shopkeeper, carrying a box. Master Huang, everything you requested is contained within this box, old Lu whispered to Huang Lang. Huang Lang opened the box, nodded in approval, and then instructed, You may leave now. Xiao Wu, please fetch another pot of fine Qing Tai tea. Certainly, Xiao Wu replied as he and old Lu exited. Gentlemen, it is time to discuss the price for these beast materials. I have prepared ample funds, Huang Lang announced. Oh, what price can Brother Huang offer? Scarface asked, taking a sip of tea. I assure you that my offer will undoubtedly satisfy you, Huang Lang replied. Your beast materials are remarkably intact, which allows me to elevate the price that I will draft a price list for you. Please review it for any discrepancies, Huang Lang continued, retrieving a pen and a sheet of parchment from the box. Wei Fan and Scarface accepted the list Huang Lang prepared. The list indicated the following prices. Silver Moon Wolf King, 6 large gold coins. Crimson Python, 4 large gold coins. Shadow Spirit Cat, 5 large gold coins. Unicorn Beast, 30 large gold coins. Soul Hoof Beast, 15 large gold coins. The total price for these beast materials amounted to 193 large gold coins. Wei Fan and Scarface felt their breaths quicken, for the sum was indeed substantial. However, they quickly composed themselves. And Huang Lang remained unaware. "Brother Huang, might this price be a touch low? I have placed my trust in you, and was hoping to sell all my future goods to you as well," Scarface remarked, somewhat self-deprecatingly. "Brother, I assure you this price is the highest available in all of Qingtai Town, and no one else can offer you better," Huang Lang asserted. "If you add 20 large gold coins, we can conclude the deal immediately." "What do you say?" Scarface probed tentatively. "That is not feasible, my friend, that I assure you. This truly is the highest price I can offer. If I increase it further, I would incur a loss," Huang Lang replied with a look of helplessness. "Old Huang, could you not raise it a bit more? These materials were acquired through great peril, and many of my brothers lost their lives for them, that I must provide for their families. What if you add 15 large gold coins?" Scarface suggested. "I can stretch it to a maximum of 10 additional large gold coins. I understand the dangers of your line of work, and I would never cheat you." Huang Lang hesitated slightly before stating that Scarface's expression wavered. "Let me confer with Brother Wei Fan. Wei Fan, should we accept Brother Huang's price?" "This is material we risked our lives to procure," Scarface asked directly in front of Huang Lang. Wei Fan noticed Scarface signaling him beneath the table, urging him to agree. Brother Huang is a man of his word and would never deceive us. I trust him completely with the materials we obtained through blood and sweat," Wei Fan replied. "Well said. Brother Wei truly understands me," Huang Lang responded warmly. "This amounts to 153 large gold coins. And my cash reserves are dwindling, that I also possess a deed to a property, which could fetch at least 50 large gold coins. What do you think, brothers?" Huang Lang proposed. "Oh, how large is the property? What is its location?" Scarface inquired, intrigued, for accommodating 40 to 50 people in their current hideout was hardly sustainable. Moreover, with the newfound wealth, acquiring a house had become a necessity. "This property spans 5 acres. Situated just east of the city, with convenient access in a tranquil environment, it is fully furnished, as it belongs to an old friend who is relocating from Qingtai Town, and he entrusted me with its sale," Huang Lang explained. "That seems a bit steep. Could you lower the price?" Scarface queried. "Alas, my dear brother, the property is not mine. Were it under my ownership, I would certainly offer you a discount, but it is my friend's, and I have no authority to negotiate," Huang Lang lamented. "Very well, I shall not press you further. Let us proceed as is," Scarface conceded. Soon, the deed was exchanged, and 153 large gold coins were in Scarface's possession. "Might I inquire if you have any other beast materials that require disposal?" Huang Lang asked, eyeing the 2 unopened packages that Scarface and Wei Fan carried. "These contain some items we have procured. We have already sold you our beast materials, and unless there is anything else, we shall take our leave," Scarface replied. "Very well. Oh, and I promise to gift this young brother a pound of Qingtai tea. Let us head down together, and I will have the shopkeeper prepare it for you," Huang Lang smiled. "Agreed. Let us go," Scarface said, leading the way out of the private room. The 3 descended the stairs together, and the shopkeeper prepared a pound of premium Qingtai tea, which Wei Fan carried as he departed alongside Scarface. "Master Huang, what profits have you made to be so generous as to give away a pound of fine Qingtai tea?" the shopkeeper inquired. "At least this much," Huang Lang replied, holding up 2 fingers with a smile. "2 large gold coins?" the shopkeeper exclaimed. Taken aback. "Too stingy. It should be at least 20, Huang Lang quipped before leaving the tea house. As Scarface and Wei Fan walked through the bustling streets, Wei Fan asked, "Why not sell the materials from the condensed and beasts? We must keep our wealth concealed. Today, we have already revealed too much that if we were to present the materials from the condensed and beasts, it could invite unnecessary trouble. This sum is sufficient for our needs," Scarface explained. "Let us return and relocate everyone to the new dwelling," Scarface concluded. "Agreed," Wei Fan nodded. After returning and informing the others, excitement filled the air. Having arrived in Qingtai Town just the day before, they now possessed a permanent residence, bringing a sense of security to all. The entrance of the house featured 2 large stone lions, exuding an imposing aura. The estate, though tended by only 2 maidservants, was impeccably clean. Each member of the hideout received a room, and discussions ensued regarding an appropriate name for the residence. Ultimately, they decided to honor Tang Yin's surname, renaming it the Tang Manor. Gradually, everyone settled in. "When shall you commence the forging of the weapons you promised me?" Scarface inquired of Wei Fan. "First, we must prepare the necessary blacksmithing tools. Moreover, I do not intend to craft just one weapon. I aim to produce a considerable quantity to ensure our self-defense capabilities," Wei Fan replied. "A considerable quantity? How many do you intend to forge?" Scarface asked. "To start, I plan to craft several dozen, and these will merely be the most basic models that I possess designs for several more formidable weapons as well," Wei Fan stated. "However, our most pressing need is for a blacksmith. We are severely lacking in that regard." "I have reservations about recruiting a blacksmith from outside," Scarface remarked. Wei Fan remarked, "We can only cultivate from among our own. Let us purchase a batch of blacksmithing tools. Anyone interested may learn the art of forging under Master Wang." Scarface responded, "It seems we have no other choice. You gather a few individuals to procure the tools that I need time to sketch the models of what I intend to create. Please, for these next few days, do not allow anyone to disturb me," Wei Fan stated, as he sought to illustrate the construction of weapons, a task that required him to constantly recall and refine his memories. "Understood," Scarface nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 19. Condensing Chi for the past 2 days. Aside from meals, Wei Fan immersed himself in organizing the structural drawings of various firearms, tirelessly adjusting their dimensions and proportions to at last. He had sketched the designs for 3 types of weaponry. The first was the handgun he had previously crafted, having destroyed the original blueprints. He was forced to redraw them. The second was a simple yet powerful rifle, easy to manufacture and ideal for mass production. The third was a machine gun, the most time-consuming of the 3. It took him an entire day to complete the drawing. But the effort would be worthwhile if he could bring it to fruition. Additionally, he illustrated the structural principles of grenades, which he deemed a formidable yet simple weapon, essential for both home and travel. Stepping outside after days of confinement, Wei Fan squinted against the sunlight, momentarily blinded. "Where has everyone gone?" he pondered, searching several rooms without encountering a soul. The sound of metal clashing echoed in his ears as he made his way toward the western side of the courtyard, the clanging growing louder with each step. Upon reaching the back courtyard of the Tang residence, he discovered 7 forging stations, each ablaze with glowing coal. In the center stood Master Wang, tirelessly hammering a piece of iron. Surrounded by a circle of onlookers, occasionally, Master Wang would share insights about blacksmithing while continuing his rhythmic strikes on the metal. Wei Fan joined the gathering, as the others attentively listened to Master Wang's instruction. Oblivious to his arrival, the blacksmith's strikes were methodical, each blow delivered with consistent timing and force, producing a melodious clang that resonated beautifully. Under his relentless hammering, the metal began to morph, and after countless blows, a shapeless mass gradually transformed into the likeness of a small dagger. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Master Wang ceased his strikes. "All right, everyone has watched and listened long enough. Now it's your turn to try your hand at it," he announced. Only then did Master Wang notice Wei Fan standing nearby. "Wei Fan, would you like to give it a try? I sense you possess a natural talent," he inquired. "Is that permissible?" "I have only gleaned a little knowledge about blacksmithing from your teachings," Wei Fan replied. "No worries. When I first began, it took me a long time just to grip the hammer properly. You can practice. Your control should be far superior to mine," Master Wang encouraged. Intrigued, Wei Fan had never engaged in such traditional blacksmithing methods back on Earth. Eager to try his hand, he replied, "Very well, I shall give it a go." Approaching the forging station, he grasped the heavy hammer, its handle surprisingly cool to the touch, seemingly crafted from an unknown material. Extracting a glowing red-hot piece of iron from the flames required careful handling with tongs to prevent it from being flung away during the hammering process. Wei Fan struck the iron block with all his might, sparks flying as it flattened beneath his blows. "You reapplying too much force. It should be lighter. When you strike, you should feel comfortable, not exerting all your strength," Master Wang advised, noting that Wei Fan's previous blow had nearly deformed the hammer's handle. "Understood. Let me try again," Wei Fan replied. Let us switch to a different hammer," Master Wang suggested, handing him a new one. Taking the fresh hammer, Wei Fan began to strike the iron block gently, varying his force. Gradually, he discovered a rhythm, his movements becoming more fluid. Impurities within the iron were expertly hammered out, captivating the audience with the aesthetic beauty of his craftsmanship. After an hour of relentless effort, Wei Fan paused. Closing his eyes, the iron block was now reduced to approximately 90% of its original size, that he felt as if a barrier within him had been shattered, that a gentle breeze suddenly swirled around him, growing stronger and causing the branches in the courtyard to rustle, while the flames in the forge blazed brighter. That moment, Tang Yin entered the courtyard, recognizing the signs of Wei Fan's impending breakthrough. She quickly ushered everyone away to avoid disturbing him. Within Wei Fan's dantian, the sea of qi churned restlessly as miniature spirit beasts scampered about in a frenzy. The qi began to mist and disperse above, forming exquisite golden clouds. The tiny beasts frolicked among the clouds, occasionally transforming into droplets of rain that would fall back into the sea, while the internal energy gradually transformed into clouds, creating an inexplicable harmony. Is this the realm of qi condensation? Wei Fan opened his eyes, feeling the flow of energy within his palms, a manifestation of his internal power being externalized. The ocean transformation realm requires the accumulation of sufficient qi, allowing one's internal energy to swell like a vast ocean. Qi condensation marks the beginning of learning to control one's internal energy, enabling it to flow not only within but also outside the body, thereby influencing the external world, in the ocean transformation realm. One merely possesses greater strength than an average person. However, upon achieving qi condensation, one gains enhanced strength and resilience, along with the ability to perform feats such as running up walls and utilizing spiritual techniques. With a gentle leap, Wei Fan found himself atop the roof. I must now be considered a formidable martial artist. This must be what lightness skill feels like, having long admired the tales of agile heroes who could traverse rooftops. He finally experienced this exhilarating ability himself. Excitedly, he bounded across the rooftops of the courtyard. Tang Yin, look at me. I can fly. I can actually fly, he exclaimed, sharing his joy with everyone he encountered. Wow, brother Wei Fan. You amazing, exclaimed Haiming, who, before she could even speak, found herself swept up in the excitement. Brother Wei Fan, take me flying for a while, she pleaded, chasing after him. Just let me play a bit longer, Wei Fan replied, hesitant to take her along, having nearly fallen off the roof several times himself. Brother Wei Fan, you're so stingy, Humph. Haiming pouted in frustration. I am not stingy. I'll come down and catch you, Wei Fan declared. Leaping off the roof to catch her, he scooped her up and soared back up to the rooftop. Aren't I impressive, he boasted. Brother Wei Fan, you're incredible, Haiming exclaimed as they frolicked about on the rooftop. Chapter 20. The evolution of miniature spirit beasts. Wei Fan enjoyed the breeze atop the rooftop with Haiming. After an hour, he finally said, Enough playing. I have matters to attend to, and I'm quite exhausted, he set Haiming down, rubbing his temples in resignation. Haiming, seemingly brimming with energy, showed no signs of fatigue despite their lengthy play session, while Wei Fan felt his own internal energy nearly depleted. What could be more important? Just fly a little longer. If you're tired, I can give you a back rub, and I promise to be very gentle, she teased playfully. Perhaps another time. I must take my leave, Wei Fan replied, hastily escaping at the mention of a back rub. He recalled the last time she had offered her assistance, nearly knocking him unconscious with her unexpected strength. Humph. Haiming pouted, watching Wei Fan dart away. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she contemplated her next scheme to cause mischief. Just an hour prior, while Wei Fan was reveling in his aerial exploits, Long Quang had informed him that he was now capable of cultivating the higher tiers of the 10,000 beast technique, allowing him to merge his miniature spirit beasts. However, with Haiming's persistent company, he had to suppress his eagerness to return to training and played with her for an hour. Long Quang, you mentioned that I can merge the miniature spirit beasts within me. How should I proceed? Wei Fan pondered internally. Suddenly, from within his dantian, a small golden dragon emerged from the sea of qi, its large eyes impossibly endearing. Simply continue cultivating the 10,000 beasts technique. All the secrets lie within those few illustrations. During the ocean transformation realm, Your spiritual perception was limited, but now you can perceive much more. Long Quang, in the form of the little golden dragon, yawned lazily, appearing as though it had just awakened. "What are you doing in my Dantian?" Wei Fan was more concerned about the adorable creature's presence within him than the implications of its existence. "You have only just reached the realm of qi condensation, and your bloodline beast is evenly dispersed throughout every corner of your body. That in contrast, I have fused with my bloodline beast, allowing me to manifest in any part of your being," Dragon Quang stated with conviction. "Any part?" Wei Fan involuntarily glanced downward. Dragon Quang, perceiving Wei Fan's thoughts, transformed from an initially adorable figure into one that radiated indignation, making him even more endearing. His golden head turned black in fury, emitting a cloud of dark smoke. "Do not worry. I have no intention of intruding upon that particular area of your body. So rest assured." Dragon Quang pronounced each word with emphasis before diving into the ocean of qi, leaving Wei Fan's calls unanswered. "Dragon Quang, you truly possess a petty temperament. You seize communication over a mere jest. I had hoped to have you at my feet, to hasten my escape when the time comes. Such a miserly dragon," Wei Fan grumbled, scratching his nose in dissatisfaction. "I am Dragon Quang, not miserly dragon," came the retort as Dragon Quang peeked out from the Qi Sea. Meanwhile, Wei Fan felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach and hastily made his way to the restroom. That it was not until an hour later that he emerged, crawling out with a pale complexion. "Miserly dragon. Indeed a miserly dragon," he muttered. "Do not call me miserly dragon." Dragon Quang emerged once more, as if a sore had been uncovered. "Continue. I am not afraid of you." Wei Fan lay nonchalantly on the ground, having expelled all that burdened him. "Umph." Dragon Quang huffed before retreating into the Qi Sea, falling silent. Observing Dragon Quang's indifference, Wei Fan rose from the ground and ventured into the kitchen, requesting some porridge, which he consumed to regain a modicum of strength. Returning to his room, he hung a sign reading "Do Not Disturb" on the door and locked it, settling down comfortably on his bed. There was no way he could allow the troublesome hymning to disrupt his cultivation at such a crucial juncture. Wei Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, concentrating all his thoughts on the first image that filled his mind, that he dared not gaze too broadly at once, instead focusing on the range he had previously examined, gradually expanding it bit by bit to discover the limits of his ability. When the area he observed doubled, he found it increasingly difficult to bear. Wei Fan concentrated his attention, beginning to comprehend the information contained within. He discovered that even within the same pattern, the information conveyed varied with changes in the observed range. The influx of information surged alongside the expansion of the area, exhibiting an exponential growth trend. Countless pieces of information flooded into Wei Fan's mind, and he felt as if he had transformed into a primordial behemoth, engaged in relentless combat. The essence of all things is spirit, transforming spirit into qi, gathering qi into spirit. The words resonated within him, and the 16 characters unknowingly took root in his heart. Gathering qi into spirit, spirit, qi, Wei Fan murmured incessantly, fixated on the concepts of spirit and qi. 7 hours later, realization dawned upon him. "So that's it. You understand no? Wei Fan proclaimed shamelessly. Dragon Quang emerged from the Qi Sea, contemplating a rebuttal but finding himself at a loss, for Wei Fan's talent was indeed unparalleled in his experience. Thus, Dragon Quang retreated into silence once more. "Now, to deal with those disobedient little beasties," Wei Fan said excitedly. These little creatures had consistently taken advantage of his slumber to clandestinely absorb his cultivated inner power, and he had long since devised a plan to confront them. Controlling the inner power within his Dantian, Wei Fan transformed it into a diminutive figure resembling himself. The little beasts within his Dantian watched curiously. "Which 2 little beasts should I fuse first?" Wei Fan pondered, surveying the 9 little creatures. "Let us begin with the 2 most unruly." The small figure of Wei Fan extended its hand, and a white ribbon shot forth, ensnaring a bear cub and a 6-winged dragon hawk. They struggled futilely against their bonds, while the diminutive Wei Fan grinned mischievously, gradually approaching the 2 captured beasts. The other little creatures, frightened, retreated into the clouds, peering out with wide eyes. Wei Fan chanted incantations. As the Qi Sea churned violently, producing towering waves, that a massive surge of inner power enveloped the bear cub and the hawk, rolling and tumbling, accompanied by their desperate cries. The distant little beasts trembled in fear. Burying their heads in the clouds, the cries subsided, replaced by a strange sound as an unusual beast emerged that it bore 2 pairs of wings and muscular limbs, its body adorned with feathers, its bear-like head featuring hawk-like piercing eyes. Its lower limbs resembled thick bear paws, while its upper limbs sported sharp eagle talons. The Wei Fan harnessed its power. He felt not only a significant boost in strength, but also a remarkable increase in speed, coupled with newfound agility. It has indeed succeeded. Haha, though a bit unsightly, that is of no consequence. Wei Fan chuckled, casting his gaze toward the other little beasts, upon noticing Wei Fan's attention directed at them. The little creatures scattered in panic. Chapter 21. The Armory. Wei Fan continued to fuse the beasts within him, achieving a total of 3 fusions before attempting a 4th, which ended in failure. It seemed that for some unknown reason, he was unable to continue, and when he sought to inquire of Dragon Quang, he found his consciousness ignored. Thus, Wei Fan abandoned his plans for further fusions. Now, only 3 peculiar little beasts remained in his dantian, each formed from the fusion of 3 smaller beasts. Wei Fan carefully considered their characteristics before proceeding with the amalgamation, ensuring they would adapt to various combat scenarios. These newly formed little beasts, akin to newborn entities, transitioned from curiosity to playfulness, frolicking together within the confines of his dantian. That a knock resounded at the door, prompting Wei Fan to rise and open it. "Shu, what brings you here?" Wei Fan inquired. "Brother Wei, the village chief has summoned everyone to the Listening Wind Hall," Shu replied. "Understood." Wei Fan nodded. "Then I'll go call the others. See you shortly." With that, Shu departed. "I wonder what the matter could be that warrants gathering everyone," Wei Fan mused, shaking his head as he made his way to the Listening Wind Hall. Upon arriving, he found that most had already assembled. "Wei Fan, come here and take a seat." Dao Ba called him over. "Is it appropriate for me to sit here?" Wei Fan hesitated as Dao Ba gestured for him to occupy the first position to the left of Tang Yin. "What is inappropriate about it? In terms of strength, you now surpass me, and in terms of merit, whose achievements could rival yours? If you do not take this seat, who would dare?" Dao Ba insisted. "Wei Fan, just take your seat. Everyone will be here soon," Tang Yin encouraged. Reluctantly, Wei Fan complied. Within the Listening Wind Hall, only 3 seats remained, occupied by Tang Yin, Wei Fan, and Dao Ba, while the others stood below. All 48 members from the mountain stronghold had gathered, and Heiming had come to join the fray as well. "Since everyone is present, I am sure you are all curious as to why I called you here. There are no outsiders in the Listening Wind Hall. I will speak plainly," Tang Yin announced, rising from her seat. "Our mountain stronghold is, in truth, on the brink of collapse. To survive in the Great Zhou dynasty, we must develop a means of generating income. Therefore, Dao Ba and I have conferred and decided to establish a commercial enterprise, leveraging the thriving trade of Qingtai Town to our advantage." Tang Yin addressed the assembly, then signaled Dao Ba to step forward. Dao Ba approached as Tang Yin resumed her seat. "Regarding the management of the newly established merchant association, we shall discuss that later, but we have already profited handsomely from the sale of beast materials, and for anyone unwilling to join the association and wishing to leave, I will provide a substantial sum," Dao Ba stated, surveying the crowd. "If anyone wishes to depart, now is the time to step forward. I will not hold it against you." Seeing no one move, he reiterated, "Very well, as no one wishes to leave, I welcome you all to join our merchant association." Dao Ba smiled broadly, and a hint of joy appeared on Tang Yan's face as well. "As for the name of the association, I wonder if anyone has suggestions," Tang Yan inquired. "Let us call it the Black Bone Merchant Association," someone proposed. Another voice countered, "That name won't do. How about the Treasure Trove Merchant Association instead?" The discussion buzzed with enthusiasm, yet yielded no conclusion. "Wei Fan, what do you think would be a fitting name?" Tang Yin turned to him. "We traversed from Blackbone Stronghold through the Black Dragon Forest to arrive at Qingtai Town. How about we name it the Bone Dragon Merchant Association?" Wei Fan suggested. That name is excellent. What does everyone else think? Dao Ba chimed in. Yes. Quite good. Tang Yin nodded. Indeed. Others concurred. Then we shall all be members of the Bone Dragon Merchant Association from now on. Next, let us discuss the division of responsibilities within the association, Dao Ba continued. I nominate Wei Fan as the president of the association, Tang Yin suddenly declared. Rising once more. Me? I cannot possibly take on such a role, and my ambitions lie elsewhere that I had intended to explore once you all were settled, Wei Fan quickly protested. Furthermore, I lack the leadership qualities necessary for this position. It would be far more suitable for you to take on the presidency. Wei Fan spoke with unwavering determination. Tang Yin, observing the earnestness etched upon Wei Fan's face and the resolute tone in his voice, understood that given Wei Fan's innate talent, he would undoubtedly not remain a mere fish in a pond. The quaint Qingtai town would be unable to contain him for long. Very well. But I would like to invite you to be the vice president of the Merchant Association. What do you think? You won't need to do much, merely lend your name, Tang Yin inquired. As a member of the Merchant Association, I must naturally consider its development. Since we are establishing this association, it is imperative that we pursue diversified growth. Wei Fan contemplated for a moment before proposing, why not establish a specialized weapon manufacturing factory? And allow me to serve as the factory director? Excellent. You would indeed make a fitting director for this arms factory. Your multitude of ideas and unique perspective could lead to the design of formidable weaponry at remarkably low costs, Tang Yin responded. Furthermore, I believe everyone would be in agreement. Tang Yin looked at the others. We have no objections, the crowd echoed in unison. Subsequently, discussions ensued regarding the projects to be undertaken, what items to procure, who would be responsible for acquisitions, sales, and various personnel allocations and tasks. Though Wei Fan had never engaged in business on Earth, he had certainly observed its intricacies that he suggested implementing a stock distribution system, wherein all members present at the Merchant Association would receive a proportional share of the association's stocks. Upon hearing this proposal, both Tang Yin and Scar nodded in approval, and the others readily concurred, recognizing the clarity it would provide regarding their potential earnings from the association. Wei Fan shared various sales strategies, such as advertising methods, with Scar, while he himself was determined to focus on his cultivation, that he planned to depart from Qingtai Town once he had stabilized his Qi condensation realm, embarking on a solitary journey throughout the vast Zhou dynasty. Upon arriving at his arms factory, Wei Fan found 6 members present. Wang the blacksmith and 5 apprentices. To his surprise, Tianfeng had chosen to learn blacksmithing from Wang. Wei Fan was astonished when he discovered this. He scribbled the words arms factory in a haphazard manner on a wooden board and hung it at the entrance of the courtyard. Wang the blacksmith is quite busy, Wei Fan remarked as he entered the yard, where Wang was diligently crafting gun parts, sweat glistening on his brow, while the apprentices were engaged in creating simpler components. Ah, the director has arrived. Wang paused, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Wang, I hereby officially appoint you as the vice director. In my absence, you will be responsible for everyone in this arms factory, Wei Fan declared. Me? Is that all right? I only know how to forge. I am not adept at managing people, Wang hesitated. Brother Wei Fan. You've made it here, Tianfeng blushed upon seeing Wei Fan. It's settled then that I have matters to attend to. You all carry on, Wei Fan said, not waiting for Wang to respond before slipping out of the courtyard, leaving behind a bemused Wang and a blushing Tianfeng. Chapter 22. The first batch of weapons. Wei Fan was busy roasting Qing mountain goat with He Ming in the courtyard, while Tang Yin watched from the side. The Qing mountain goat, a unique breed found only on Qingtai Mountain, had grown up feasting on the mountain's tea leaves, under Wei Fan's skilled grilling. The goat transformed into a golden, succulent delicacy, wafting a unique aroma that blended the fragrance of tea with the rich scent of lamb. Wei Fan sprinkled various seasonings over the nearly roasted goat, and instantly, the mingled aromas created an even more tantalizing scent. He Ming's mouth watered profusely, and Tang Yin discreetly wiped her mouth as Wei Fan removed the goat from the grill. He barely had time to react before He Ming and Tang Yin eagerly began to feast. Slow down. Don Ti choke. Leave some for me, Wei Fan cautioned. The meat was perfectly grilled, tender and juicy, with a delightful chewiness that left no greasy residue. This is truly delicious. If you don't become a chef, it would be a tremendous loss, He Ming praised, with Tang Yin nodding in agreement. I am destined for greater things. How could I be burdened by the trivial task of cooking? Wei Fan proclaimed, standing with his head held high at a 45-degree angle. Stop being so vain, He Ming teased, shoving a goat's hoof into Wei Fan's mouth. Delicious, Wei Fan exclaimed as he began to gnaw on the hoof. Just as the three were savoring their feast, Wang the blacksmith entered the courtyard. Wang the blacksmith, here, this is the goat I personally grilled. I have saved the head just for you, Wei Fan said, handing the goat's head to Wang. Wang, holding the head, felt too embarrassed to return it. President, Director, our first batch of weapons has been completed. I have come to invite you to take a look, Wang announced. Completed already? How many weapons have you produced? Wei Fan inquired. Well, why not let the director see for himself? Wang teased. Let us see how many weapons you have crafted and whether anyone has been slacking. And I see you've learned to tease me, Wei Fan replied. I assure you, you will be pleased, Wang smiled. Fantastic. I will finally get a handgun. This is splendid, He Ming exclaimed excitedly. You're still too young. I cannot entrust such a dangerous item to you, Wei Fan replied. Why not? I'm already 16. I can handle it safely, He Ming protested. I said no means no, that I'm leaving, Wei Fan declared, stepping out of the courtyard. The four arrived at the entrance of the arms factory. Who wrote this? The handwriting is atrocious, He Ming laughed, causing even Tang Yin to blush. Feel free to laugh. I am indifferent. I consider my writing to be a divine stroke, a rare masterpiece. It's merely that you lack the appreciation for it, Wei Fan dismissed. Striding into the yard. Truly shameless, He Ming remarked disdainfully. Inside the factory, several apprentices were diligently crafting components. Scar was squatting in a corner smoking. Upon seeing Wei Fan, he quickly stood up. Brother Wei Fan. You've finally arrived, Scar beamed. Director, Scar has been pestering me for days, wanting me to give him a gun early, but without your permission, I could not oblige. Thus, he has been lingering in the factory, Wang explained. Apologies, Brother Scar. Now that our merchant association is established, there are certain rules to follow. I must extend my apologies. Come, let us head to the armory, and you may choose any weapon you desire, Wei Fan offered. Huh, I've been eagerly awaiting your words, Scar laughed. The five entered the armory, revealing 5 large crates alongside piles of components. Wang opened one crate to reveal it filled with handguns. Wei Fan tossed one to Scar, who caught it and caressed it as though it were a beloved woman. Tang Yin and He Ming also picked up one each to examine. Impressive. There are at least 20. Let us open the other crates as well. Wei Fan nodded in satisfaction. Wang opened the remaining 4 crates, revealing a stockpile of weaponry. 1 crate of long guns and submachine guns, 2 crates of grenades, and 1 crate of ammunition. He Ming curiously examined a grenade, preparing to pull the pin, when Wei Fan swiftly intervened. These weapons have not yet been tested. We do not know how many will function, Wang stated. That is fine. We can repair those that do not work. Brother Scar, please gather a few men. We shall venture outside the city to find a place to test them, Wei Fan instructed. I want to go too, He Ming insisted. All right, Tang Yin, you come along as well. I will first teach you how to use these weapons, Wei Fan said. Soon, Scar led a group of over a dozen individuals outside the city with Wei Fan and the others. They found a secluded spot beyond the city walls. I will first demonstrate how to use a grenade, Wei Fan announced. Simply pull the pin and throw it where you wish to cause an explosion. He took out a grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it onto a small hillside. With a resounding explosion, the hillside was flattened, leaving behind a charred, blackened area. The group stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before them. That is akin to a miniature siege cannon. It's incredibly powerful, Scar exclaimed. What immense power, the others murmured in awe. This is so entertaining. I must take one with me whenever I go out that if someone dares to bully me, I'll just toss a grenade at them. He Ming drooled in excitement. Wei Fan was pleased with their reactions. Now, I will teach you how to use a gun. It's quite simple and only requires 4 steps. Wei Fan explained. First, we must load the magazine with ammunition. He demonstrated how to load bullets, allowing them to practice. Good, excellent. Wei Fan noted as they filled their magazines. Next, we chamber a round, aim at the target, and pull the trigger. He swiftly articulated the final 3 steps, aiming at a pair of lovebirds perched on a tree. With a single gunshot, not a bird remained on the branch. That is all I have to teach you. Practice on your own and check if the other guns are operational. Wei Fan remarked as the crowd began to mimic his actions with handguns and rifles. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, He Ming tossed a grenade, the thunderous explosion startling everyone that in an instant, gunfire erupted continuously. The group, experiencing such equipment for the first time, was filled with immense curiosity. Chapter 23. Uncommon crows in the world. Wei Fan watched from the sidelines as the others trained, nearly half a box of ammunition depleted. The surrounding wildlife had long since fled, leaving behind a trail of bullet holes in the trees. Wei Fan tested all the weapons, discovering only 2 submachine guns had some issues that required reworking. Subsequently, they returned to the Tang residence from outside the city. He Ming, having taken a handgun and grenade, no longer clung to Wei Fan, vanishing to boast elsewhere. Leaving Wei Fan feeling somewhat unaccustomed, he shook his head and entered his room. Wei Fan prepared to continue his cultivation, having realized that since he began training, he felt invigorated, as if the world had become clearer. Previously, he had experienced mild nearsightedness, but since his cultivation commenced, that affliction had vanished, along with the previous discomfort in his back and waist. During his training, a unique energy from the cosmos entered his body through his pores, a tingling sensation that, though initially unfamiliar, he gradually came to cherish. As Wei Fan settled into a meditative position, Long Quang emerged from his energy sea. Brother Long, I apologize for my previous transgression. Allow me to make amends, Wei Fan said, quickly forming a miniature version of himself from the energy within that he projected his consciousness into this little Wei Fan, who approached Long Quang to offer a shoulder massage, eager to elevate him to the heavens. After all, Wei Fan sought to extract powerful techniques from him. Although Long Quang claimed to only remember the 10,000 beasts technique, Wei Fan, not being a fool, was reluctant to accept it at face value. Thus he refrained from provoking him. Long Quang cast a sidelong glance at Wei Fan, remaining silent. Wei Fan understood that the dragon was likely too shy to speak. So he inquired, Brother Long, do you have any guidance for me? Since you sincerely seek my counsel, I, being a magnanimous dragon, shall reluctantly offer you some advice, Long Quang replied, stroking his whiskers with his small claws. I am all ears. Brother Long, please enlighten me. Little Wei Fan feigned earnestness. You spend far too little time on cultivation and are overly enamored with external objects, which is detrimental to your practice, Long Quang stated. But my weapons are indeed formidable, Wei Fan contended. Formidable? Perhaps, but they can merely inflict harm upon those at the transformation realm. Even robust shape-shifting beasts can easily withstand the weapons you wield, Long Quang scoffed. That is only because I have yet to forge truly powerful weapons, Wei Fan retorted. I know what you are pondering. That weapon known as a nuclear bomb. However powerful it may be, can it open the gates to the spirit realm? Long Quang questioned. You have never seen it. How can you be so certain it cannot? The nuclear bomb is a weapon capable of obliterating countless lives in an instant. That it is through its power that I traverse from my world. Do you truly believe it cannot open the gates to the spirit realm? Wei Fan challenged. Then release your thoughts and let me probe the specifics of its power, Long Quang instructed. Are you not able to discern my thoughts? Wei Fan asked. I can only perceive your current thoughts. I cannot delve into your memories. However, I have known for some time that you hail from another world, as you often contemplate the wonders of that realm, Long Quang replied. Very well, Wei Fan conceded, releasing his thoughts regarding the nuclear bomb's power, allowing Long Quang to investigate. I must admit, it is indeed powerful. However, external objects are ultimately just that, external. You cannot simply carry a nuclear bomb around and expect to perish alongside others, Long Quang remarked. If your strength were greater, the nuclear bomb could serve more varied purposes in the future, he continued. But I long to cultivate rapidly. Yet the process is exceedingly arduous, that I have only begun my journey a month ago and have already condensed my energy. Which is quite fast, Wei Fan lamented. With your talent, a month should suffice for you to reach the Dan condensation realm. Long Quang expressed his dissatisfaction. Are you jesting? Achieving Dan condensation in a month? That is absurd, Wei Fan exclaimed incredulously. Your perspective is short-sighted that if you remain in this Qingtai town, no matter your talent, it would be a stroke of luck for you to reach the king realm in your lifetime, Long Quang asserted. Talents in the world are as numerous as the carp crossing the river. Far beyond your imagination, that do not assume that talent is everything that I recall when I roamed the world, encountering those with yellow bloodlines who, in equal circumstances, fought against 3 formidable beings of supreme bloodlines, Long Quang reminisced. The crows of the world are not ordinary. Some perish early, while others survive longer. Some crows become beasts, and through hard work, rise to prominence, while others remain obscure. Which kind do you wish to be? What should I do then? Wei Fan inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment. Venture beyond Qingtai town. Explore this world, and seek out various sects for your benefit, Long Quang advised. Join some sects. Are they so easily entered? Wei Fan replied, perplexed. What does that matter? In my youth, I sought knowledge from every renowned sect in this continent, Long Quang boasted. Moreover, at that time, every sect saintess was infatuated with me, yet I was too indifferent to entertain them, Long Quang added. Wei Fan felt a surge of admiration at these words, although a hint of worry lingered. Do not fret. With your talent, provided you are willing, those sects will be eager to recruit you to be. Why then, I shall teach you a few tricks. The sects will feel like your own backyard, Long Quang assured him. I am grateful, Brother Long. Allow me to thank you in advance, Wei Fan smiled. Prepare yourself. We shall depart Qingtai town tomorrow, Long Quang instructed. Tomorrow, so soon? Wei Fan responded reluctantly. On the path of cultivation, a single misstep can lead to many. Do you understand? Long Quang stated. Very well, Wei Fan conceded, feeling a twinge of reluctance at the thought of leaving, that he informed Tang Yin and the others of his imminent departure from Qingtai town. Must you truly leave? Tang Yin asked, a hint of sadness in her voice. I am sorry. I must go, that I have important matters to attend to, though I will miss everyone dearly, Wei Fan replied. In that case, I shall accompany you, He Ming interjected. Absolutely not. It is far too dangerous. I cannot allow you to travel with me. Wei Fan shook his head firmly. No, I will take good care of myself, He Ming insisted. Agree to her. Long Quang's head emerged from the energy sea. Why? Wei Fan pondered internally. Do not question too much. It will not bring you harm, Long Quang concluded, leaving no room for further discussion. Very well, I consent, but you must look after yourself. Should anything happen, I shall not be responsible, Wei Fan relented. Yay! He Ming exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Both Scar and Tang Yin were taken aback that Wei Fan had agreed to let He Ming accompany him on his travels. Chapter 24. Roaming the world with a rifle. Wei Fan was on the brink of departing from the Tang residence, preparing for his journey across the land. This evening marked their final gathering. The group gathered in the courtyard, igniting a bonfire and procuring an array of meats from the market, including both ordinary poultry and the flesh of bizarre beasts. Although they were no longer in the mountain stronghold, their fondness for feasting and drinking by the fire remained unchanged. Surrounded by the warmth of the flames, the faces of the gathering glowed with a vibrant hue. Delicious roasted meat sizzled on the grill, brushed with honey, enhancing its unique aroma. That a basket of freshly washed fruits lay on the ground, their colors appearing even more enticing under the flickering light, the fragrance intoxicating all present. Everyone indulged in hearty drinks and feasts, seizing this opportunity not only to bid farewell to Wei Fan, but also to release the pent-up emotions they had harbored during their escape. Brother Wei, I raise a toast to you. Scar, in gratitude for rescuing us all, Scar declared, downing his drink in one gulp. What are you saying? Had you not saved me back to the stronghold, I would have surely fallen prey to the beasts. This toast is for you, Wei Fan replied, drinking deeply from his cup. Cheers! Let us all drink together. We shall not return until we are drunk. Scar bellowed joyously. That moment. Tang Yin arrived, and to everyone's astonishment, she had adorned herself in a pink dress, departing from her usual style. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, Tang Yan's cheeks flushed, whether from shyness or the heat of the flames. It was unclear. Let us continue drinking, Tang Yin urged, grabbing a jug of wine and taking a hearty swig. Keep drinking, keep drinking. What are you all staring at? Scar laughed, and the group returned to their previous lively atmosphere, drinking and playing games. Among the 40 or so individuals who had come from the stronghold, only 12 were women, with 8 of them single. Following their shared life and death experiences in the Black Dragon Forest, some had developed tender feelings for one another. As the crowd danced around the bonfire, Tang Yin seemed to have made up her mind and approached Wei Fan. Wei Fan, may I request the honor of a dance with you? She bravely uttered. With you? Of course, Wei Fan replied, somewhat taken aback. Yet he quickly consented. The fact that Tang Yin had invited him to dance brought him a quiet joy. They began to sway together. Wei Fan, having never danced before, was initially clumsy, but soon found his rhythm. Wei Fan, I am truly grateful for your courage in saving us all, and for crafting so many weapons, which have afforded us a means of self-protection, Tang Yin whispered softly in his ear. This was the first time Wei Fan had been so close to her, and he could sense the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, a delightful comfort. It was the least I could do, Wei Fan replied. I know that the small town of Qing Tai cannot contain you. You are destined for a grander stage, and I cannot hinder your path, nor hope to keep pace with you, Tang Yin continued. However, I wish that wherever your journey may take you, and whatever challenges you encounter, you will remember that in Qing Tai, there is a place that will always welcome you back home, that I will always be here, awaiting your return. With that, Tang Yin fled as if escaping, leaving Wei Fan standing in a daze. Was that a confession? Wei Fan pondered, feeling an impulsive urge to stay. Lying on the rooftop, he observed the revelry below. Some had succumbed to intoxication while others danced joyously, and a few sang unfamiliar ballads that on earth, Wei Fan had often felt isolated. But here he seemed to grasp the essence of companionship. Shaking his head, he dispelled the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Resolving to think no more, he descended from the rooftop to join the others in their merriment. Tian Feng was engaged in a spirited arm wrestling contest, and remarkably, no one could best her. Wei Fan recognized that Tian Feng held an interest in him, and while he appreciated her tenacity and strength, he realized she was not to his taste. Silently, he wished her well in finding a suitable partner. The group drank until they were thoroughly inebriated, parting ways only at midnight to return to their respective chambers. The following morning, Wei Fan awoke from his slumber. After washing away the remnants of alcohol, he made his way to the arms factory. Hei Ming was busy selecting weapons, her backpack stuffed with grenades. Wei Fan, you've arrived, Wang the blacksmith greeted. I am departing Qing Tai today and need to select some weapons for self-defense, Wei Fan explained. Feel free to choose as you wish. Take as much as you can carry, Wang replied. Wang, once I leave, you will be solely responsible for the factory. This is a significant responsibility, so do not take it lightly, Dadio not overproduce. Just enough for the guild's needs will suffice. Store them safely. Away from open flames to prevent explosions, Wei Fan instructed, as if finalizing his last wishes. Understood? I will be vigilant, Wang assured him. Hei Ming, what do you intend to do with so many grenades? Wei Fan inquired. Their power is immense. And they're quite fun, she responded. You treat grenades as if they were firecrackers, Wei Fan said, shaking his head in exasperation. Firecrackers can be entertaining, but not nearly as much as these, Hei Ming insisted earnestly. I must go. I need to gather my belongings, Wei Fan said as he began selecting his own gear. A submachine gun, an essential weapon for killing. This one is a must, he declared, holding it up. A rifle, equally necessary for taking down distant foes, he added, picking up a rifle and turning to Hei Ming. Here, take one for yourself. He thrust a rifle into her hands. I prefer handguns, she replied. You would look quite formidable wielding a rifle, Wei Fan remarked. Really? Hei Ming asked. Her interest piqued. Indeed, he affirmed earnestly. Then I shall favor the rifle, she said, slinging it over her shoulder. Wei Fan took half a box of ammunition, filling a backpack, and secured several grenades around his waist before grabbing another bag full of grenades. You chastise me. Yet you have amassed quite the collection yourself, He Ming retorted, feigning annoyance. What I have is merely necessary. Yours is for amusement, Wei Fan countered, as though it were self-evident. After bidding farewell to Wang, Wei Fan and He Ming left the factory, armed with rifles. With our rifles in hand, let no one dare to bully us, Wei Fan declared. We shall conquer the world, He Ming replied confidently. Their laughter echoed as they strode toward the Tang residence. As they arrived at the gates of the Tang estate, Tang Yin, Scar, and others awaited their departure. Take care on your journey. I hope you will return often, Tang Yin said. Wei brother, you must visit frequently, or some will surely be heartbroken, Scar added. I assure you, I will return often, Wei Fan responded, patting his chest. Here, a little travel fund for you. The guild is in dire need of funds, so do not dismiss it as insignificant, Scar said, thrusting a bag filled with coins into Wei Fan's hands. Regardless of the amount, it is of little use to me. I am not venturing out for leisure, after all, Wei Fan remarked as he accepted the bag without peering inside, tucking it into his coat. Well then, as the saying goes, parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall not trouble you further with my departure. Farewell, Wei Fan concluded. Farewell, the group echoed. Wei Fan and He Ming, rifles in hand, were reluctant to look back as they quickly exited the Tang estate until they could no longer see Wei Fan's figure. The morning in Qing Tai was as vibrant as ever, with various stalls already bustling with activity. The sounds of haggling and the enticing aromas of food stirred a hunger within. Merchants populated the streets, undeterred by the early hour, upon reaching the city gates. Wei Fan and He Ming found themselves in a long queue to exit. Wei Fan opened the bag of coins, discovering that half of it contained gold coins, at least 60 or 70 pieces, while the remainder consisted of assorted silver coins for practical use. Scar is far too generous, Wei Fan mused, shaking his head. Next, a soldier's voice called. Knowing it was their turn for inspection, Wei Fan took He Ming's hand and stepped forward. What do you have on you? Speak the truth, the soldier demanded, eyeing the unfamiliar items they carried. Ah, my good sir, these are merely toys. They are part of my ancestral craft. This here is merely a mountaineering staff, as my sister and I intend to climb a mountain, Wei Fan explained. What is all this commotion? The captain of the gate guards approached. Sir, their belongings appear suspicious, the soldier reported. My good man, these are just harmless trinkets of my family's tradition. Truly nothing dubious, Wei Fan insisted, discreetly slipping a hefty silver ingot into the captain's hand. After weighing it, the captain said, Move along. There is naught to be suspicious of. It is merely a family trade. Indeed, as the captain says, the soldier agreed. Let us dine together tonight. Thank you, sir. You all may proceed, the soldier instructed. Yes. We shall depart at once, Wei Fan replied. Wei Fan and He Ming exited the city on foot. He Ming skipped along joyfully. By the way, Wei Fan, why not purchase 2 mounts? I can ride either a horse or a land dragon, she suggested. I merely wish to build my endurance. Reading thousands of books pales in comparison to traveling thousands of miles. Walking enriches knowledge, Wei Fan replied. Pfft. Are you unable to ride? He Ming scoffed. Nonsense. I am a proud bearer of a celestial bloodline, destined to be a leading figure in this realm. How could I possibly lack the skill to ride a beast? Wei Fan retorted. Last I saw, you were unceremoniously thrown from a horse, He Ming teased. Wei Fan's face flushed, and he countered defensively. You must have mistaken someone else. Very well, I shall assume I was mistaken. Let us purchase 2 horses at the next inn, and I shall witness your esteemed prowess. Shall we? He Ming grinned slyly. Agreed. Upon reaching the next inn, I shall buy them. I fear nothing, Wei Fan declared, but as they journeyed across the land, Wei Fan encountered an array of flora and fauna he had never seen before. Some plants bore limbs akin to those of animals, waving freely. They would conceal their appendages beneath leaves, only to extend them suddenly to ensnare passing prey. The sight of such a plant hunting for the first time startled Wei Fan. His curiosity piqued, he unearthed one, despite its vigorous resistance. Ultimately, he succeeded in extracting it, watching as it thrashed on the ground, its arms digging into the earth, desperately attempting to replant its roots. Ultimately, Wei Fan relinquished the notion of dissection and spared the life of the plant, for it had demonstrated an extraordinary struggle for existence. Instead, he chose to excavate another plant, severing its roots before it had the chance to resist. This particular plant boasted limbs composed of robust plant fibers, emanating a sweet fragrance. Upon inspection, Wei Fan discovered that it bore no toxicity, and thus he placed it into his satchel for safekeeping. As for the fauna, they were remarkably diverse. The octopus, which he had always associated with the sea, was surprisingly present on land, its powerful tentacles capable of ensnaring foes with great strength. That he also encountered a turtle with 8 legs, which he initially intended to capture for his soup that night, only to find it fleeing faster than a rabbit. As dusk descended, Wei Fan and He Ming sought a spacious area to kindle a fire. Wei Fan chopped some branches from nearby trees and erected a tent. Once the tent was set up, he approached the fire to prepare their evening meal. He retrieved an iron pot, emptied the bullets from it, cleansed it thoroughly, filled it with fresh water, added a bit of jerky, and then included the plant he had harvested earlier. After rinsing it clean, He Ming hunted a delightful little rabbit with her rifle, roasting it to a golden perfection over the flames. Suddenly, the sound of approaching hooves grew ever closer. Wei Fan cautiously grasped his firearm and urged He Ming to ready her weapon. That a troop of riders emerged from the shadows, accompanied by the cries of a young girl. A group of burly, bald men brazenly scrutinized the duo. "You leave all your money behind and hand over that little girl. Then you could be on your way," commanded the foremost brute. "How dare you speak so arrogantly to your elder?" "Wei," retorted Wei Fan, as He Ming feigned fear and hid behind him. "For the sake of such a lovely young girl, I might have spared you, but since you seek your own demise, you shall find yourself in hell." The bald man leered at He Ming with a lewd grin. On their steeds, 5 young girls were bound, appearing fragile and treated like mere goods. Some bore injuries, quietly weeping. "You bunch of perverts!" Wei Fan seethed in a low voice. "Call me a pervert? Yet here you stand, powerless to resist. That I am a master of energy manipulation, and they are all capable fighters. Kill him, and let him die in agony," the bald man bellowed. "It is you who shall perish. He Ming, do not hold back with such depravity. 1 bullet for each," Wei Fan commanded. "Understood," she nodded earnestly. Wei Fan aimed his rifle at the foremost thug. "You think you can threaten me with a mere stick? How laughable," the bald man scoffed. With a resounding bang, Wei Fan's actions spoke louder than words, and the brute fell powerless to the ground. He Ming stepped forward from behind Wei Fan, drawing her pistol and targeting the assailants, each bullet finding its mark with precision. Soon, the gang of bald men had all succumbed to the combined might of Wei Fan and He Ming. Chapter 26. A call to action. Wei Fan lifted the bound girl from the horse and freed her from her restraints. The girls were covered in bruises, with some bearing visible wounds, clearly inflicted by the thuggish men. That He Ming tended to their wounds, applying medicine evenly and bandaging them with clean cloths. These young girls, having endured such terror, resembled frightened rabbits, weeping silently, under He Ming's gentle reassurances. Their distress gradually subsided. That He Ming inquired about their origins and the reason for their capture. One slightly older girl bravely stepped forward to recount their tale. "What is your name?" He Ming asked. "I am Yi Feng," the girl replied. "Where is your home?" Wei Fan queried, pondering how anxious their parents must be for such young children. "We all hail from the same village, Yijia village, not far from here," Yi Feng answered. "Do you know who these men are?" Wei Fan pressed further. "I do not know much, but I have heard the elders speak of recent abductions of underage girls from nearby villages," Yi Feng said with a hint of fear. "Wei Fan, they are so pitiable that we must return them to their village," He Ming exclaimed. "That is precisely my intention," Wei Fan affirmed. "However, let us first have a bite to eat before we depart. It is quite dark and cold, and given their recent trauma, they may not be able to travel. It would be wise for them to rest and eat something first," Wei Fan added. Wei Fan distributed the prepared soup among the girls, who timidly accepted it and began to drink. He and Yi Ming also partook of the soup, and He Ming shared some of the roasted rabbit with the 5 girls. After finishing their soup and nibbling on rabbit meat, the girls' once pale faces regained a healthy flush, their eyes sparkling with the vitality befitting their age. Once Wei Fan packed up the tent and led the horses. He helped the girls mount and began to guide them in the direction they indicated. The night was dark, and they had to remain vigilant against potential beastly ambushes, so their pace was somewhat slow. After nearly an hour, a well-lit village appeared before them. Typically, at this hour, most villages would have extinguished their lights and settled down for the night. Faint cries echoed from within, accompanied by the sounds of chickens crowing and dogs barking. Upon reaching the village entrance, the villagers eyed Wei Fan with suspicion. Yet once they spotted the injured girls, they quickly comprehended the situation. If Wei Fan were a villain, he would never have safely returned the girls or tended to their wounds. Several women rushed forward, embracing the girls and weeping with joy, while the villagers remained cautious of Wei Fan. As is prudent when confronting strangers, the eldest girl explained how Wei Fan had rescued them from the clutches of evil. The villagers warmly invited Wei Fan to enter the village as a gesture of gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my daughter." The parents of one girl knelt before Wei Fan, their clothes stained with blood, some even missing an arm. Clearly, they had fought valiantly for their daughters. Yet as ordinary people, they lacked the means to thwart the abductions. "Please rise." This was merely a small act of kindness. Any person with a conscience would have done the same, Wei Fan replied, assisting them to their feet. Observing their plight, Wei Fan felt a deep admiration for their resolve. Having grown up without parental love, he was profoundly moved by their fierce dedication to their children. The village chief led Wei Fan to the finest dwelling in the village, where villagers offered their best food and drink for Wei Fan and He Ming to enjoy. "It seems we may have to evacuate from here," the chief lamented. "Why? The villains have all been vanquished. What is there to fear?" Wei Fan questioned, perplexed. "That was merely one of their small squads," the chief sighed. "Who are they? What is happening? Why do they abduct the girls from your village?" Wei Fan pressed. "They hail from the nearby Mo Yunjai. Initially, they only targeted merchant caravans for robbery, but a month ago, they began abducting the young girls from our village," the chief revealed. "Not a single girl who has been taken has returned," he lamented. "What of the authorities? Do they not intervene?" Wei Fan inquired. The authorities collude with them. They care not for our lives," the chief responded, his voice tinged with anger. "At least 100 girls from neighboring villages have fallen into their hands," he added. "How many men does this Mo Yunjai have? And what is their strength?" Wei Fan asked. Previously, they numbered around 100, composed of idle rogues and thugs, lacking any real strength. But who knows what has transpired since? They reside atop the highest peak of Mo Yun Mountain, the chief explained. "Understood," Wei Fan acknowledged. "He Ming, let us depart." "Yes," He Ming replied, her mouth full of food. "Benefactor, why not rest here for a night? You can travel as far as possible tomorrow," the chief suggested. "No need. I have matters to attend to," Wei Fan stated. He and He Ming exited the village despite the chief's fervent pleas that He Ming finally swallowed the last of her food. "Wei Fan, what are we going to do?" He Ming inquired. "In the face of such injustice, I must step forward," Wei Fan declared with righteous resolve. "I find that hard to believe," He Ming retorted. "Hey, don't underestimate me. Do I truly seem like someone who wouldn't lend a helping hand?" Wei Fan challenged. "You do not," He Ming replied. "I saved you once. Is this how you repay me?" Wei Fan lamented dramatically, while He Ming regarded him with disdain. "Well, ridding the world of evil is a significant justification, yet I believe there exists another reason. I suspect that the Demon Cloud's stronghold harbors some treasures, capable of transforming a band of idle ruffians into cultivators," Wei Fan remarked. "My journey is not merely for leisure. Encountering such matters necessitates a proactive approach. The extraordinary adventures of protagonists in martial tales often originate from such circumstances," he continued. That makes some sense," He Ming nodded thoughtfully. "What shall we do then?" Wei Fan was in the process of loading bullets into his submachine gun. "Naturally, I shall annihilate them all with my gun," Wei Fan replied matter-of-factly. "To deal with such scum, This is the greatest mercy one can bestow upon them. After filling his gun with ammunition, he exclaimed, "Ha ha! The heralds of justice, Wei Fan and He Ming, shall set forth." Wei Fan mounted his horse, which jolted so violently that he nearly fell off. Fortunately, he clung tightly to the horse's neck, avoiding embarrassment, that he commanded the steed forward towards the demon cloud stronghold, with He Ming following closely on another horse. Chapter 27. The heart-devouring banner of 10,000 demons. Wei Fan and He Ming arrived at the foot of Demon Cloud Mountain. The path was rather narrow, with stables at the base dedicated to the care of horses. Overseen by designated guards. Before the guards could react, Wei Fan swiftly ended their lives with 2 shots. Those who could slay hundreds of innocent maidens deserved no mercy. Tying their horse to the stable, he and He Ming proceeded toward the stronghold. Demon Cloud Mountain emanated an eerie aura, as if countless vengeful spirits lingered about, instilling a sense of inexplicable chill in both Wei Fan and He Ming. The path appeared particularly dark, and despite Wei Fan's experience traversing night trails at Blackbone's stronghold, the brightness of the moon did not render the path so foreboding amidst the relatively short trees. The mountain was eerily silent, resembling a desolate graveyard. It was summer, yet not a single insect could be heard. Only profound stillness enveloped the mountain. The two felt a twinge of fear as they walked along this path, with He Ming clutching Wei Fan's arm with one hand while brandishing a handgun in the other. "Wei Fan, do you not find the moon to be rather red tonight?" he inquired. "Indeed. How could the moon have turned red? I just observed it moments ago, and it was of its usual hue." He Ming replied, equally perplexed. The moon, which should have been luminous, now appeared shrouded in a veil of crimson mist, casting an enigmatic pall over the demon cloud stronghold. Cautiously, they advanced toward the stronghold. Inside a secret chamber of the stronghold, a crimson-robed elder remarked, "2 little mice have slipped in, yet they are merely at the chi condensation stage. Let them be dealt with." He cackled malevolently, forming numerous hand seals. Surrounding him were countless vengeful spirits, enshrouded in dark smoke, their expressions twisted with hatred and rage, clearly having suffered grievous harm before their demise. Emitting piercing, mournful cries, the spirits fixed their gazes upon the elder, as if wishing to rend him apart, yet they seemed paralyzed by fear. Under the elder's control, the spirits were rendered utterly helpless, drawn into a pitch-black banner. Upon reaching the entrance of the stronghold, Wei Fan and He Ming found the inhabitants gathered around a bonfire, drinking merrily, with not a single patrol in sight. In front of the stronghold, several maidens were bound to wooden stakes, their bodies bearing faint traces of blood, a clear indication of inhuman torment. "These beasts," Wei Fan muttered angrily. "What shall we do?" He Ming asked. "What else can we do? To confront these soulless fiends, we can only unleash my submachine gun upon them," Wei Fan declared. He checked that his gun was fully loaded, prepared 2 spare magazines, and charged forth. The bandits of the Demon Cloud stronghold were caught unawares as Wei Fan squeezed the trigger, the crimson flames at the gun's muzzle shining brightly in the night. Each gunshot was accompanied by the collapse of a bandit, and at that moment, the gunfire echoed like a demonic requiem, casting a pall of terror over all present. Previously, they had been the nightmares of the village girls. Now, they were receiving their just desserts. "Enemies!" someone shouted, and the timid began to seek refuge, while the reckless charged at Wei Fan, seeking to cleave him in two. However, under the overwhelming firepower of Wei Fan's submachine gun, none could come near him. Even those who attempted to close the distance were swiftly dispatched by He Ming's handgun. In no time, all within the stronghold lay lifeless, devoid of breath. Wei Fan and He Ming freed the maidens bound to the stakes. Their lips were parched and cracked, evidently deprived of water for an extended period. Wei Fan and He Ming shared their provisions of water and food with the girls, who devoured them ravenously without a moment to express gratitude. Wei Fan, still wielding his submachine gun, cautiously searched for any remaining foes or treasures. However, he only discovered some ordinary currency and no valuables. After thoroughly searching the stronghold, his attention was drawn to a stone house at the rear of the mountain. He retrieved a grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it toward the stone house's entrance. With a thunderous explosion, the stone structure collapsed, The crimson-robed elder, who had been condensing the souls of maidens within, leaped from the window just before the blast, yet was still knocked back, spitting blood from the shockwave. Boy, it seems I underestimated you, that I never expected that while I was focused on condensing souls, you would eliminate these minions and even injure me, the elder stated. Clearly, you are the one orchestrating the abduction and murder of these maidens. Wei Fan glared at the elder. Indeed, that was my doing. I commanded them to abduct the girls, to torment and humiliate them. Only then can I cultivate the souls I desire, the elder cackled maniacally. Are you not enraged? But what can you do? You are merely a trifling chi condensation fish. If it weren't for your sneak attack, how could you possibly harm me, a master of the transformation stage? The elder derided. This little girl is just perfect to serve as material for my 10,000 demons soul-devouring banner. The elder licked his lips, eyeing He Ming. Clearly, he remained oblivious to the fate of his comrades within the stronghold. Wei Fan understood that there was no point in reasoning with such a person. Further words would only waste breath and expose himself to vulnerabilities. Raising his submachine gun, Wei Fan unleashed a barrage of fire upon the elder. Although the elder was a master of the transformation stage, capable of manifesting a spectral beast form, his beast was primarily adept at soul manipulation, offering him minimal defensive or offensive enhancement. The elder evaded desperately, but amidst Wei Fan's relentless gunfire, there was no escape. 10,000 demons, soul-devouring banner, the elder shouted, wielding the pitch-black banner in an attempt to seize Wei Fan's soul. A chilling, bone-chilling wind swept through the air, causing the surrounding leaves to turn yellow and fall. Wei Fan felt as though his soul was being drawn away, an overwhelming sense of discomfort washing over him. Dragon frenzy appeared in Wei Fan's mind, roaring to fortify his soul. With a mighty shout, Wei Fan quickly regained his clarity. Now fully alert, he continued to riddle the elder with bullets, emptying both magazines. Despite the elder's desperate resistance, he was hit by dozens of rounds. His body left a bloody mess as he collapsed, barely clinging to life. Spare me. I am one of the Holy Land's people. If you kill me. The elder struggled to plead. However, Wei Fan was disinterested in his words. Before the elder could finish, Wei Fan fired a bullet into his forehead, silencing him for good. Holy Land? Bah! With scum like you, it might as well be the land of demons, Wei Fan scoffed. Chapter 28. Scholar Wang Xian. Wei Fan seized the 10,000 demons soul-devouring banner from the crimson-robed elder. Though the elder lay dead, his hand remained tightly clenched around the banner, indicating its profound importance to him. Additionally, Wei Fan discovered a vial of elixir on the elder's person. Dragon Frenzy. Could this elixir be a treasure that enhances one's power? Dragon Frenzy informed Wei Fan. The reason those individuals could cultivate was due to these elixirs. But none who consumed them lived beyond a year. While you would indeed gain strength, your lifespan would be greatly compromised. Ugh, what terrible luck I have to find no treasures, Wei Fan lamented. Nevertheless, exterminating so many evil beings has served as a public service. That is a considerable merit. Wei Fan lifted the 10,000 demons soul-devouring banner. Observing what appeared to be tadpole-like shadows wriggling upon its surface, upon closer inspection, he realized that these swarming entities were none other than the grotesque souls of the deceased. They cried out in low, anguished tones, yearning to escape the banner, and as Wei Fan heard their wails, a wave of dizziness washed over him, threatening to induce nausea. Dragon Frenzy, what exactly is this object? Wei Fan silently inquired of Long Quang. Such a malevolent entity. Had I not suppressed your soul, you would now be naught but an empty shell. Long Quang then continued. It is astonishing that such a thing can be forged. The creation of such a being invites divine retribution. Yet, its formidable power indeed tempts some to succumb to its allure. What is the process of its creation? Wei Fan asked, though he had already formed his own conclusions, unwilling to accept the truth. You already possess the answer within. Why pose the question? Long Quang shook his head, but proceeded to explain. It is crafted from the souls of young maidens. One must first subject them to myriad humiliations, followed by days of starvation. As they approach death, sufficient resentment accumulates, allowing their life essence to be extracted. This essence is then drawn into the 10,000 demons' soul-devouring banner. 1,000 souls, filled with bitterness, become the 10,000 demons, forever barred from reincarnation. No, they are not the demons. The true demon is the one who forges them. They are merely innocent maidens, Wei Fan said, his voice heavy with sorrow. You speak the truth, yet they now exist as fiends, subject to the whims of others, Long Quang replied. Is there a way to free them from the 10,000 demons' soul-devouring banner? Wei Fan inquired. Releasing them is simple. But what of it? They have lost their cognitive faculties. Setting them free would only lead to further harm, transforming them into restless spirits. They cannot be reincarnated, that if you wish to proceed, you need only break the handle of the banner, Long Quang stated. Is there a means to awaken them? To allow them to reincarnate? Wei Fan pressed. If a practitioner of virtuous cultivation or a deeply learned scholar of Confucianism were to intervene, perhaps they could guide them to rebirth. Long Quang contemplated before responding. Alas, Wei Fan sighed, shaking his head. Where could he possibly find such a person? Even if he did, there was no assurance they would be willing to assist him. The rear mountains of the Demon Cloud village were cluttered with the corpses of young maidens, which Wei Fan and He Ming buried. Subsequently, they prepared to escort several maidens back to their village. As they traversed the mountain path of Demon Cloud Mountain, it seemed the ominous aura had diminished significantly since Wei Fan had slaughtered all the inhabitants of the village. The grass along the roadside began to resonate with the chirping of insects, restoring the summer ambience of the mountains. Upon rounding a bend, Wei Fan spotted a young man, dressed like a scholar. Ascending the mountain, he bore a short sword at his waist and was accompanied by a young woman who appeared to be a maid. Wei Fan drew his submachine gun, aiming it at the young man, while He Ming leveled her pistol at the young woman. Who are you? Wei Fan demanded. The young woman attempted to step forward, but was halted by the scholar. I am Wang Xian, merely a scholar. This is my maid, who attends to my daily needs, the scholar introduced himself. Then what brings you to Demon Cloud Mountain? Wei Fan questioned further. I am but passing through, having noticed the pervasive resentment in the air. I inquired among the nearby villagers and learned of a band of brigands wreaking havoc, Wang Xian explained. Though I am not a master, I have reached the qi condensation stage and believe I can handle a few petty thieves. Thus, I ascended the mountain to rid the people of this scourge. With your level of cultivation, you wish to act as a hero. Had we not arrived first, you would likely have become another pile of bones on this mountain, He Ming interjected, but was cut off by Wei Fan. I wonder what proof you possess. I'm not one to trust easily, Wei Fan remarked. I have a pass, Wang Xian said, presenting a small booklet. The cover bore the inscription, Zian Yang Ren. Wang Xian, with numerous seals indicating he had traveled extensively. Very well, I choose to believe you. I hope you do not disappoint me, Wei Fan said, returning the booklet. What could have transpired on the mountain to accumulate such resentment? Wang Xian asked. Wei Fan recounted the general events, omitting the final words of the red-robed elder and certain details, merely stating that a demon cultivator of the qi condensation stage was involved. Such brutality is indeed despicable, Wang Xian exclaimed, filled with indignation. I wonder, can you rescue these souls? Wei Fan asked, noting Wang Xian's scholarly appearance and his perceptiveness regarding the resentment lingering on Demon Cloud Mountain, leading him to believe Wang Xian was well-versed in Confucian practices. I could, but with nearly 10,000 souls, I fear I can only liberate about 1,000 at a time, requiring a day's rest in between. That if you do not mind, perhaps we could travel together, Wang Xian suggested. I am merely wandering without any particular destination, Wei Fan replied. Ah! What a coincidence. I too am traveling without a clear goal. Our meeting is indeed fated, Wang Xian exclaimed. First, rescue a portion of the souls from the 10,000 demons soul-devouring banner, Wei Fan instructed, handing the banner to Wang Xian. Thank you for your trust, Wei Xiong, Wang Xian said as he settled onto the ground, channeling his abundant internal energy into the banner. The souls within cried out in anguish. Gradually, some of the dark resentment dissipated, and a few souls regained their senses, nodding in gratitude to Wei Fan and Wang Xian before embarking on their journey to reincarnation. After a quarter of an hour, Wang Xian's complexion turned pale, sweat soaking his garments. He could no longer continue the purification. His maid offered him a towel to wipe his sweat and helped him to his feet. At that moment, approximately 1,000 souls had been purified and reincarnated. You truly possess a heart of righteousness, Wang Xiong. I am in admiration, Wei Fan remarked. Nay, Wei Xiong, your ability to remain unshaken before such a formidable artifact commands my utmost respect, Wang Xian replied. They descended from Demon Cloud Mountain, returning the maidens to their village, where they received warm gratitude from the villagers that on the 8th day, following their encounter, as Wei Fan and Wang Xian traveled together. They faced a few brazen brigands along the way, all of whom Wei Fan personally dispatched, indulging in the thrill of martial prowess. Wang Xian showed great interest in Wei Fan's firearms, but Wei Fan deflected his curiosity with a claim of family secrets. Wang Xian truly resembled a scholar, stopping to compose poetry at every picturesque scene they encountered. What a magnificent waterfall, he marveled, standing at the edge of a cliff where water cascaded down like a silken ribbon. Nearby stood a 2-story tea house, the ideal vantage point for admiring the waterfall. Wang Xian pulled Wei Fan inside, requesting a window seat that they settled in. Despite the summer heat, a refreshing coolness pervaded the air, making it an exquisite spot for summer respite. Wei Xiong, the beauty of this waterfall is such that failing to compose a poem would be a grave regret, Wang Xian declared. Pray, would you honor me with a poem? Wei Fan replied. Allow me a moment to ponder, Wang Xian said thoughtfully. His maid had already prepared the ink and brush for him. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, deftly inscribing characters on the paper. Silver fish leap 1,000 feet. Wind and thunder roar across the realm. His writing was somewhat erratic, rivaling Wei Fan's own attempts at calligraphy. Wei Fan briefly questioned whether Wang Xian was truly a scholar, as he seemed to revel in crafting verse, despite its lack of finesse. Your poem is truly remarkable. I am utterly in awe, Wei Fan forced himself to exclaim. At least you appreciate my efforts, unlike others who fail to understand me. You are indeed my kindred spirit, Wang Xian replied, urging Wei Fan to compose a poem of his own, despite having attended university on Earth. Wei Fan was woefully unskilled in literary pursuits, let alone poetry. I truly cannot compose poetry, he insisted. Do not be modest, Wei Xiong. Engaging in poetry together is merely for amusement, not a matter of skill, Wang Xian encouraged. Very well, Wei Fan relented, feigning contemplation. A torrent cascades 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way descends from the heavens. He recited the only line about waterfalls he could recall. Splendid. You deceived me into thinking you could not compose poetry. Your verse stands equal to mine, Wang Xian exclaimed. Impressed, Wei Fan could not help but admire Wang Xian's audacity. A fine poem indeed, several literati at the tea house exclaimed, eager to befriend Wei Fan. Gentlemen, allow me to share my own poem, Wang Xian interjected. Unabashed, the literati approached with eager anticipation, expecting to witness a masterpiece. What do you think of the poem I wrote? Is it good? Is it a masterpiece? Wang Xian inquired. It's good, replied the several literati, their expressions awkward, their faces slightly flushed, and it took them a long while to squeeze out a single word of praise. It seems I have gained a few more confidants, Wang Xian said proudly. Thank you all for your compliments, Wei Fan expressed, feeling somewhat shy in the presence of these literati. Brother, you possess such literary talent. I wonder where you hold an official position. One of them asked Wei Fan. I am but a wandering scholar, traveling through mountains and rivers, with no official title, Wei Fan replied. How wonderful it is to roam and enjoy life. Unlike me, who seldom finds time to enjoy a cup of tea in a tea house, an elder remarked. After introducing themselves and getting acquainted, they expressed a desire to share tea and conversation with Wei Fan and his companions. Before Wei Fan could speak, Wang Xian had already agreed. Once they were seated, the original space felt rather cramped. They engaged in lively discussions about poetry and prose, with Wei Fan rarely speaking, while Wang Xian was able to engage in fervent debate. Although Wei Fan lacked deep literary knowledge, the unique cultural insights he had accumulated over the years often evoked admiration from them. The atmosphere among the group was quite jovial. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I'm the proprietor of this tea house," said the owner. "Having heard of the remarkable verses composed by someone present. What brings you here, proprietor?" Wei Fan inquired. "I have a humble request. I hope we may use your exquisite verses as couplets at the entrance of our tea house," the proprietor stated. "That is quite all right," Wei Fan replied nonchalantly. "Thank you. Allow me to treat everyone today. A small gift will follow shortly," the proprietor added. "Understood." Wei Fan nodded in acknowledgement, and the proprietor happily retreated. 5 armed individuals from the martial world ascended the stairs. After ordering a pot of tea, they began to speak loudly. "Alas, the fortune-teller sect is recruiting again. I have taken the exam 3 times already and have yet to succeed," lamented one man with yellow hair. "You have only taken it 3 times? I have taken it 5. Last time I missed passing by just 1 point," a woman in red replied with indignation. The fortune-teller sect, Wei Fan thought, tuning into their conversation. Long Quang had previously informed Wei Fan that it was imperative for him to join the fortune-teller sect for a time, as it held crucial knowledge. The fortune-teller sect is the second largest sect in the Great Zhou dynasty. Admission is not solely based on bloodline talent. One must also pass a rigorous examination. A good examination score could allow even those without noble bloodlines to gain entry. Every year, I attend tutoring classes. This year, the principal privately advised me not to take the exam again. He can arrange for me to work in his tutoring center, said the oldest man, sporting a thick beard. "Alas, I wonder how many will pass the exam in Crescent Moon City this time," the yellow-haired man said. "I heard this year's exam in Crescent Moon City will only admit the top 100 scorers," the woman in red noted. "Still, that number seems daunting. Perhaps there will be over 100,000 candidates this time," the yellow-haired man expressed worryingly. "Blasted. The number of candidates increases every year. If I don't pass again this time, I will heed the principal's advice and work in tutoring, serving as a cautionary tale for others, rather than hunting beasts for tutoring fees," the elder declared. "With only 10 days left, let us prepare well and hope for good fortune," the woman in red suggested. "I have top-secret exam materials. Do you need any?" a young man with a cunning look offered. "Humph. Rat, you might deceive new candidates, but your so-called top-secret questions never come close to the actual exam," the yellow-haired man scoffed. "So, Wei brother, are you interested in entering the fortune-teller sect?" Wang Xian asked, noticing Wei Fan's focused attention on the conversation. "Ha, indeed, I do have such intentions," Wei Fan replied candidly. "Then I wish you success in your endeavors, Wei brother," Wang Xian said. After bidding farewell to the literati, Wei Fan and Wang Xian left the tea house, where the proprietor gifted Wei Fan a packet of fine tea leaves that an old eagle descended from the sky, landing on Wang Xian's shoulder. After reading the letter tied to its leg, Wang Xian remarked, "Wei brother, in 2 days, the souls in the soul-devouring banner will be completely purified that I will have to leave for a while. And I fear I cannot accompany you on your travels any longer. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not keep you," Wei Fan replied. Chapter 30. Crescent Moon City on the evening 2 days later. Wang Xian appeared pale, drenched in sweat. The souls trapped within the soul-devouring banner had all been purified and reincarnated. Wei Fan personally roasted the beast he had hunted and prepared several jars of fine wine to bid farewell to Wang Xian. He crafted a tea-oiled duck using the tea leaves gifted by the tea house owner, which left Wang Xian praising it endlessly. The two conversed and drank late into the night. In a drunken haze, Wang Xian pulled Wei Fan close and said, "Wei brother, you are the first person I have met with whom I can truly share my heart that I wish to forge a brotherhood with you. Do you agree?" This, Wei Fan, slightly tipsy, took a moment to comprehend. Wang Xian's maid hesitated to speak. "Does Wei brother look down upon me? Wang Xian, do you think I am unworthy of being your brother?" Wang Xian retorted, anger flashing in his eyes. "That is not my intention. I wholeheartedly acknowledge you as my brother. Let us formalize our bond here and now," Wei Fan said, also inebriated. Under the moonlight, they raised their cups. "I, Wang Xian Wei Fan, hereby vow to become sworn brothers with Wei Fan, Wang Xian, united in life and death, with heaven as our witness. Should we betray this bond, let thunder strike us." After they finished speaking, they downed their drinks and smashed their cups on the ground. They exchanged smiles and embraced, both having indulged to the point of intoxication, collapsing onto the grass. The moments of reunion are always fleeting. Before dawn, Wang Xian departed with his maid. "My lord, why would you forge a brotherhood with a commoner?" Wang Xian's maid asked, puzzled. "I deemed it worthwhile, hence my decision," Wang Xian replied. "From now on, I shall handle my own affairs without your interference. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand, my lady," the maid responded. "Let us go. There are many matters awaiting my attention," Wang Xian said, his gaze darkening. Wei Fan awoke only after dawn. Hei Ming sat beside him, holding a roasted sweet potato and nibbling slowly. Wei Fan looked around. "Stop searching. He has already left," Hei Ming remarked. "And just like that, I have an additional sworn brother, yet I do not even know what his family does." Wei Fan shook his head. "Let us depart as well. We should head to Crescent Moon City and inquire about the exam rules," Wei Fan suggested. "I haven't tea at breakfast yet. I'm not leaving," Hei Ming replied. Wei Fan had no choice but to prepare breakfast for Hei Ming. After they finished breakfast, they mounted their horses and headed toward Crescent Moon City. By noon, Wei Fan and Hei Ming rested at a relay station near Crescent Moon City, just 10 kilometers from their destination. The relay station was packed with people, most discussing the recruitment of the fortune teller sect. Wei Fan gathered from their conversation that many present were heading to Crescent Moon City to participate in the exam. He also learned that to take the exam, one must purchase a voucher for 1 gold coin. This requirement limited those who merely wished to take a chance, knowing they would likely fail. They would not waste a gold coin, significantly reducing the number of candidates. Nonetheless, the number of examinees remained high over the years, as it was generally not too difficult for those of the transformation realm to earn a gold coin. Thus, most candidates were cultivators, although some ordinary individuals aspired to participate, finding it challenging to earn a gold coin. Of course, those who were confident in their abilities might apply for loans from money houses, as passing the exam would absolve them of repayment. After finishing their meal, Wei Fan and Hei Ming mounted their horses and soon arrived at Crescent Moon City. The city gates towered several meters high. With over 50 guards stationed at the entrance, Wei Fan, burdened with an array of odd items, could not evade a thorough interrogation, and he eventually had to produce a gold coin to gain entry. Inside Crescent Moon City, the streets were teeming with people. Wei Fan and Hei Ming struggled to navigate through the crowd. That a shop near the city gate took advantage of the situation by offering high prices for horses. Reluctantly, Wei Fan sold his horse, which had accompanied him for over 10 days. The inns in Crescent Moon City were already fully booked, leaving Wei Fan unable to find a place to stay. Eventually, he spent a gold coin to secure a room from an innkeeper. The room was worth the gold coin, providing a space for Wei Fan to lay out bedding on the floor. With large windows allowing ample light, situated away from the street and pleasantly quiet, inside the room, Hei Ming hummed a tune, munching on a large chicken leg while lounging on the soft bed. Her short legs dangling over the edge, while Wei Fan could only spread his bedding on the floor beside her. After making up the makeshift bed, Wei Fan said, "Hei Ming, look, I've prepared a place for you to sleep tonight." Hei Ming replied dismissively, "Humph. I would never sleep on the floor. I want to sleep in the bed." Wei Fan chuckled mischievously. "I want to sleep in the bed too. If you have the courage, come up and sleep. I don't mind at all." Hei Ming smiled. Never mind. I won't argue with you. You're still too young. You can sleep in the bed," she ultimately conceded. Wei Fan gazed at the whimsical and spirited Hei Ming, and with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "You are far too young. I am already 16, and in a month's time, I shall turn 17. Hei Ming, visibly annoyed, retorted, for she detested being reminded of her youth. "I intend to explore the city, assess the situation, and procure an entrance permit for the examination. Would you care to accompany me?" Wei Fan inquired. "Absolutely. I wish to indulge in all the culinary delights that Crescent Moon City has to offer," Hei Ming exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the prospect of delicious food. "I feel as though bringing you along is akin to escorting a pig. Utterly inept at everything except for eating," Wei Fan jested. "You are the pig. Wei Fan the great pig," Hei Ming teased, making a comical face. "Let us depart," Wei Fan declared, shouldering his belongings, that he left his handgun in the guest room, but felt uneasy and opted to carry it for safety. Hei Ming tucked her handgun into the holster at her waist and also took a few grenades for easy access. Both of them slung rifles over their shoulders, carefully wrapped in cloth. They exited the inn and strolled along the streets of Crescent Moon City, where advertisements for various tutoring classes and examination materials abounded, momentarily leading Wei Fan to believe he had returned to Earth. Examination Elixir. Consume a bottle before the test for a guaranteed IQ boost of 250. Now only 500 copper coins. First come, first served. Examination materials. My wife's lover at the fortune tellers revealed the real questions. Guaranteed to be authentic. If even one question is incorrect, a full refund is provided. Guaranteed pass. No need to take the test. Simply secure your spot. Limited availability. First come, first served. Professional proxy exam. Only 5 gold coins, with last year's academic genius as the proxy. Wei Fan stifled his impulse to purchase the elixir or the examination materials, as well as the temptation to hire someone to take the exam for him. Dragon mad. How will I escape once I register? Wei Fan pondered internally. I shall teach you a disguise technique, Dragon mad replied, imparting a simple incantation into Wei Fan's mind, which he quickly mastered. Leading Hei Ming to a secluded alley and finding it deserted, he invoked the incantation, altering his appearance to appear slightly darker, elongating his face and increasing his height. Wow! Brother Wei Fan suddenly looks quite handsome, Hei Ming exclaimed in awe. I've always been handsome, Wei Fan declared narcissistically, to which Hei Ming merely rolled her eyes. Will this truly prevent us from being recognized? This incantation seems far too simplistic. Wei Fan expressed his doubts internally. Fear not, you shall not be discovered. Rest assured, I once used this very technique to steal knowledge from the 100 schools, Dragon Mad asserted confidently. Reassured by Dragon Mad's words, Wei Fan strode out with renewed confidence alongside Hei Ming. Chapter 31. The complex examination questions. As Wei Fan and Hei Ming traversed the thoroughfare, he noted that after changing his appearance, he attracted numerous glances. Many women were eager to engage him in conversation, yet he coldly rebuffed them, knowing there was no potential for anything meaningful, especially with Hei Ming, whom he viewed as a burden. By his side, upon arriving at the registration area, they found only 2 counters, both with long lines snaking away, and Wei Fan realized that if he were to queue at the back, it might extend all the way to the city gates. Brother Wei Fan, how long must we wait? Perhaps we should grab a bite to eat? I am rather famished, Hei Ming implored, tugging at his arm. Patience, watch closely. Wei Fan replied with confidence that he spotted a man discreetly enticing people to join the queue. Is there a way to move ahead? Wei Fan inquired. Indeed, but it comes at a price, the man responded, gesturing for Wei Fan to pay. Clearly, where there was profit to be made, scalpers would inevitably emerge. Secure me a place at the front, ideally within 5 minutes, Wei Fan demanded. The cost may be a bit steep. Would 100 taels suffice? Wei Fan replied, exhibiting his financial prowess. That will do, follow me. The man led Wei Fan to the front of one of the lines, whispering to a burly individual within the queue. Wei Fan handed over 100 taels, and the burly man relinquished his spot. Stepping aside 0.3 minutes later, Wei Fan presented a gold coin. The disciple from the fortune tellers asked, Name? I am Wang Xian, Wei Fan replied. Another disciple in the fortune teller's robes recorded Wei Fan's appearance and name onto a piece of jade. The man at the desk handed Wei Fan a slip of paper that read Group D, number 897, indicating his examination position. Next, the man called, complying. Wei Fan took the paper and moved aside. Subsequently, he and Hei Ming embarked on their gastronomic adventure through Crescent Moon City. That evening, after bathing, Hei Ming sauntered past Wei Fan clad in a pink mini-skirt, leaving a delicate fragrance lingering in the air. Initially engrossed in meditation, Wei Fan found his composure faltering, prompting him to abandon his practice and retreat to his bed to sleep. Brother Wei Fan, will you keep me company while I sleep? I am quite scared alone. Hei Ming's voice floated from the bed. Wei Fan buried his head under the covers, contemplating, how could I possibly be interested in such a young girl? Though she is 16, Tang Yin is far more appealing, mature, and beautiful. Soon, Wei Fan's rhythmic snores resonated from beneath the blankets. Hei Ming lay on the bed, propping her chin on her hands, her petite legs swinging restlessly as she gazed out at the bright moon. A trace of loneliness etched on her face. The night passed in silence. Over the ensuing days, Wei Fan either accompanied He Ming on shopping excursions or practiced meditation within the inn, entirely neglecting the impending examination, as he believed Dragon Mad would undoubtedly devise a way for him to pass. Thus, until the day of the examination, Wei Fan remained blissfully unaware of the subjects to be tested. Rising early, he instructed He Ming to remain safely within the inn and not venture outside, that he made his way to the examination venue for Group D, which was brimming with approximately 10,000 candidates entering through 10 entrances simultaneously. Entering via Entrance 1, he swiftly located his assigned seat on the third floor. Surrounding the examination hall were several large mirrors, strategically positioned above. Once all candidates had gathered, an elderly man clad in a blue robe and sporting a goatee entered the room. Any form of cheating is strictly prohibited. Violators will be immediately disqualified, he proclaimed. The elderly man continued. Your actions within the examination hall will be recorded by the reflective mirrors developed by the fortune tellers. Those who are accepted will undergo further scrutiny, so do not harbor any false hopes. With a wave of his hand, a stack of examination papers materialized. With another gesture, the papers appeared before each candidate. You may begin answering the questions now, the elderly man concluded before exiting, leaving a middle-aged man to oversee the proceedings. The blue-robed elder proceeded to the next examination hall, repeating the same instructions, clearly responsible for distributing the papers, ensuring no leakage of questions occurred. Wei Fan picked up his examination paper and began to read. The first question posed was, if you possess only an ordinary short sword and are an average person, how would you confront a beast of the condensation realm? This is far too simple. Indeed. The first question is merely a gift, Wei Fan exclaimed with excitement. Dragon Mad, how should I respond to this question? Wei Fan queried internally. You must complete these questions on your own. I will not assist you, Dragon Mad replied, falling silent despite Wei Fan's frantic calls from within his dantian. Heavens! Wei Fan despaired, for he was entirely oblivious to the format of the entire examination paper. However, he quickly regained his composure and began to answer earnestly. For he believed that given the simplicity of the first question, the overall examination should not be overly arduous. If I were an ordinary person armed with a short sword facing the condensation beast, I would swiftly approach the beast, allowing it to open its maw wide, waiting for the opportune moment to tumble beneath its body, and with the sword, I would slash its belly, causing its entrails to spill forth, leading to its agonizing demise. That I shall name this method the slip and slash. Wei Fan inscribed his most satisfactory answer onto the paper. Turning to the second question, he encountered a perplexing problem. A formation is composed of 81 four-star formations. Among these, 40 employ the Great Celestial Constant algorithm, while the remaining 41 utilize the Minor Celestial Constant algorithm. Please describe how to combine these formations to achieve a stable state, and how much ancient dragon energy must be supplied to the formation at each interval to maintain stability. Wei Fan stared in bewilderment, utterly lost amidst terms like four-star formations, Great Celestial, and Minor Celestial, having never encountered such concepts before. Frantically flipping through the remaining questions, he found himself equally unacquainted with everything presented. Despite his persistent calls, Dragon Mad remained unresponsive, leaving Wei Fan with no choice but to diligently write, I do not know, beneath each question. Upon reaching the final question, he encountered a glimmer of hope. Construct a circular altar with a diameter of 15 meters. Calculate the area of the circular altar, ensuring that precision reaches at least the level of Qua. Hint: you may use the Z-Way universe algorithm or any other method of your choosing. Finally, a question I can tackle, Wei Fan exclaimed tearfully. Although mathematics was not his strong suit, he was confident in calculating the area of a circle. Is it too simplistic to apply the circle area formula directly? Wei Fan mused, considering that this was the only question he could solve. Hence, he should strive to present it in the most sophisticated manner possible. Chapter 32. Qualification. As the examination commenced, there were individuals who, frustrated by the difficulty of the questions, tore their papers to shreds and were promptly expelled by the proctor from the divine calculation sect. Others attempted to surreptitiously glance at their peers' answers, while some resorted to retrieving notes concealed within their undergarments, hoping to cheat. Those caught in such acts were swiftly removed and faced a permanent disqualification from the examination. Wei Fan realized that he had little hope of answering the remaining questions, that he began to recall all the mathematical knowledge he had acquired throughout his life, diligently writing down every method he could remember for calculating the area of a circle. Initially, he employed the method utilizing the value of pi, recalling only 7 decimal places, which he incorporated into his calculations, arriving at a preliminary figure using the simplest approach. Subsequently, he applied a slicing technique, dividing a circle into 10,000 rectangles to ascertain its area. With a full day allotted for the examination, a practitioner at the sea transformation realm could effortlessly endure without sustenance. Wei Fan continued his slicing calculations until the afternoon, eventually yielding a number that was presentable to 8T. This juncture, the once crowded examination hall had dwindled to less than half its original occupants, still persevering in their efforts. Amidst the silence, faint sounds of weeping could be discerned. Examinations are truly tormenting, Wei Fan thought helplessly. What should I write next? He pondered, feeling a sense of ennui, knowing he was only capable of tackling the first and last questions. Perhaps I should attempt the integral method once more, he mused. Wei Fan proceeded to sketch a circle on his test paper, establishing a coordinate system with the circle's center as the origin. That he formulated the equation of the circle and expressed y in terms of x. That, however, after integrating y, he found himself unable to derive a solution. Why didn't I take higher mathematics more seriously back then? Wei Fan lamented inwardly, having written only a single integral formula without successfully deriving the original function. That he rested his head on the desk, feeling a mix of despair as the examination clock ticked down to 2 more hours. Candidates around him began to faint, overwhelmed by the intensity of concentration and anxiety, observing the dwindling numbers in the examination hall. Wei Fan felt increasingly bored. He considered seeking a hint from Long Quang. Yet despite his efforts, Long Quang merely floated lazily in the Qi Sea, ignoring him completely. That I end his boredom. Wei Fan meticulously wrote down the definitions of integration, calculation methods, and derivatives, resolute in his determination not to surrender until the final moment. That he filled the test paper with every thought he could muster, nodding in satisfaction at the sight of the densely written page. Indeed, I am quite capable, he reflected. Finally, the time for the examination concluded, and Wei Fan confidently submitted his paper. Upon returning to the inn, he found He Ming indulging in various desserts at the table. How did your exam go, Brother Wei Fan? He Ming quickly stuffed a pastry into her mouth, gulping down some water before running over to him. Too easy. The questions from the divine calculation sect were hardly challenging. After finishing, I felt no desire to join the sect. With such simplicity, there is little to learn, Wei Fan replied dismissively. Then you'll surely gain admission. Haha, that is wonderful. I heard from the NS patrons that the divine calculation sect offers exquisite delicacies like the ancient 9 treasures. I can hardly contain my drool, He Ming exclaimed, jumping onto the bed in excitement. Whether I get into the divine calculation sect or not is irrelevant to you, Wei Fan retorted. Every entrant can bring one person along. If you don't take me, who will you take? Do you have another woman out there? He Ming said, feigning sadness. I don't intend to enter the divine calculation sect anymore. Let us pack our things and leave Crescent Moon City today, Wei Fan suggested. He knew that staying in Crescent Moon City any longer would risk exposure once the results were released tomorrow. Are you saying that because you fear not being accepted? With nearly 100,000 candidates and only 100 admissions. It is no disgrace if you don't succeed. I won't mock you, He Ming teased. Nonsense, just wait and see. My name will undoubtedly appear on the acceptance list tomorrow, Wei Fan insisted, feigning confidence. Oh, then we shall await tomorrow's results with bated breath, He Ming declared with a sly smile. Long Quang, you must have a way to help me gain entry into the divine calculation sect. Right, just tell me, please, Wei Fan implored inwardly. No such means, Long Quang replied languidly, turning over in the Qi Sea. Wei Fan's expression darkened instantly. Long Quang, can it be that you two cannot solve those questions? Wei Fan inquired. Nonsense. I was the top candidate when I entered the divine calculation sect. How could such simple questions elude me? Long Kwang proclaimed loudly, though a hint of embarrassment crossed his face before he submerged back into the Chi Sea. At the temporary branch of the divine calculation sect in Crescent Moon City, a dozen instructors were busy grading the examinations. The task was rather effortless, as only over 10,000 papers had been submitted. Most candidates having abandoned their efforts midway, and many papers contained answers to merely 2 or 3 questions. The first question revealed numerous candidates writing phrases like, "I'm running away," or even suggesting self-harm. While some described charging into the jaws of a beast, directly entering its stomach to extract its heart, the examiners were unable to contain their laughter. "Everyone, come and take a look at this," one instructor chuckled, prompting several others to gather around. They found a submission detailing a sliding technique. "Haha, with just one slide, I could defeat a Saint Realm beast," one instructor exclaimed, hands on hips, laughing heartily. "Let us see what he wrote next," suggested another instructor, flipping through the pages which all featured the phrase, "I don't know." "As expected," one remarked. "Oh," another exclaimed in surprise. "His final question is completely filled, and the values are very close to the standard answers." With an unprecedented calculation method, the others grew intrigued and gathered to examine Wei Fan's innovative approach to calculating the area of a circle, utilizing integrals and derivatives. Though his results may not be stellar, they simplify the process significantly compared to the methods of the ZY universe, commented a middle-aged man in black. "Truly remarkable. To conceive such a straightforward calculation method for irregular shapes will undoubtedly ease future assessments," a young woman in yellow added. "Should we consider granting him special admission?" His earlier responses were abysmal. "We might struggle to reach a consensus," the middle-aged man in black suggested. "Each special admission reflects upon the honor of the divine calculation sect. If the outside world were to learn of anything less than extraordinary, it could bring shame upon the institution," others cautioned. "Let the higher-ups decide. I will transmit his examination information back to the divine calculation sect," the woman in yellow said gravely, retrieving a token embedded with a blue gemstone from her robes. She infused it with her inner strength, causing it to emit a blue glow as it scanned Wei Fan's paper. Chapter 33. Special Admission Disciple Wang Xian at the headquarters of the Divine Calculation Sect. Within a solemn grand hall, 5 individuals were seated around a circular table, meticulously reviewing documents that an 8-faced mirror on the table occasionally displayed various materials, indicating their sources. These young ones today lack even the most basic judgment. The submissions are all mere pretenses, devoid of any practical value, an irate, slender old man in a blue robe remarked. "Director Wang, do not be vexed. The forgery techniques on these papers are indeed quite sophisticated, and it is only natural that they could not discern them," a short, stout middle-aged man replied with a grin. "They are all merely attempting to be clever, hoping to obtain special admission. It is a foolish dream, and reviewing such submissions is a waste of time," Director Wang stated disdainfully. "Another paper from the Crescent Moon City examination has arrived. I wonder how it fared," a red-haired elder commented. "It is surely another pretentious fool. The chances of producing another Yi Zi are virtually nil," Director Wang remarked lazily. "Not necessarily. Let us examine it together," the red-haired elder urged. "I shall abstain. I'm exhausted and need a moment to rest," Director Wang replied, closing his eyes. Given his strength, it was inconceivable for him to feel fatigued. He merely wished to avoid unnecessary distress. What was written previously is truly amusing. The 4 stifled their laughter as they continued to read. Integrals, derivatives. These concepts are indeed novel. "Director Wang, come quickly. This one possesses genuine substance," the red-haired elder exclaimed. "Really?" Director Wang opened his eyes and approached. Indeed. The proposal is remarkably innovative," he acknowledged, nodding in satisfaction after reviewing the content. "This individual, named Wang Xian, is qualified for admission into the Divine Calculation Sect," Director Wang declared. "Director Wang, you should first examine what he wrote earlier," the middle-aged man suggested. Director Wang leaned forward to scrutinize the earlier responses. "What is this nonsense?" His expression darkened. Shall we grant him a special admission? Inquired the red-haired elder. We may do so, but his foundational knowledge requires reinforcement. Director Wang conceded. Director Wang, that seems inappropriate. His earlier responses were woefully inadequate, and he may not meet the standards of the divine calculation sect. An elderly man with hawk-like eyes rose, his expression dark as he spoke. Humph. Lia Qing, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions to secure a special admission for your nephew into the divine calculation sect. This year's special admission quota is limited to 2, and it has already been filled. I fear your calculations will not come to fruition. Dean Wang remarked with a somewhat unfriendly tone. As long as I, Wang Tong, am here, no one shall attempt to circumvent the rules of the divine calculation sect. He stood up, his piercing gaze sweeping over the other 4 individuals. Humph. The hawk-eyed elder snorted coldly, returning to his seat and closing his eyes. I shall relay the information back now, the red-haired elder said awkwardly. Very well. Dean Wang nodded. In Crescent Moon City, we have received a response. The headquarters has approved the special admission for Wang Xian, the woman in yellow remarked. This was within our expectations, although his earlier performance was rather muddled. The old men of the divine calculation sect would not overlook such talent, the man in black said, as if he had anticipated this outcome, his tone brimming with satisfaction. The group resumed their grading of the examination papers. It was not until dawn the following day that they completed the assessment of all papers. The results would be ranked from highest to lowest scores, and the examination processes of the top 100 would require reevaluation, all of which needed to be completed before noon. After noon, Kuro Ming pulled Wei Fan toward the announcement area. Wei Fan, reluctant, dragged his feet, fully aware that he could not escape this moment, that he could already envision Kuro Ming's mocking expression upon discovering his name absent from the list. Several times, Wei Fan contemplated confessing to Kuro Ming, but his pride insisted he could not give up until the final moment. Those seeking to view the leaderboard were lined up 5 streets back. Kuro Ming and Wei Fan found themselves sipping tea at a tea house outside the 6th Street, waiting for someone to bring them news. Within Crescent Moon City, no one was permitted to fly for any reason without proper authorization. So many people, it's quite bothersome. I could really go for some ancient 9 treasures, Kuro Ming lamented, resting his head on the table. What are ancient 9 treasures? Wei Fan inquired, having heard Kuro Ming mention it twice before. I have no idea. I only heard others say that the ancient 9 treasures surpass all worldly delicacies. Even the emperor would drool 3 feet at their aroma, Kuro Ming replied. Well then, it's quite impressive that something so unknown could make you drool. You truly are a glutton. Wei Fan shook his head in exasperation. The admission list is 10 taels of silver to view. A young man burst from the crowd, holding a parchment filled with names. Instantly, a throng gathered around him, silver coins flying in his direction, leaving Wei Fan and Kuro Ming momentarily stunned. Those who had been accepted into the divine calculation sect laughed maniacally in the streets, kneeling and shedding tears of joy. Meanwhile, those who were not accepted could only weep silently, vowing to return next year. After drinking their fill of tea, the crowd had thinned slightly. Wei Fan and Kuro Ming squeezed through the throng to reach the leaderboard. Scanning from top to bottom and left to right, Wei Fan did not find his name. So it is as expected, he said with a bitter smile. Wow, you're quite impressive. You made it onto the special admission list, Kuro Ming exclaimed. Surprised, the special admission list was written on a separate small board, which Wei Fan had overlooked momentarily. What? Wei Fan turned to look at the special admission list, only to see a single name inscribed. Wang Xian. Group Ding, number 897. Wang Xian, congratulations on your acceptance into the divine calculation sect. Kuro Ming cheered. I told you I would be accepted into the divine calculation sect. It's truly disheartening that you doubted me, Wei Fan proclaimed, brimming with confidence. I admit my mistake. We can finally go to the divine calculation sect and enjoy the ancient 9 treasures, Kuro Ming exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. All right, let us head back and pack our things. We must depart for the divine calculation sect this evening, Wei Fan instructed. Back at the inn, Wei Fan packed his pistol, rifle, submachine gun, grenades, and ammunition into his satchel, ensuring nothing was forgotten. From now on, refer to me as Wang Xian. Understood. Wei Fan reminded Kuro Ming. Understood, Wang Xian, Kuro Ming replied. Dragon, should we alter Kuro Ming's appearance as well? Wei Fan asked with concern. No need, Dragon responded. That evening, Wei Fan and Kuro Ming arrived at the temporary location of the Divine Calculation Sect in Crescent Moon City. Wei Fan presented his admission ticket to the guard, who confirmed it belonged to Wang Xian and allowed them entry. Inside, many individuals were already waiting with their luggage. After a brief wait, the room filled to capacity. I am Huang Ning, a teacher from the Divine Calculation Sect. Please gather your belongings and follow me. The woman with yellow hair introduced herself. Wei Fan and the others followed Huang Ning to the rear courtyard. In the center of the courtyard rested a grand ship with a dragon's head, adorned with intricate engravings, measuring approximately 100 meters in length. The imposing dragon figure alone commanded a sense of pressure as Wei Fan felt a flicker of familiarity. Could this truly be a ship constructed from dragon bones? He pondered, silently inquiring with Dragon. It's merely a vessel made from hybrid dragon bones, Dragon scoffed. Everyone aboard, secure your belongings. We are departing shortly, Huang Ning instructed. Wei Fan and Kuro Ming boarded the ship, where each disciple of the Divine Calculation Sect was assigned a private room. As Kuro Ming was not a disciple, Wei Fan and Kuro Ming were allocated a single room. After stowing their belongings, they made their way to the deck to admire the scenery below. Once everyone was aboard, the ship began to activate. The ship's runes glowed softly, enveloping it in a transparent protective shield that as the vessel lifted off, it suddenly accelerated, causing several individuals on the deck to topple over. Wei Fan quickly grasped the railing, while Kuro Ming clutched at Wei Fan's trousers. What an exhilarating experience! Kuro Ming shouted. Let go of my pants! Wei Fan replied, his face flushed, quickly adjusting himself once the ship stabilized. He glanced around, relieved that no one had noticed. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. The ship soared through the clouds, revealing a breathtaking sea of clouds below, with faint glimpses of rivers and towns on the continent. Flocks of avian beasts soared past the vessel, leaving everyone on deck in awe, as most had never before experienced flight. This is akin to a plane from another world. I had no idea the technology here was so advanced, Wei Fan marveled. Kuro Ming dashed excitedly across the deck. The next morning, before the sun had risen, nearly everyone had gathered on the deck as the sun began to rise, for those about to enter the Divine Calculation Sect. Witnessing the sunrise from the ship symbolized a new beginning. When the sun broke the horizon, the sea of clouds shimmered in dazzling golden light that a mountain peak pierced the clouds, atop which nestled an ornate, ancient palace, perfectly situated at its summit. Below the palace, a vast plaza emerged amidst the clouds. The ship descended onto the plaza, already occupied by several vessels identical to the one Wei Fan boarded, where disciples clad in Divine Calculation Sect attire awaited, while others appeared busy with various tasks, occasional explosions resonating in the AI. As Wei Fan's ship landed, a dozen disciples in the sect's garb rushed over. Good day, Teacher Huang, they greeted respectfully. Huang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Follow them. They will arrange your accommodations, she instructed Wei Fan and the others. Huang Ning continued. Gather here by 3 in the afternoon. You will undergo assessments to determine your class placements. With that, she departed to report to the elders. The disciples welcomed Wei Fan and Kuro Ming warmly, given their status as free labor, and their impressive talent warranted some friendliness. Wei Fan and Kuro Ming were assigned to a small house on the mountainside with only 2 rooms. As Wei Fan and Kuro Ming began to organize their room, a young man with a grim expression, accompanied by 7 or 8 menacing lackeys, kicked in the door to their room. The lackeys glared at Wei Fan menacingly. The young man wore the garb of an outer disciple of the Divine Calculation Sect. Wei Fan was aware that one could attend the sect as an auditor by paying a sufficient fee. Are you Wang Xian? The sullen young man inquired. Humph. Who do you think you are to ask about me? Wei Fan retorted angrily, unwilling to show him any courtesy after he had so rudely kicked in his door. Who am I? I am Li Fei, the nephew of Elder Li Ying, one of the 5 elders of the Divine Calculation Sect. Now do you recognize me? Li Fei stated. I see. What do you want? If there's nothing, kindly leave. I wish to rest, Wei Fan replied dismissively, digging in his nose. It's because of you that I could not become an inner disciple of the divine calculation sect. I could almost drink your blood, flay your skin, and extract your tendons. Li Fei spoke with a menacing expression. Oh, I see now. It turns out to be a talentless individual who attempted to gain entry through backdoor means but failed, reduced to a pitiful wretch, seething with impotent rage in my presence. Wei Fan retorted disdainfully. Were it not for the constraints of the fortune calculation sect, I would have shot you long ago. While I may refrain from acting against you within the confines of the sect, once we step outside, you shall witness my true prowess, Li Fei threatened. Oh dear! I am trembling in fear that if you possess any capability, why not strike me right now? Wei Fan feigned terror. Wait until your demise is imminent. Let us see if you can still utter such bravado, Li Fei sneered. Heh. Wei Fan replied with an equally cold laugh. We shall take our leave, Li Fei declared, departing with several companions from Wei Fan's room. Bah, a waste is a waste, regardless of the setting. Wei Fan scoffed. Li Fei clenched his fists and departed silently from Wei Fan's abode. Initially, Li Fei intended to provoke Wei Fan, knowing he was new to the sect's regulations, hoping to incite a reaction that would allow them to teach Wei Fan a lesson. Within the fortune calculation sect, any disciple striking another was strictly forbidden. Violators faced death. Should someone initiate an attack, the aggrieved party was permitted to retaliate lethally without consequence. Naturally, if there were deep-seated grievances, they could settle matters on the life and death arena. Yet Li Fei was evidently unwilling to risk challenging Wei Fan, unaware of his true strength. Wei Fan had initially planned to shoot Li Fei outright, but after inquiring about the sect's rules with Long Quang, he sought to provoke Li Fei into striking first, allowing him to eliminate Li Fei with a single shot. Even if Li Fei's uncle was the fifth elder of the sect, he would face no repercussions for such an act. Such a pity that Li Fei did not succumb to reckless impulse and make a move against me, Wei Fan lamented. Do not dwell on it. When the opportunity arises, should he dare to pursue, a single shot will suffice to end him. For now, let us seek out the location of the 9 treasures of antiquity within the fortune calculation sect, Kurumi said, wiping drool from the corner of her mouth. Let us proceed to the sect's cafeteria and discover what culinary delights await us, Wei Fan suggested. Yea, let us hurry, Kurumi exclaimed, excitedly clinging to Wei Fan's arm. After perusing the cafeteria, they found only mundane dishes, leaving Kurumi sorely disappointed. Ultimately, with tears in her eyes, she consumed only 5 bowls of rice at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wei Fan and Kurumi made their way toward the ascending cloud platform, the very plaza where they had descended upon arrival. The scenery along the way was breathtaking, vibrant and rare flowers blooming on either side of the path, their delicate fragrances uplifting the spirit. Countless butterflies flitted among the blossoms, while the nearby forest occasionally revealed rare small creatures darting across the path. Accompanied by the faint scent of medicinal herbs that invigorated Wei Fan's internal energy, they ascended. Wei Fan felt enveloped in mist. And indeed, that was the reality. Chapter 35. The fortune calculation sect's preparatory class Wei Fan and Kurumi arrived at the ascending cloud platform while the hour was still early. They wandered leisurely, surrounded by swirling mists, as disciples of the fortune calculation sect traversed the area on flying mounts. The sight of mounts such as azure eagles and white cranes ignited a sense of yearning in Wei Fan, who longed to experience flight. Some individuals were selling charms and trinkets they had crafted, while others capitalized on the new student admissions by offering everyday necessities. How adorable, moving puppets! Kurumi exclaimed, squatting before a stall displaying various puppets approximately 1 meter tall, capable of walking autonomously, leading Wei Fan to mistake them for robots. Haha, these puppets were crafted collectively by our puppet association. You can acquire one for merely a gold coin. They can assist in carrying items. Just periodically infuse them with internal energy to operate them, the stall owner explained. Noticing Wei Fan and Kurumi's interest, Brother Wang Xian, please buy me one, pretty please. Kurumi pleaded. How about 2? Wei Fan offered, producing 2 gold coins to purchase 2 puppets. Kurumi selected 2 particularly charming ones. You are the best. Brother Wang Xian, Kurumi exclaimed, joyfully embracing the puppets. Wei Fan felt a twinge of awkwardness at the way Kurumi referred to him as Brother Wang Xian. They continued to meander until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, discovering an array of fantastical creations, including puppets that could wash clothes, single-person swings powered by internal energy, and internal energy water heaters designed to keep a girlfriend supplied with hot water at all times, as well as charms capable of sealing demonic beasts for the user's command. As Wei Fan approached the gathering area, he noticed at least 2,000 individuals amassed in the plaza. Kurumi ventured off to entertain herself, and Wei Fan reminded her to avoid causing trouble. She nodded but soon vanished, leaving him uncertain if she had heard his warning. I am Wang Tong, the Grand Elder of the Fortune Calculation Sect, and I am your direct supervisor as new disciples. Of course, I prefer to be addressed as Dean Wang, Wang Tong announced. Wei Fan silently prayed that the address would not extend for hours. The audience erupted in applause. Wang Tong nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Next, we shall conduct tests to evaluate your bloodline talents, which will determine your class assignments. Do not feel disheartened if your bloodline is not exceptional. As you may have heard, we at the Fortune Calculation Sect possess the means to enhance bloodline levels. I am here to assure you that this is indeed possible. The new disciples murmured in astonishment. Everyone, please quiet down and listen, Wang Tong commanded. While it is possible to elevate bloodline levels, the cost is substantial, and you must prove your worth through your efforts. Now, please line up and prepare for testing, Wang Tong instructed. Wei Fan began to queue for the assessment. The process was swift. One merely had to place their palm on a stone compass embedded with 17 crystals and infuse a trace of internal energy. The number of lit crystals would indicate the level of one's bloodline talent. Among the 2,000 recruits, the overwhelming majority possessed only yellow-level bloodlines, with fewer than 100 attaining mysterious-level bloodlines, and earth-level bloodlines barely exceeding a handful. Notably, over 200 individuals possessed inferior bloodlines. Soon, it was Wei Fan's turn. You are Wang Xian? You appear rather unremarkable, Wang Tong remarked with curiosity. Dean Wang, I am indeed Wang Xian, Wei Fan replied respectfully. Ah! He is Wang Xian, one of this year's 2 special recruits that I wager his bloodline must be inferior, someone in the crowd remarked. I bet he has a yellow-level bloodline. After all, he is a special recruit. Show a little respect, another chimed in with a chuckle. Humph. What special recruit? Do you know how he answered the first question? Truly laughable, someone else commented. What was his answer? Evidently, there was keen interest in the crowd. The individual proceeded to recount Wei Fan's response regarding the sliding shovel technique. Laughter erupted among the audience. It seems we may have overestimated him. How could someone like this be admitted as a special recruit? I wonder what the Fortune Calculation Sect was thinking. Hey, there must be some undisclosed reason behind this, someone taunted. Perhaps he is the illegitimate child of some big shot, another agreed. Clearly, there were unseen forces at play. With just one sliding shovel, a holy realm demonic beast perished, someone boasted. With just one sliding shovel became the catchphrase of the day at the Fortune Calculation Sect. Silence, Wang Tong bellowed, his expression darkening. Wang Xian, you may begin your assessment, Wang Tong instructed Wei Fan. Understood, Wei Fan replied. These ruffians dare to mock me. Soon, I shall blind them with their own hubris, Wei Fan thought with a cold smirk. Wei Fan placed his palm on the compass and infused a trace of internal energy. The crystals began to illuminate. 1, 2, 3, 9, 13. At the very least, that is a top-tier bloodline among Earth level. It cannot possibly continue to light up. Can it? Someone in the crowd gasped. Eyes wide, did I ask if to answer their question. The 14th crystal lit up. He possesses a heavenly level bloodline, Wang Tong exclaimed, rising to his feet with excitement. Though the Fortune Calculation Sect did not place significant emphasis on bloodline talent, a heavenly level bloodline was a different matter altogether. Remarkable, a heavenly level bloodline. With such talent, he could effortlessly become a core disciple in the foremost sacred grounds. How outrageous that he gained admission through a special recruit slot, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Does he really need to resort to backdoor means? The crystals continued to illuminate. 15, 16, 17, that the onlookers were left utterly astonished. jaws dropping in disbelief. 18th crystal. Could it be that all 19 crystals on the compass will light up today? Wang Tong's face flushed with excitement. After a brief pause, the 19th crystal illuminated. Ha! Today marks the first time in a millennium that our fortune calculation sect has welcomed a peerless heavenly-level bloodline. Truly a blessing for our sect, Wang Tong proclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Wang Xian, I wish to accept you as my direct disciple. Would you be amenable to this? Wang Tong inquired. Well. Wei Fan hesitated, unsure of how to respond, as he had planned to study briefly before making his exit. Long Quang. Offer me some guidance, Wei Fan silently implored. Just decline outright. Is that not obvious? Long Quang advised. Would it not be better to accept? Having someone to protect me within the fortune calculation sect could prove advantageous, Wei Fan pondered. If you truly become his disciple, escaping the fortune calculation sect will not be so simple in the future. The decision is yours to make, Long Quang cautioned. Wei Fan contemplated for a while. Director Wang, I still hope to learn alongside everyone and do not wish to receive preferential treatment due to my innate talent, Wei Fan remarked. The crowd was utterly astonished. Wei Fan had actually declined Director Wang's request to take him as a disciple. What a pity, Wang Tong shook his head and added. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me at any time. Yes, thank you, Director Wang, Wei Fan replied. Soon, everyone had undergone their assessments, yet Wei Fan did not encounter the other specially recruited disciple. When the class assignment list was released, it merely indicated that the grouping was to allocate a teacher to each individual. What on earth is this kindergarten class? Wei Fan thought, his expression darkening. He was placed in a group, but with the added note that he was to study in a kindergarten class for 1 month. The kindergarten class is essentially an introductory course for the children of disciples within the divine calculation sect. Your foundational skills are alarmingly inadequate, essentially at a 0 level, that if you were to apprentice under Director Wang, you would be exempt from this. Huang Ling approached Wei Fan to elucidate. Isn't that akin to a preschool class? Wei Fan muttered to himself. Chapter 36. A commotion in the herb garden. Wei Fan followed Huang Ling to the so-called kindergarten class. To his surprise, a rich aroma of milk permeated the air, with some children clutching bottles and drinking. Am I expected to attend classes with them? Wei Fan inquired. His face clouded with displeasure. Indeed, Huang Ling replied with a sense of inevitability. Teacher Huang, may I request to study independently? Wei Fan asked, embarrassed at the thought of learning alongside these children. Certainly, after 5 days, I will conduct an assessment that if you pass, you may study independently. Until then, you must diligently attend here. Huang Ling responded with a smile. Teacher Huang, are you certain this isn't Director Wang's retribution against me? Wei Fan cautiously questioned. What kind of person is Director Wang? He is wise and formidable, possessing an extraordinary demeanor. How could he possibly seek revenge over such a trivial matter? Huang Ling said, maintaining a straight face and even winking at Wei Fan. Cough. How could I ever distrust Director Wang? I hold him in the highest regard, Wei Fan asserted. Wei Fan discreetly glanced behind him, but there was no one there. Ha! You are too easy to deceive, Huang Ling laughed, clutching her belly. Teacher Huang, as an educator, how can you play such tricks on me? Wei Fan said, his expression filled with indignation. Just a jest. I must take my leave now. Remember to arrive punctually for your studies. Huang Ling waved goodbye and departed. Wei Fan could only reluctantly accept the reality of learning alongside these still nursing children that in the future, he would spend his mornings studying with other disciples of the divine calculation sect and his afternoons learning foundational knowledge with these infants. When Wei Fan reached the ascending cloud platform, he did not find Haiming, assuming she had already returned. Upon arriving at his residence, Haiming was absent, leading Wei Fan to speculate about her whereabouts as dusk approached. He grew anxious, preparing to search for her. Suddenly, Haiming stealthily peeked in through the door. Wei Fan, irritated, tugged at her ear and pulled her inside. Where have you been? You've been gone for so long. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Wei Fan scolded. Don't be angry. I brought you a gift, Haiming quickly responded. Wei Fan then noticed that she was cradling a fluffy little beast. Where did you acquire this creature? It better not belong to someone else. Did anyone see you catch it? If not, let's roast it for dinner tonight, or perhaps make a soup, Wei Fan said, taking the creature from her arms and examining it, seemingly assessing its meatiness for culinary purposes. The little beast trembled in his hands, its tiny claws flailing as it sought to escape. You can't eat the fluff ball? Haiming exclaimed, snatching the creature back from Wei Fan. Then what about the gift you brought me? Wei Fan inquired. Haiming pulled out a radish-like object from her cloak. Here. This is the radish I brought for you. It's absolutely delicious, she said as Wei Fan held the large radish. He detected an enticing fragrance. Unable to resist, he took a bite. The crisp texture and slightly spicy flavor were indistinguishable from an ordinary radish. In just a few bites, he devoured it. Suddenly, a surge of internal energy began to circulate rapidly within him, causing his body to heat up and his skin to flush. Streams of purple mist erupted from his pores. Wei Fan hastily sat down, channeling his internal energy to cultivate. An hour later, he opened his eyes, his body covered in the impurities expelled during the process. His internal energy had become significantly more robust, and with a bit of refinement, he could break through to the mid-stage of qi condensation. This is certainly no ordinary radish, Wei Fan mused. Haiming, where did you pick this radish? Do you have any more? He asked. No. There were only 5. I ate 3, and the fluffball had 1, Haiming replied while cradling the little beast. You mean this little creature also ate 1? Wei Fan queried. Yes, Haiming confirmed. Haiming, let us make a soup with it. It must be incredibly delicious, Wei Fan said, drooling at the thought. That won't do. Next time we go radish picking, we must bring it along, Haiming insisted, clutching the fluffball tightly. Where can we go to pick radishes? Take me with you, Sister Haiming, Wei Fan chuckled. Sure. There are plenty of fruits and vegetables to eat in there, Haiming replied. Why must we bring the fluffball? Wei Fan questioned. The fluffball can tear through the formation, allowing us to enter, Haiming said innocently. A formation? Is it the herb garden of the divine calculation sect? Wei Fan thought to himself. Whatever the case, once I learn enough, I'll make my escape. What's wrong with sneaking a little food now? He reasoned nonchalantly. Haiming, how about we pick some vegetables and fruits now, later? I'll cook you something delicious, Wei Fan suggested with a smile. Delicious? Haiming's eyes sparkled at the mention of food, and she eagerly picked up the fluffball to embark on their adventure. The two of them, along with the little beast, cautiously traversed the grounds of the divine calculation sect, making an effort to remain unnoticed. After a considerable time, Haiming led Wei Fan to a flat patch of grass and set the fluffball down. The creature's paws flailed in the air, and suddenly, a portal materialized. The fluffball jumped in first, followed closely by Haiming. Wei Fan stood by the portal, curiously observing as Haiming extended an arm to pull him inside. The rich aromas of herbs and fruits invigorated Wei Fan, dispelling his fatigue. Translucent purple grapes glimmered enticingly, while patches of herbs swayed gently in the breeze. That a peach tree was laden with ripe fruit. Some beginning to blush. Nearby, a pond occasionally saw fish leaping above the surface. The fluffball was busy gnawing on a ginseng root, while Haiming had climbed the peach tree, taking a bite from a peach before tossing it to the ground. Haiming, don't waste that. Hurry up and come here, Wei Fan called out to her. What's up? Haiming replied, scampering over. Wei Fan produced 2 bundles from his cloak and tossed one to Haiming. Fill this one with grapes and this one with herbs. Gather a bit of each herb, Wei Fan instructed. Why don't you pick them yourself? Haiming grumbled. I'm going to catch some fish to make braised fish for dinner. Wei Fan pointed towards the pond. All right, but remember to catch plenty, Haiming said enthusiastically, diving into the task of picking grapes. Wei Fan jumped into the pond, hoping to catch fish, but they proved too slippery, eluding his grasp despite his qi condensation cultivation. The fish swam around him, occasionally leaping from the water, as if mocking his efforts. This is infuriating, Wei Fan grumbled, his face darkening as he felt belittled by the fish. Have you caught any yet? Haiming, having filled her bundles, approached the pond and asked. Wei Fan, his cheeks flushed, replied, I'll catch some soon. Come up. Watch me, Haiming said. Wei Fan climbed out of the pond, eager to see her method. Haiming produced a grenade from her waist, pulled the pin, and tossed it into the water. With a tremendous splash, the fish were stunned and floated to the surface in a daze that as Wei Fan watched, slack-jawed. Haiming scooped up 2 plump fish and tugged at Wei Fan to return home. Chapter 37. The Great Thief Incident. The fluffball waved its paw in the air, and the portal reappeared. It jumped into Haiming's arms as Wei Fan and Haiming stepped through, returning to the grassy area. The portal closed after the fluffball blew on it. The two of them, along with the fluffball, carefully evaded the disciples of the divine calculation sect, opting for the less traveled paths to avoid detection. "Someone is coming," Wei Fan whispered, pulling Haiming down into the bushes. That a figure descended from the sky on a white crane, landing at the entrance of a building. "It's that scoundrel Li Fei." Haiming identified the individual upon seeing his face. Li Fei dismounted from the crane, leaving it in the garden before entering the house and activating the formation. Wei Fan was aware that the formations of the divine calculation sect had certain soundproofing effects. "Haiming, wait here for a moment. Today we shall enjoy a feast." Wei Fan fixed his gaze upon the white crane and, drawing forth a dagger, stealthily approached it. He was being observed by Haiming, who peered anxiously from the grass, revealing 2 small eyes. The furball leapt on Haiming's head, nibbling on a sprig of herbs, scattering remnants of the herbal plant all over Haiming. Meanwhile, the white crane was leisurely grazing. Once Wei Fan drew near, he seized the crane's head with one hand, while the creature struggled desperately, attempting to call for help, but its beak was firmly gripped by Wei Fan with his other hand. He grasped the crane's neck, and with a decisive twist, the creature collapsed onto the ground. Wei Fan sheathed the dagger, satisfied that he had not needed to use it, which spared him the mess of bloodshed. He then hoisted the white crane's lifeless body and returned to Haiming's side. "We must hurry," Wei Fan whispered. Haiming nodded in agreement. The two evaded all others and made their way back to their dwelling. Wei Fan boiled a pot of water and meticulously plucked the crane's feathers. This white crane had been a precious gift from Li Ying to Li Fei, who had lavished great care upon it, providing it with the finest sustenance and frequently purchasing spirit beast pills for its consumption. The meat of the crane bore no fishy odor, rather it exuded a delicate fragrance, with minimal fat. The crane was predominantly lean meat, which Wei Fan chopped into chunks, reserving the legs and wings separately. He fashioned several wooden skewers and, after seasoning the legs and wings, placed them over the fire to roast. Haiming had already prepared fish, caught with a grenade, which he seasoned and stuffed with several sprigs of herbs, also placing it over the fire. Wei Fan retrieved an iron pot, combining the chopped crane meat with herbs gathered from the medicinal garden, and set it to simmer over a roaring flame. The pot bubbled with a delightful sound, and the aroma of the herbs melded with the essence of the crane meat, evoking a mouth-watering scent. The fish had turned a golden hue, indicating it was well cooked. Wei Fan and Haiming savored the roasted fish first, its tender flesh melting in the mouth and perfectly complemented by the herbal fragrance. Igniting their appetites, an hour later, the meat had finished cooking. Lifting the lid released a cloud of steam. They began to devour it heartily, while the furball anxiously circled nearby, yearning for a taste. Wei Fan filled a bowl for it, only to find it devoured in mere moments, holding up the empty bowl in a plea for more. Soon, the trio, Wei Fan, Haiming, and the furball, had consumed everything, leaving not a drop of broth nor a bone unchewed. They radiated a crimson glow from their pores, a surge of immense power coursing through Wei Fan, instilling him with an overwhelming warmth. Just as they reveled in their feast, at the celestial herb garden, an acolyte, clad in the garb of a young attendant, respectfully stood before a small dwelling. "Elder Sure, I come at the behest of Elder San, to collect the herbs needed for his alchemical endeavors. Here is Elder San's token. Please verify it." "It is indeed Elder San's decree. You may enter," replied an elder in black, emerging from the small structure after inspecting the token. The elder produced a stone tablet and infused it with a surge of internal energy, causing it to emit a radiant light that unveiled a portal in the air. "Thank you, Elder Sure," the acolyte expressed with gratitude. The elder nodded, and the acolyte stepped through the portal, arriving in the celestial herb garden. The sight before him was so surreal that he pinched his own face until he felt pain. Confirming he was not dreaming, he hurriedly rolled and crawled to the portal, bursting forth from the celestial herb garden. "So soon, you've gathered everything," Elder Shur remarked in surprise, having noted that the acolyte had entered the garden for barely half a minute. "Elder Shur, disaster has struck. The celestial herb garden has been robbed," the acolyte exclaimed in terror. "What did you say?" Elder Shur asked in disbelief. "The celestial herb garden has been robbed," the acolyte reiterated loudly. Elder Shur rushed into the garden, and the sight that met his eyes shattered him. The neatly growing herbs were now sparse, resembling a field ravaged by swine. The once bountiful peach trees stood stripped of nearly all their fruit, with only bitten remnants scattered about. The large purple-gold grapes had been entirely plucked, with mere skins left behind, and in the pond, all the fish floated belly up, while fish blasted ashore by grenades lay gasping helplessly on the bank. "You must inform Elder San," Elder Shur commanded the acolyte. As he surveyed the area for what had been stolen, he lamented, "My purple jade radishes, millennium ginseng, and fragrant petals, those wretches shall pay dearly. I will make them wish they had never been born. Poor golden spirit fish. Which scoundrel dared to stun all of them? This infuriates me. And where is the Chelan turtle? It cannot have been taken, can it?" Elder Shur's expression turned anxious as he scanned the pond with his spiritual energy. Feeling relieved when he found it unscathed, with a wave of his hand, a turtle with a dragon's head emerged from the pond. After a thorough inspection, he muttered to himself, "Fortunately, it merely fainted and has sustained no injury." Elder San, accompanied by Wang Tong, Li Ying, and others, arrived at the celestial herb garden. Upon witnessing the scene, their faces turned grim. "Elder Shur, have you apprehended the thief? Where is the Chelan turtle?" Wang Tong inquired. "The Chelan turtle is here, merely unconscious and unharmed. However, we have found no clues regarding the thief," Elder Shur replied. When they saw the Chelan turtle in Elder Shur's grasp, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "This thief is truly audacious, daring to invade our divine calculation sect," Li Ying remarked darkly. "To infiltrate the celestial herb garden undetected by Elder Shur suggests a formidable skill, yet they only stole some trivial herbs, leaving behind the most precious Chelan turtle. It makes no sense, and the inner herb garden has been untouched," Wang Tong pondered, then gestured, revealing a concealed herb garden. "I demand an immediate search of all disciples' quarters," Li Ying ordered. Wang Tong hesitated for a moment, glancing at the others before nodding in agreement. That Li Ying led the enforcement hall personnel to search all disciples' quarters. However, Wei Fan and He Ming had already consumed everything to be by the time they reached Wei Fan and He Ming's quarters as dawn approached. Everything had been digested. Wei Fan, bolstered by the immense energy from the herbs, had advanced to the late stage of qi condensation. Li Ying found only a floor strewn with white crane feathers in Wei Fan's quarters. "You are Wang Xian," Li Ying stated, his expression ominous. "Indeed, I am Wang Xian. What business do you have, Elder?" Wei Fan replied coldly. "Where were you last night?" Li Ying interrogated. "I remained in my room," Wei Fan answered. "Who can attest to that?" Li Ying pressed further. "My sister, Wang Ming, can verify it," Wei Fan stated. "Her testimony is invalid," Li Ying declared. "Elder Li, what exactly are you implying? Are you attempting to defend your nephew?" "I was in my room all night, never stepping outside," Wei Fan retorted angrily. "Then how do you explain these white feathers?" Li Ying persisted. "A white crane collided with the formation around my house and fainted. So I kindly attempted to help it. Unfortunately, it did not survive, and not wanting to waste it, I made a pot of soup," Wei Fan replied nonchalantly. "Do not spout nonsense. Confess truthfully." Li Ying's gaze bore down on Wei Fan. "Humph. Could it be that Elder Li wishes to use this incident to usurp my position as an inner disciple for your useless nephew?" Wei Fan scoffed. "Seize him," Li Ying commanded. "The regulations of the divine calculation sect prohibit the unwarranted capture of disciples. If you dare to apprehend me without cause, I will report you to Dean Wang." Wei Fan sneered. Li Ying hesitated, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. "Be cautious from now on. Do not fall into my grasp," Li Ying whispered ominously in Wei Fan's ear. Wei Fan coldly chuckled as he watched Li Ying depart with his entourage. From that day forward, tales of a mysterious thief spread throughout the divine calculation sect. one who had pilfered the celestial herb garden and even abducted a certain elder's mistress. Rumors also circulated that a certain elder's nephew was, in fact, his biological son. Was infuriated by these wild accounts. Regardless of their absurdity, it was unclear who had spread them. However, none of this concerned Wei Fan, who continued to attend classes punctually, joining the early childhood education class, and endured much ridicule. Chapter 38. The Art of Mending the Heavens. Where's my little boy? The following day, as Li Fei stepped out of his room, he discovered that no matter how he called, his white crane did not appear. Ordinarily, even if Xiao Bai wandered off to play, a mere whistle from Li Fei would summon it back. Today, despite his persistent whistling, Xiao Bai remained absent. Li Fei searched the entirety of the divine calculation sect, but found no trace of it. Thus, in desperation, he sought assistance from his uncle. Uncle, the little bai you gifted me has gone missing, Li Fei lamented. When did it disappear? Li Ying inquired. I wrote it back from outside last night, that I've searched all day today and still cannot find it, Li Fei replied. Did you confront Wang Xian? Did you threaten him? Li Ying inquired. Yes, I did seek him out and indeed threatened him, yet I did not lay a hand on him. Li Fei dared not lie. That is as it should be, Li Ying remarked. What is it? Li Fei asked, perplexed. Today, while searching his room, I stumbled upon a heap of white crane feathers. It seems little bai may have already been consumed by him, Li Ying stated. What? I will kill him. Li Fei's eyes reddened. His expression contorted with rage. Foolish child, do you wish to face him on the stage of life and death? I fear that the old man Wang Tong would never consent to that, Li Ying replied. Then will my little bai die in vain? Li Fei protested bitterly. Do not fret soon. You shall have your opportunity for vengeance, Li Ying assured him. Really? What opportunity? Li Fei pressed. You shall find out shortly. At that time, I will arrange for you to undertake a task. Killing Wang Xian is merely a trifling matter, Li Ying said. Feigning mystery. You may return for now, Li Ying instructed. Yes, Li Fei complied, not daring to inquire further. Wei Fan strode confidently down the road, rifle in hand. Within the realms of the divine calculation sect, there existed an abundance of peculiarities. And no one paid heed to Wei Fan's firearm, allowing him to carry his weapon with impunity. As he passed by, onlookers whispered among themselves. Isn't that Wang Xian? A heavenly bloodline, a special student. Is he really studying alongside infants who have yet to wean? One person murmured to their companion. Indeed. That is he, and Director Wang sought to take him as a personal disciple, only to be rejected. The companion replied. To refuse the director? How foolish. Who can say what he thinks? Wei Fan glanced in their direction, prompting the two to hasten away. How dull, Wei Fan scoffed. I hope teacher Huang Ning does not play tricks on me, allowing me to graduate smoothly from kindergarten. He silently prayed that it was morning, and Wei Fan was expected to attend class with the other disciples. Upon entering the classroom, he heard a voice he loathed. Oh, if it isn't Wang Xian. Lin Feng. What do you want now? Wei Fan retorted. Lin Feng, possessing an earthly bloodline, ranked 5th among all disciples of the divine calculation sect, and was the son of the wealthiest man in the capital. Endowed with innate advantages, yet he always mocked Wei Fan. I simply wish to avoid learning alongside a kindergarten brat, Lin Feng said disdainfully, bursting into laughter. I won't stoop to your level. You are merely jealous of me, Wei Fan replied, shaking his head at the childish rivalry that on earth. Wei Fan had been the target of envy from other children. Whenever he received praise from teachers, they would taunt him for lacking parents. Calling him a wild child, he had long grown accustomed to it. Lin Feng was simply a jealous child, envious of Wei Fan's superior talent. Seeing that Wei Fan ignored him, Lin Feng lost interest and returned to his seat to review the upcoming lessons. At the divine calculation sect, Wei Fan was intrigued by some individuals who rambled incessantly, seemingly lost in their thoughts. However, upon sitting down in the classroom and witnessing his classmates' fervor for arithmetic, he understood. Despite his disdain for Lin Feng, he could not help but feel a flicker of admiration for the latter's accomplishments. To rank 5th among such individuals was indeed impressive, yet it did not quell Wei Fan's desire to shoot Lin Feng dead. The teachings of teacher Huang Ning were akin to an ancient script to Wei Fan. The divine calculation sect primarily imparted knowledge of arithmetic and its applications in formations, energy conversion relationships related to inner strength, and the principles of formations. Subsequently, disciples were encouraged to utilize their imagination to construct new formations, applying this knowledge to real-world objects. Bored, Wei Fan gazed out the window. Just then, as he bent down to pick up a pen, he lifted his head, utterly oblivious to what teacher Huang was lecturing about. Long Quang, what is so remarkable about the divine calculation sect? Surely you are not suggesting I study celestial arithmetic. I could never manage that. I'd rather wield a gun. Wei Fan complained to Long Quang. The divine calculation sect possesses precisely what you need. Such as the mirror. Long Quang replied. What is the mirror? A formidable artifact. Wei Fan inquired. It is the core manual of the divine calculation sect, reputed to possess the ability to foresee the future. The supreme scripture known as mirror. I regrettably never had the chance to learn it, Long Quang explained. If you couldn't learn it, what hope do I have? Even if it were placed before me. Given my current arithmetic level, I might not grasp it, Wei Fan lamented. Mirror does not require profound knowledge of arithmetic. However, its prerequisites for bloodlines are exceedingly stringent. Thus you possess considerable potential, Long Quang elaborated. Long Quang further elucidated. Mirror can predict forthcoming events and forcibly alter what has already transpired, reverting it to a time before it occurred. That is astonishing, Wei Fan exclaimed. Indeed, it is said to be a technique passed down from the celestial realm, capable of remedying all matters of regret, a veritable art of mending the heavens. Moreover, within the divine calculation sect, there exists another item of great significance to you. Long Quang continued. Curiously, Wei Fan asked, what is that? The blood beast pool, which can enhance your bloodline, Long Quang answered. My bloodline is already at its pinnacle. Can it truly be elevated further? Wei Fan questioned, puzzled. Certainly, it can propel your bloodline to unprecedented heights, Long Quang asserted. What heights? Wei Fan inquired. Intrigued. A royal bloodline, Long Quang declared. What is a royal bloodline? Are there not only 4 levels? Heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. Wei Fan, unfamiliar with this world, asked. Most believe there are only these 4 bloodlines, which is not entirely inaccurate. Since the highest innate bloodline is heavenly to attain a royal bloodline. However, one must rely on fortuitous opportunities and extraordinary treasures, Long Quang explained. If the blood beast pool can elevate my bloodline to royal status, it must be incredibly precious. Would the divine calculation sect actually allow me to use it? Wei Fan expressed concern. The blood beast pool is a product of the convergence of heaven and earth. Each year, it permits 10 individuals to undergo a baptism to enhance their bloodlines that if each person uses it, the peculiar energy within the blood pool will cease to increase. Removing energy from the blood beast pool will significantly diminish its effects. Given your talent, you are guaranteed a spot, Long Quang reassured him. Then I can rest easy, Wei Fan sighed in relief. Wang Xian, please stand and answer this question. Teacher Huang Ning's voice rang out. I don't know, Wei Fan stood up and replied. If you don't know, then pay attention and do not drift off, Huang Ning chided. Yes, Wei Fan responded. All right, you may sit down, Huang Ning continued the lesson. Wei Fan obediently sat down, pretending to listen attentively. Chapter 39. The grand ceremony of initiation on the 5th day since Wei Fan's arrival at the divine calculation sect. Teacher Huang Ning was to conduct a small test to determine if he was ready to graduate from kindergarten. Sister Huang, I have studied diligently. You must allow me to pass, Wei Fan implored, gazing pitifully at Huang Ning. Though she was a teacher at the divine calculation sect, she appeared remarkably youthful, exuding a hint of maturity and possessing remarkable beauty. Wei Fan was aware that several classmates harbored affections for teacher Huang Ning. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Here, take this test paper and hurry up, Huang Ning said, thrusting a sheet of paper into Wei Fan's hands. After glancing at the paper, Wei Fan exclaimed, "This is too easy. Sister Huang is so kind to me." The test consisted of simple energy conversion ratios, such as how far an ancient dragon's inner strength could propel a dragon-headed battleship and the basic runes of formations. Wei Fan completed it with ease. Sister Huang, I have finished. Please take a look, he said. Good, that I shall count that as a pass, Huang Ning replied. Ha, that's wonderful. I will never have to study alongside infants again. Wei Fan exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Do not celebrate too early. Your progress is far behind. From now on, come to my room in the afternoons. I will provide you with extra tutoring, Huang Ning instructed. Extra tutoring in Sister Huang's room? Wei Fan's imagination ran wild, causing him to bleed from his nose. Why are you bleeding from your nose? Huang Ning asked, concerned. Oh, I've been a bit overheated these past few days. That I understand about the tutoring. I will definitely come. That I shall take my leave now, Wei Fan said, wiping his nose. Good. Do not forget to come for tutoring. Understood. I will surely not forget, Wei Fan replied excitedly. Today marked the formal initiation day for Wei Fan and his fellow disciples. The Divine Calculation sect was to host a grand ceremony for the acceptance of disciples, inviting all sects from across the land to witness. During the ceremony, elders and teachers could select disciples they favored to become their personal apprentices. Naturally, if a disciple wished to apprentice themselves to a particular elder or teacher, they could also make the request. Though success was not guaranteed, new disciples were required to pledge a bloodline oath to truly become members of the Divine Calculation sect, thus gaining the right to access the core techniques and manuals of the sect. On the Cloud Ascension platform, Wei Fan stood among 2,000 new disciples in the center. At the highest point, the leader of the Divine Calculation sect sat in the central position. The leader was a handsome young man with a somewhat pale complexion, dressed in a flowing white robe, flanked by the elders on either side. The surroundings of the ascending cloud platform were filled with spectators. The Shinsuan sect had extended invitations to all sects across the realm, and each had sent representatives to honor the occasion. After all, one could not afford to slight the Shinsuan sect. Iron Demon Hand, you actually came, Wang Tong remarked to a square-faced middle-aged man. The recruitment of the Shinsuan sect is indeed a significant event. I heard that you have admitted a prodigious possessor of a heavenly bloodline, so I naturally had to witness it for myself. Iron Demon Hand replied with a smile. Then you must observe closely, as that's all you may do, Wang Tong responded with a grin. You seem quite pleased with yourself, that I heard you wish to take him as your disciple, only to be turned down, Iron Demon Hand retorted, unwilling to concede. Wang Tong's expression soured slightly. Those familiar with one another exchanged pleasantries, making such gatherings a means to strengthen bonds and forge new friendships, while also serving as a covert arena for old rivals to vie with one another. Atop the ascending cloud platform stood a grand incense burner, before which a colossal portrait was displayed. The sect leader of Shinsuan rose, making his way step by step down the stairs to the incense burner. He proclaimed loudly, Ancestors above, may you bless the Shinsuan sect with eternal prosperity. With reverence, he lit 3 sticks of incense and placed them within the burner, bowing in respect that he then turned to face Wei Fan and the other newcomers. I, the 47th sect leader of Shinsuan, Xian Gizi, have held this position for 27 years. That I feel a sense of shame, for during this time, the Shinsuan sect has not flourished further under my stewardship. However, today, I am filled with joy, as we are about to welcome a new cohort of disciples. 30,000 years ago, our founding ancestor, Tong Xin Daorun, single-handedly established the Shinsuan sect, allowing the art of calculation to thrive. Ultimately, he successfully transcended the 99 heavenly tribulations and achieved the legendary realm, ascending to a higher plane through the 13 celestial formations he devised. Seeing so many new disciples join the Shinsuan sect fills me with delight. The sect will exert its utmost efforts to teach you, and I hope you will learn truly valuable skills here, taking pride in being a member of the Shinsuan sect, willing to protect it and fight for it, so that the sect may take pride in you. What followed was a lengthy discourse filled with cliches, lasting nearly an hour. Now, you shall approach the portrait of our ancestor, light an incense stick, and vow a blood oath, swearing not to betray the Shinsuan sect, nor engage in any actions that would harm it. Tian Swansea instructed with a serious tone. All the new disciples formed a line, lighting an incense stick, and in the presence of Xian Gizi, swore their blood oath. Long Quang, I'm about to take the blood oath. What should I do? Wei Fan pondered internally. Long Quang floated up from the Qi Sea and replied, Fear not. The blood oath affects the bloodline, that I will transfer its power to myself, so you need not worry. Transferring it to you? Won't that harm you? Wei Fan asked with concern. I am merely a spirit. How could it harm me? Now, stop fretting and prepare yourself. It's your turn, Long Quang said before diving back into the Qi Sea. Wei Fan approached the incense burner, accepting a stick from Xian Gizi's hand, after igniting it himself. Just as he was about to swear the blood oath, a voice interrupted. Young friend, hold on a moment, called a sharp-faced elder clad in black robes. Qin Heixin from the First Holy Land. What are you up to? This is the Shinsuan sect's grand initiation ceremony, not a place for you to run amok, Xian Gizi responded, his expression dark and his tone unfriendly. To openly disrupt the initiation ceremony at the Shinsuan sect was akin to trampling upon their dignity. Now, no need to be upset. I merely wish to inquire whether this young friend is interested in joining my First Holy Land, the Wanchu Holy Land. Why the agitation? Qin Heixin said nonchalantly. Wang Xian, would you consider joining my Wanchu Holy Land, where you would have access to boundless cultivation resources and all techniques would be available to you? Qin Heixin proposed with a smile. Apologies, but I must decline, Wei Fan replied promptly. Though he did not plan to remain at the Shinsuan sect indefinitely, he would never engage in actions that might offend them, and he found Qin Heixin's approach thoroughly distasteful. Young friend, do reconsider. After all, geniuses can easily meet untimely ends. Qin Heixin's tone carried a hint of veiled threat. I have made my decision. I will not doubt a genius that meets an untimely end is not truly a genius. And besides, my life is resilient, Wei Fan asserted firmly, his voice laced with anger. Xian Gizi appeared quite pleased with Wei Fan's response. Nodding in approval, he then fixed his gaze upon Qin Heixin, stating, The Wanchu Holy Land dares to openly poach from my Shinsuan sect's initiation ceremony? You clearly do not regard my sect highly. You are correct. My Wanchu Holy Land indeed holds your Shinsuan sect in contempt, Qin Heixin replied with disdain. You seek death, Xian Gizi said coldly. Many wish for my demise. Let us see if you possess the capability, Qin Heixin retorted dismissively. Since you court death. Do not blame me for being ruthless, Xian Gizi said with a scoff. The atmosphere seemed to tremble with his fury, as ominous thunder roared, and the clouds surrounding the ascending cloud platform dissipated like snow under the sun. Was Xian Gizi about to strike at Qin Heixin? The onlookers tensed, while Wang Tong attempted to intervene, but was silenced by a mere glance from Xian Gizi. Whispers circulated among the spectators. The third elder of the Wanchu Holy Land and the sect leader of the Shinsuan sect are about to clash. It is said that Qin Heixin reached the Saint Realm over 50 years ago. I wonder if Xian Gizi can match him. Others remarked, Xian Gizi has held the position of sect leader for 27 years. He must possess unique abilities. Has anyone seen Xian Gizi take action in these 27 years? He might very well be a waste, perhaps not even reaching the Saint Realm, someone muttered, clearly harboring animosity towards the Shinsuan sect. Enough talk. Soon we shall witness the truth of the matter, another commented objectively. Xian Gizi extended a hand towards Qin Heixin, his eyes icy. Is this the extent of your power? You think you can kill me? Qin Heixin scoffed, standing confidently with a fan in hand, as a Saint Realm powerhouse. He had every right to feel self-assured that he too raised a hand to meet Xian Gizi's, and as their palms collided, the heavens roared with wind. Wang Tong, sensing the gravity of the situation, shielded all disciples behind him. The impact of their hands was not the cataclysmic clash one might expect. They merely rebounded from one another. Qin Heixin staggered back 3 steps, while Xian Gizi remained steadfast. Suddenly, a rift in space appeared, dark as night, voraciously consuming everything around it, drawing in countless strands of spiritual energy. Yet, the rift was swiftly mended by the laws of nature. Qin Heixin's complexion turned pale as he clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, spitting forth a fountain of blood. Xian Gizi, hands clasped behind his back, approached Qin Heixin. You are still lacking that if you wish to provoke my Shinsuan sect, bring Lin Batian, that old wretch, to confront me personally. Who would have thought? A mere junior like you could reach such heights. The previous sect leader, Meng Qinji, had remarkable foresight, but alas, his life was all too brief, Qin Heixin said with a smile, though it was tinged with bitterness. Do you truly believe you are safe just because you hail from the Wanchu Holy Land? I would not hesitate to take your life. Xian Gizi's eyes blazed with fury. Meng Qinji was his greatest sore point, for the former sect leader had been ambushed and slain 27 years prior. A tragedy that forced Xian Gizi into leadership. The identity of Meng Qinji's assailant had remained a mystery to the very end, a secret that could only suggest the formidable power of the Wanchu Holy Land, whose might had dominated this continent's talents for years, leaving many other sects promising disciples to meet inexplicable fates. If you have the courage, come and slay me. Even if you dare, you lack the strength, Qian Heixin taunted, standing defiantly. Kill! Xian Gizi uttered a single word, and the air filled with an overwhelming aura of death, the sounds of battle echoing throughout the Shinsuan sect, as dark clouds gathered and winds howled. Xian Gizi floated in the air, his hair whipping about, lightning coursing through it, as if he commanded the very heavens, pressing down upon all others with an oppressive force. Unity Realm, I had not anticipated you had achieved such a state. Having discerned your true power, I see no reason to linger here. Remaining would surely invite peril, Qian Heixin said, producing a talisman from his robes and smearing it with his blood. The talisman glowed, enveloping him in light as he vanished into the distance. Xian Gizi attempted to intervene, but was ultimately unsuccessful. He coldly watched the direction in which Qian Heixin had disappeared, muttering, "The Qinkuan talisman, what a generous offering. Leader, this matter seems rather suspicious," Wang Tong remarked as he approached Xian Gizi. "I am aware. Otherwise, even if the Wanchu Holy Land were powerful, they would not dare to provoke my Shinsuan sect so openly. He likely aims to force my hand in revealing my true strength. Change is in the air across this realm." Xuanjizi spoke with a hint of melancholy. "All right, let us not dwell on such matters. The master ceremony must proceed. We cannot allow others to mock our divine calculation sect," he continued. "What my senior brother says is indeed true." Wang Tong replied, "Let us continue the master ceremony," Xuanjizi declared loudly. Wei Fan approached the image of the founding master, incense still burning in his hand, and, following Xuanjizi's instructions, made a blood oath to as Wei Fan uttered his vow. A peculiar energy surged forth from the image of the master, aiming towards Wei Fan's consciousness, only to be devoured by Long Quang in a single gulp. The eyes of the master's image seemed to flicker momentarily towards Wei Fan before reverting to their original state. Unnoticed by anyone, soon, all the new disciples had made their blood oaths, signifying their true allegiance to the divine calculation sect. After paying homage to the master and witnessing the blood oaths, the most anticipated moment for the majority of the new disciples arrived. The elders and teachers were about to take on disciples. Naturally, it was rare for elders to accept disciples easily. Typically, it was the teachers of the divine calculation sect who would choose their favored students as direct disciples. The elders were the first to take on disciples. Unexpectedly, Xuanjizi stepped forward, leaving the elders of the divine calculation sect astonished, for he had never taken a disciple before. "Brothers, I, Xuanjizi, have never taken a disciple before. Today, I have found a student I wish to accept. And I do not wish to let this opportunity slip by. Did I ask for your understanding?" Xuanjizi said with a respectful gesture towards the elders. The sect leader taking on a disciple is indeed a significant matter. "And as fellow brothers, we must wholeheartedly support this," Wang Tong said with a smile. Indeed, other elders nodded in agreement, grinning. Xuanjizi approached Wei Fan. "Wang Xian, I wish to accept you as my disciple. Might you be willing?" Wei Fan exclaimed in utter shock, unable to believe that the sect leader himself would take him as a disciple. "Agree to him," Long Quang urged in Wei Fan's mind. "Why?" Wei Fan inquired. "I will explain later," Long Quang replied. Once again, a promise of future explanation left Wei Fan feeling somewhat helpless. "Disciple pays respects to the master," Wei Fan said, kneeling before Xuanjizi. "Excellent, Wang Xian. You are my first and last disciple. I hope you will diligently cultivate and not disappoint the high hopes of the entire divine calculation sect," Xuanjizi stated. "Yes, Master, I understand," Wei Fan replied hastily. "Good, come and sit beside me," Xuanjizi instructed. "Yes, Master," Wei Fan complied, taking a seat next to Xuanjizi among the other elders. Do not leave just yet. I have matters to discuss with you and some items to bestow upon you," Xuanji conveyed telepathically to Wei Fan, not voicing it aloud. The elders appeared disinterested in taking on disciples, while some teachers had accepted a few exceptional students. The next phase involved disciples expressing their desire to take on masters. To Wei Fan's surprise, Lin Feng stepped forward, wishing to take Wang Tong as his master. I, disciple Lin Feng, wish to take Director Wang as my master, for I aspire to grow stronger and do not wish to be surpassed by Wang Xian, Lin Feng stated succinctly. Much to his astonishment, Wang Tong agreed to accept Lin Feng as a disciple, albeit as a registered disciple, promising that if Lin Feng surpassed Wei Fan in a year, he would take him as a direct disciple. Other disciples sought to take the elders as masters, but none succeeded. Ultimately, the master ceremony concluded successfully, followed by a feast of delectable delicacies for the guests to enjoy. Congratulations, Xuanji Daoist, on acquiring a fine disciple. Representatives from various sects came forth to congratulate Xuanji on his new disciple. Thank you all for your congratulations, Xuanji responded with a smile. In secret, Xuanji communicated with those sects that had not maintained close ties with the Wanchu Holy Land, instructing them to remain behind, as he had important matters to discuss. Chapter 41. The Cat-Eared Maiden. Xuanji instructed Wei Fan to wait for him in the Divine Peak Hall, as he needed to discuss certain matters with the representatives of each sect. The Divine Peak Hall was the Grand Hall atop the Divine Calculation sect, usually accessible only to elders and the sect leader. Teachers required permission to enter, while disciples were generally prohibited. Adjacent to the hall were two side chambers, the Treasure Vault and the Scripture Vault. The Treasure Vault housed countless weapons, including all newly developed armaments by the disciples of the Divine Calculation sect. The Scripture Vault contained records of various arcane arts, celestial phenomena, arithmetic principles, and various cultivation techniques. Disciples of the Divine Calculation sect could exchange their innovative formations or weapons, or even unique solutions to arithmetic problems for sect contributions. These contributions could be redeemed for anything within the Treasure Vault and Scripture Vault, provided one possessed sufficient contribution points. This system subtly encouraged the disciples of the Divine Calculation sect to strive for innovation. Upon arriving at the Divine Peak Hall, Wei Fan found that news of his status as the sect leader's disciple had reached every corner of the sect, and thus the guards did not hinder his entry. Within the Grand Hall, he beheld pillars thicker than his waist, adorned with intricate runes that formed a harmonious pattern of dragons and phoenixes. Flames illuminated the hall, casting a bright glow, while a massive seat rested upon a high platform in the center, flanked by 2 rows of 10 seats that on either side of the hall were gem-studded doors, carved with mysterious designs, seemingly leading to various chambers. Bored, Wei Fan wandered about the hall. Curiosity piqued by the enigmatic doors, he mused, "My master only instructed me to wait in the Divine Peak Hall. He did not specify I must remain in the main hall. Even if I were to explore these doors, I would still be within the hall, and my master has no reason to reprimand me." After concluding his thoughts, he approached one of the doors, pushed it open, and stepped inside. To his surprise, a staircase awaited him, seemingly leading to the upper levels of the hall. The staircase lacked windows, yet luminous pearls illuminated the darkened ascent. Wei Fan climbed the stairs, drawn by a delightful fragrance. Upon reaching the upper level, he discovered what appeared to be a study filled with books, all concerning complex arithmetic problems. After glancing at a few, he quickly set them aside, finding the content overly intricate. The study contained a small inner room, and as Wei Fan entered, he beheld a girl in a pink dress seated at a table, diligently writing with a pen. Her tousled long hair cascaded down her back. Upon hearing his movements, the girl turned to face him, startled by the sight of a stranger, and she immediately jumped up, covering her cat ears with her hands and retreating behind the bed. "Who are you? And why are you here?" she asked, fear evident in her voice, her little ears perking up through her fingers. "I am Wang Xian, the sect leader's disciple. And you? By the way, where did you get those adorable decorations on your head? They even move." Wei Fan introduced himself, mistakenly believing her ears were merely adornments. "I have never heard of you before. I'm the sect leader's disciple. You must be a vile intruder. Leave at once, or I will call for help," the girl threatened. "I truly am the sect leader's disciple. He just accepted me today. If you don't believe me, you can ask the sect leader yourself that he clearly stated that I am his only disciple." "Which is quite disheartening," Wei Fan lamented, feigning sorrow as if betrayed. You really are the sect leader's disciple? The girl asked, her uncertainty palpable. I truly am. I can't believe it. The sect leader has deceived me. Wei Fan covered his face in despair. Do not blame the sect leader. It was all because of me that he had to lie, the girl whispered. Haha. Enough of that. I still do not know your name, Wei Fan replied. My name is Yi, she said. That decoration on your head is truly beautiful. Where did you buy it? I wish to get one for my sister too. Wei Fan thought of the adorable scene with He Ming wearing cat ears, imagining it to be quite charming, while Tang Yin would undoubtedly carry an air of cold elegance. The Yi's expression grew tense, a hint of fear crossing her features. What is it? Did I say something wrong? Wei Fan asked. Bewildered, summoning her courage, Yi replied, I was born with these. She looked down, unable to meet Wei Fan's gaze. Born with them? How lucky you are. Those ears are genuinely adorable. Wei Fan exclaimed, gazing curiously at Yi's ears. Do you not find me repulsive? Yi's face flushed slightly as she spoke, surprised by the compliment regarding her ears. Why would I find you repulsive? You are so lovely and beautiful. I would only wish to adore you more. Wei Fan smiled warmly, hearing his words. Yi's face turned crimson, and she softly replied, But I am a half-beast with the blood of a demon beast flowing through my veins. Others look at me with disdain and revulsion. It has always been this way. Except for my master and a few elders in the divine calculation sect, and now, of course, you. What is a half-beast? To me, you are simply a normal human, with the addition of 2 charming little ears, Wei Fan stated. You truly do not despise me for being a half-beast? Yi asked tentatively. Of course not. You are so adorable and beautiful. Why would I ever despise you? Besides, if you are also the sect leader's disciple, that makes you my senior sister, and how could a junior disciple ever look down upon his senior sister? Wei Fan replied matter-of-factly. Then can you be my friend? I have never had a friend before. Throughout my life, I have never managed to make any friends. Yi inquired. Of course, I shall be your friend from now on, and I will also introduce you to my friends in the future. By the way, what are you doing in this room? Wei Fan asked curiously. I reside here. I was just contemplating the chain reaction relationship between the Tianhe galaxy and the transformation of force fields. Since you are a disciple of my master, could you assist me in identifying any mistakes in these equations I have written? Yi said, handing over her notes to Wei Fan. As he perused them. He felt utterly bewildered. They were densely filled with peculiar runes, many of which he had never encountered before. Ahem, Wei Fan said. My master instructed me to wait for him here. I must take my leave for now. Lest he arrive and be unable to find me, that I promise to help you with your equations next time. Would you like to accompany me down? Very well, I shall accompany you. I happen to have some questions for my master as well, Yi replied. Wei Fan and Yi exited the room together. As they walked down the stairway, Wei Fan trailed behind Yi, noticing the delightful twitch of her ears, which he found utterly charming. Yi. May I touch your ears? They are simply too adorable, he remarked, longing to reach out to Yi's face flushed crimson. That is not permissible. It tickles too much when others touch them. Very well then, Wei Fan said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Observing his forlorn expression, Yi added, You may touch them briefly, just a quick touch. Really? Thank you so much. Wei Fan exclaimed excitedly. I'm going to touch them now. Yi replied softly. Wei Fan placed his hand on Yi's ears. They were soft and warm, causing her cheeks to redden even more. Chapter 42. Identity revealed. Wei Fan and Yi arrived at the main hall. But Xianji had yet to arrive. Yi sat in her chair, her face still flushed, unable to meet Wei Fan's gaze. That was utterly embarrassing. I cannot believe a man touched my ears, she thought, her cheeks burning with shame, for the ears are one of the most sensitive areas of the body. Meanwhile, Wei Fan mused, touching Yi's ears is remarkably pleasant. If I could do it every day, my cultivation would surely be more invigorating. Long Quang, why does Yi have such small ears, and why does she seem so apprehensive about others seeing them? Additionally, what is the significance of her beast bloodline? Wei Fan questioned inwardly, as there were some matters he dared not ask Yi directly. Long Quang, lounging on the clouds within Wei Fan's dantian, yawned and replied. Her condition is the result of the union between a beast and a human. Thus she possesses certain beastly traits. How could a beast possibly reproduce with a human? Isn't there reproductive isolation? Wei Fan exclaimed, incredulous, considering his background in biology. Of course, it is possible, Long Quang stated matter-of-factly. However, for a beast to bear offspring with a human, it must reach the transformation phase, during which it can alter its form to resemble that of a human, albeit some beastly characteristics may still remain. Why do beasts choose to adopt a human form? Many beasts are inherently powerful, with bodies more suited for combat. Wei Fan queried, perplexed. That is because human bodies are more adept at comprehending the laws of the universe. Generally, beasts will reveal their true forms during battle, Long Quang elucidated. Long Quang continued. For a beast to reach the transformation phase, it must overcome the ninefold heavenly tribulation, after which it can fully assume a human form. The offspring they have with humans will be indistinguishable from ordinary people and will not exhibit any beastly traits. However, as the bloodline dilutes, descendants may occasionally display some beastly characteristics. Ah, I see that in that case, their offspring should be considered human. Why then are they so fearful of others seeing their beastly traits? Wei Fan asked. Long Quang explained. In the human world, those born from the union of beasts and humans are collectively referred to as half-beasts that if their traits are not pronounced, they can coexist with ordinary humans. However, once they display obvious beastly traits, they are despised by society, regarded as symbols of barbarism that half-beasts generally lead unfortunate lives, relegated to the lowest echelons of society, enduring daily ridicule. Can a half-beast's beastly traits be converted into human traits? Wei Fan inquired further. Only when a half-beast reaches the transformation phase can they convert their beastly characteristics into those akin to humans. Now you understand why she wishes for you not to see her ears, Long Quang remarked. Indeed, Wei Fan nodded in comprehension. Suddenly, the doors of the Divine Peak Hall swung open, and Xian Jizi entered. Ah, it seems you two have met. No need for introductions, he chuckled. Yizi, why is your face so flushed? Have you come down with a fever? Let me check if you are unwell. Xian Jizi approached Yizi and placed his hand on her forehead. No fever, yet your face is still so red. Wang Xian, have you been bullying Yizi? He said. Master. Wang Shidi did not bully me. I am simply feeling a bit under the weather, Yizi quickly replied. That is good to hear, that I see you two are getting along well. I was worried you would not be able to coexist harmoniously, Xian Jizi said, stroking his non-existent beard. Master, when you accepted me as your disciple, you did not mention that I had an elder sister. Wei Fan lamented, displaying a wounded expression. I deceived you, but did you not also deceive me? Xian Jizi countered with a smile. What deception have I committed? Do not speak nonsense, Wei Fan retorted, feeling slightly guilty. Your true appearance is not as it is now. Is it? Your current name is likely a falsehood as well. Am I not correct? Xian Jizi said with a knowing smile. Long Quang, did you not claim that your disguise technique would not be discovered? What should I do now? Wei Fan thought anxiously. His power has reached the pinnacle of this world. It is only natural for you to be discovered. Just be forthright with him, that if he intends to kill you, you would have no chance of escape. Long Quang responded nonchalantly. Wei Fan quickly altered his appearance, reducing his height slightly to reveal his true form. Master, you truly possess eyes that see through all. Your martial prowess is unparalleled, your handsomeness extraordinary, your aura magnificent, and your powers vast. Nothing escapes your perceptive gaze, Wei Fan said with a grin. Cease your flattery and tell me your true name, Xian Jizi said with a hint of amusement, clearly enjoying the exchange. Master, my name is Wei Fan, your obedient disciple, Wei Fan replied. So your name is Wei Fan, as in not an ordinary person. From now on, you shall act under the name Wang Xian within the divination sect, Xian Jizi instructed. Why? Master? Wei Fan asked, puzzled. When you descend the mountain, you may use your original identity. Your disguise technique is quite impressive. Had I not reached the harmonization realm, I would not have detected your true form, Xian Jizi explained. If you were to descend the mountain with your real face, many would view you with hostility. Master, how did that person dare to act against us in the divination sect today? Wei Fan recalled the incident during the discipleship ceremony when Qian Heixin attempted to disrupt the proceedings. The Wanchu Holy Land seems to have been secretly plotting something over the years. Qian Heixin is a formidable expert from the Wanchu Holy Land, and his presence here is likely to investigate the true strength of our divination sect. Xian Jizi expressed his concerns. It is alarming that the Wanchu Holy Land would act so recklessly, disregarding their reputation, that I fear they may be planning significant action soon, that if you venture down the mountain, exercise utmost caution, Xian Jizi warned. Wanchu Holy Land? Wei Fan pondered. Indeed, he recalled an elder he had slain on the magic Cloud Mountain, who claimed to be from the Holy Land. Could there be a connection? Wei Fan hesitated before deciding to inform Xian Jizi. Ultimately, he spoke, "Master, I once encountered an elder claiming to be from the Holy Land. He roamed about abducting maidens, torturing them to death, using their souls to forge the soul-devouring banner. This is the soul-devouring banner, and the souls within have been purified by my sworn brother." Wei Fan presented the purified soul-devouring banner to Xian Jizi. As Xian Jizi took it, his expression grew serious, as if recalling something significant. I am aware of this matter. You, Yizi, and I shall venture to a secret realm within my divination sect. I have something to bestow upon you both, Xian Jizi stated. Understood. Wei Fan and Yizi replied in unison. Chapter 43. The giant spirit god Xian Jizi approached the central seat of the hall. Suddenly, a ruler appeared in his hand, which he inserted into the dragon's mouth on the armrest of the chair. The dragon's eyes glowed a brilliant red, and he formed intricate hand seals with his hands. The phoenix-shaped guardian on the opposite side of the chair unleashed a blue light from its mouth. The clash of red and blue light in the center of the hall merged, as if the very space were melting away, revealing a spatial gateway adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix engravings. Peering inside, Wei Fan beheld a lush forest beyond the door. "Come, follow me inside," Xian Jizi beckoned, stepping through the door first. Wei Fan and Yizi followed closely behind. "Master, where is this place?" Wei Fan surveyed his surroundings. The air exceptionally fresh, imbued with the fragrance of grass, beneath a cerulean sky devoid of sunlight. "This is the secret realm of my divination sect, crafted by our founder, who wielded a colossal spatial stone in conjunction with immense magical prowess, ultimately materializing this realm within the void," Xuanjizi explained. Both Wei Fan and Yizi were taken aback, astonished that someone could carve out a space within the emptiness, an unprecedented feat. However, this space is merely a construct. The laws here are incomplete, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. Therefore, refrain from attempting any breakthroughs, lest you inflict irreparable harm upon your training, Xuanjizi cautioned. "Come, for you are about to encounter the true secrets of my divination sect." With that, Xuanjizi enveloped Wei Fan and Yizi, swiftly transporting them to a distance. They halted before a grand palace, towering approximately 300 meters and sprawling over hundreds of acres, boasting at least 50 to 60 stories. To Wei Fan's astonishment, beside the palace stood a row of towering humanoid mechas, each around 100 meters tall, while numerous humans busily measured and hammered various components atop them. Wei Fan counted 10 such humanoid constructs. "Master, what are these magnificent creations?" Wei Fan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Xuanjizi's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance as he replied, "These are the colossi of the divine spirit, the pinnacle of wisdom of our divination sect. They can manifest the power of the sacred realm, but require a skilled pilot to harness their potential. Isn't this akin to a mecha? With the ability to command one, wouldn't I wield the strength of the sacred realm?" Wei Fan mused internally. "Master, do you think I possess the potential to be a pilot?" he asked, his face alight with hope. "Indeed, you do, but you must first attain the king realm to pilot them. Otherwise, the energy waves upon activation could tear you asunder," Xuanjizi remarked. Seemingly perceiving Wei Fan's aspirations, upon hearing this, the smile on Wei Fan's face vanished instantly. So many prerequisites to pilot a mecha, he thought, feeling disheartened. "Enough with your idle thoughts. Follow me into the main hall," Xuanjizi instructed. Wei Fan and Yizi trailed behind him into the grand hall, where countless individuals were engaged in various activities, some diligently assembling components, others inscribing intricate formations upon them that a few donned smaller mechas, lugging hefty components outward. Wei Fan observed in fascination, then spoke up, "Master," but before he could voice his queries, Xuanjizi interjected, "Why do you have so many questions?" Your senior sister remained silent. Surely, silence is preferable. Yizi merely smiled slightly. Nevertheless, Xuanjizi continued, "I assume you're curious about the colossal divine spirit outside and these smaller variants, their capabilities, correct?" Wei Fan nodded in affirmation. The sacred realm colossi require substantial energy. A single strike consumes vast amounts. Their immense size allows them to store greater energy reserves. Furthermore, each colossus necessitates approximately 1 billion formations to function. These formations must be precisely combined to enable movement and direction. Currently, we cannot inscribe 1 billion formations while maintaining sufficient precision within smaller constructs. Hence their enlarged size to meet the requirements, Xuanjizi elucidated. The smaller colossi you see are limited to the king realm, typically requiring only 10 million formations. Can I pilot these colossi? Wei Fan asked, voicing his most pressing concern. Xuanjizi replied, "At your current condensation chi stage, you can at most pilot a colossus of the materialization realm. Only upon reaching the transformation realm may you pilot a king realm colossus." Wei Fan felt a pang of disappointment. Why must the requirements be so high? "When you depart from here, I will ensure you leave with a colossus of the materialization realm. Now, let us pay our respects to the esteemed elders," Xuanjizi stated. Really? Upon hearing that Xuanjizi would gift him a mecha, Wei Fan leaped with excitement. Xuanjizi guided Wei Fan and Yizi into a small chamber within the grand hall, where a dozen individuals sat, a mix of ages and genders. Esteemed elders, these two are the most exceptional disciples recruited by my divination sect in recent years, and I have taken them under my wing, Xuanjizi announced with formality. Xuanji, why so formal? Have we not established that now we are in the sacred realm? With extended lifespans, we need not concern ourselves with hierarchies. We should address each other as peers. A bearded middle-aged man clapped Xuanji on the shoulder, jovially stating, "Dreamboat, you are my master senior. How could I not address you as such?" Xuanji replied. "So what if I am your master senior? That old coot is still my master, and I address him as a peer too." Dreamboat pointed at a youthful, handsome man nearby. "Dreamboat, little Zhou, is it because I disallowed you to marry your senior sister all those years ago that you still hold a grudge?" the handsome man lamented. "Qianling, it is precisely because of you that I remain single to this day," Dreamboat retorted angrily, rising from his seat. "Had it not been for my foresight that your senior sister was not a good match, you might have already become a skeleton by now. She practiced forbidden techniques, the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix method, draining numerous disciples dry. Even the old gatekeeper was not spared from her grasp," Qianling said, a look of rescue on his face. "Even if I had been drained by her, it would be better than being single for decades," Dreamboat responded indignantly. "Why have you not sought a partner in all these years?" "With your strength, finding a wife should be simple," Qianling queried. "I cannot forget." Dreamboat sighed softly, returning to his seat, his expression a blend of melancholy and nostalgia, seemingly reminiscing about the joyful days spent cultivating with his senior sister. Xuanjizi, Wei Fan, and Yizi listened attentively, hesitant to interject. "Enough. Do not let the younger generation witness such antics. Xuanji, these two are Wang Xian and Yizi, correct?" A woman in a purple robe rose to inquire. "Indeed, Elder Qianxia," Xuanjizi replied respectfully. "Very well. They appear to possess great vigor. What brings you to introduce them today?" Qianxia asked. "I wish to utilize the blood beast pool to enhance their bloodline levels," Xuanjizi said with respect. "According to the founder's guidelines, any disciple born with a heavenly bloodline is entitled to an unconditional entry to the blood beast pool for a baptism," Qianxia stated. Furthermore, Yizi has made significant contributions to the construction of the colossi and is thus also entitled to a baptism, she added. "Given that, when can they enter the blood beast pool?" Xuanjizi inquired. "Tonight, the remaining slots for this year total 10, and only 2 have been utilized. However, it would be prudent to prepare adequately. Let us schedule it for tomorrow noon," Qianxia responded. Additionally, it would be beneficial for them to soak in medicinal baths overnight to promote blood circulation before entering the blood beast pool, she continued. Take them to Master Huang. He will know what to do, Qian Xia instructed. Understood. Elder Qian Xia that I shall escort them now, Xuanji Zi replied respectfully. Xuanji Zi led Wei Fan and Yi Zi to a medicinal store within the Grand Hall, where the scent of herbs permeated the air. An elderly man with a white beard and a young girl in plain attire were busily attending to their tasks. Master Huang, these are my disciples. They are scheduled to enter the blood beast pool tomorrow. An elder Qian Xia has requested I seek your assistance, Xuanji Zi said courteously. Ah, the sect leader has arrived. Please come in. These two must be your esteemed disciples. They certainly exude an extraordinary presence, Master Huang remarked while appraising Wei Fan and Yi Zi. Xiao Ping, quickly boil 2 pots of hot water, and remember to use Nanhua wood. Do not make any mistakes, Master Huang instructed the girl. Yes, I understand, she replied before disappearing into the back of the store. In that case, Master Huang, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please take good care of my 2 disciples, Xuanji Zi said. Not at all. It is my duty. You may attend to your matters. Sect leader, rest assured, your disciples are in capable hands, Master Huang assured with a pat on his chest. Xuanji Zi nodded and departed the medicinal store. Please wait here for a moment. I will prepare the herbs you will need, Master Huang said to the 2. Master Huang, you carry on. My senior sister and I will wait here, Wei Fan replied. Master Huang nodded and began selecting herbs from various cabinets within the store. Half an hour later, Wei Fan was engaged in conversation with Yi Zi, who blushed adorably, captivating Wei Fan's gaze. Grandpa Huang, I've boiled the water, she announced. Good. Take this young lady to your room and let her soak in the water for a while. After 5 minutes, add a packet of these herbs according to the numbers I provided. Ensuring the water temperature remains above 60 degrees, instructed Huang Yaoshi. Understood, Grandpa Huang, Pinger replied as she led Yi Zi away. Come with me. Huang Yaoshi beckoned to Wei Fan, who obediently followed him. Upon entering a room, they found a large wooden tub steaming with heat. Get in, Huang Yaoshi instructed, and Wei Fan complied without hesitation. Ouch, that's hot, he exclaimed involuntarily. That's precisely the point, Huang Yaoshi chuckled. After 5 minutes, Huang Yaoshi began adding various herbs into the tub, starting with some common medicinal plants. Every 10 minutes, Pinger would bring in a bucket of hot water, keeping the tub's contents consistently warm. These are truly rare treasures, Huang Yaoshi muttered to himself that he then produced a small bamboo basket and opened it, revealing several purple scorpions, each with 2 heads and 4 large pincers that as he prepared to drop them into the tub, Wei Fan couldn't help but voice his concern. Grandpa Huang, shouldn't we kill them first before putting them in? No need, Huang Yaoshi replied. These 2-headed demon dragon scorpions only secrete their most potent toxins when faced with death. If we kill them, the effect will be significantly diminished. Water at 50 degrees is sufficient to dispatch them. After placing the 2-headed demon dragon scorpions into the tub, they struggled in the hot water, their tails shooting out purple liquid like a water gun. Gradually, the scorpions transformed from their original purple hue to a transparent white, exuding an alluring fragrance. The water in the tub shifted from black to a deep purple, with toxins seeping into Wei Fan's pores. It smells wonderful, Huang Yaoshi remarked, his nose twitching as he fished out the now transparent scorpions, rinsed them in clean water, and began to chew on one. Let me have one, Wei Fan implored, unable to resist the enticing aroma. No, you can't eat now. It wouldn't be good for you, Huang Yaoshi replied, promptly stuffing the remaining scorpions into his mouth. How stingy. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Wei Fan thought to himself. Next, Huang Yaoshi introduced various poisonous creatures, such as the golden spirit snake-headed spider and the 9-headed flower snake, all of which were added alive. Most of these creatures were subsequently retrieved and devoured by Huang Yaoshi. Leaving Wei Fan drooling at that moment, Wei Fan's body was adorned with a kaleidoscope of colors from the toxins, and his mind felt hazy. Once Huang Yaoshi added the final packet of herbs and a bucket of boiling hot water, he sealed Wei Fan in the tub with a lid. The following morning, Wei Fan woke up groggily to find himself back to normal. He felt invigorated, with a clarity of mind and a smooth flow of energy coursing through his body. Indeed, he lives up to the title of pharmacist, Wei Fan mused as he stretched. Huang Yaosher was busy concocting something in a large pot, and upon peering in, Wei Fan discovered it was the herbal bath he had undergone the night before. The pot contained only a small amount of viscous substance. Not wanting to disturb Huang Yaosher's focus, he remained silent. Meanwhile, Yizi was already waiting for him at the pharmacy. "Junior brother, you finally woke up," she said. "Ah, those poisonous snakes, scorpions, and spiders were truly frightening. Did you manage to stay unscathed, senior sister?" Wei Fan inquired. "Junior brother, what are you talking about? There were no snakes or spiders, just a few packets of rare herbs," Yizi replied. Puzzled, Wei Fan's forehead twitched as he thought, "That old man treated me like this." He quickly resolved to seek justice from Huang Yaosher. "What are you planning to do?" Yizi asked. "I have a few words for that old coot," Wei Fan answered. As Wei Fan approached Huang Yaosher's room, Pinger interjected angrily. "How can you say that? My grandfather went through so much effort to prepare the herbal bath for you, and you dare insult him." Wei Fan recalled how Huang Yaosher had enjoyed his drink and delectable poisonous delicacies while he was in the bath, and his anger flared. "What happened? Is someone bullying my little Ping? I'll smash their head." Huang Yaosher emerged from the room, his eyes blazing. "Old Huang, it only required a few rare herbs. Why did you use so many poisonous substances? You nearly poisoned me, despite my trust in you," Wei Fan challenged. Huang Yaosher chuckled awkwardly but quickly regained his composure. "Ah, Wang Xian, your bloodline is of the heavenly grade. Thus, only potent ingredients can awaken the energy within you. It took considerable effort to gather these herbs, and for you to doubt me truly hurts my feelings," he said, wiping his eyes dramatically. "Then what were you doing this morning, turning my bathwater into a medicinal pill?" Wei Fan countered. "Not easily swayed. That was repurposing the waste. I plan to refine a complete, revitalizing pill for you. Here, I just finished it," Huang Yaosher said, producing a black pill from his pocket and handing it to Wei Fan. "But I saw that pot could have produced hundreds of these pills." "You only give me one," Wei Fan protested. "Too many impurities. This is the only one left. Take it or leave it," Huang Yaosher replied bluntly. "Junior brother, let's not dwell on this. Master came by earlier and asked us to join him in the back hall once you're awake," Yizi suggested. "Humph. I'll let you off today. I won't argue with you. Senior sister, let's go," Wei Fan said. Together, Wei Fan and Yizi left the pharmacy. Huang Yaosher watched their departing figures, muttering, "This lad is truly hard to deceive." "Grandpa, how many pills did you manage to create?" Pinga inquired. "Not many, just 99, Huang Yaosher replied with a grin, stroking his beard. Wei Fan and Yizi arrived at the back hall, where Qian Jizi and Qian Xiazi awaited them. Upon their arrival, Qian Xiazi stood and said, "Since you're here, let's begin." Qian Jizi nodded in agreement. Following Qian Xiazi, they proceeded deeper into the grand hall. Descending a winding staircase, Wei Fan observed many individuals laboring fervently before roaring flames, forging various components, while others donned small, giant spirit garments, transporting the completed parts. Qian Xiazi led them further down until they reached the bottom level, approximately 100 meters underground. At the center stood a colossal furnace, flames erupting violently from beneath, as countless metals were melted within. Numerous disciples of the divine calculation sect busied themselves around the furnace. "You all stop for a moment," Qian Xiazi commanded. "Yes," the diligent disciples replied, instinctively distancing themselves from the furnace. Qian Xiazi shifted the furnace away from the flames and produced a wooden token, infusing it with immense inner strength. The token began to glow, enveloping the flames in a transparent light, causing them to surge wildly. Molten rock spraying in all directions, that a stone door rose from the flames, adorned with ancient beast engravings. That as the fire subsided, the door revealed its full form. Qian Xiazi placed a white stone into a groove on the door, which then slowly creaked open. "Let's go inside," she instructed. Qian Xiazi entered first, followed closely by Qian Jizi, with Wei Fan and Yizi trailing behind. They found themselves on a circular patch of land, approximately 100 feet across, surrounded by an endless void. The air was thick with a strong metallic scent that in the center of this land lay a blood pool, about 3 meters long, filled with a crimson liquid that churned continuously. Occasionally, the liquid coalesced into the shapes of ancient beasts, leaping from the pool only to dissolve back into the liquid. You too should enter. Remember to keep your focus and not to be swayed by the lingering spirits of the beasts, Xianjizi cautioned. Are we really just diving into the blood pool like this? Wei Fan asked. Uncertain. What other option is there? Only by fully immersing yourself in the blood pool can you unleash its maximum potential, Qian Xiazi explained. Wei Fan and Yizi stepped into the blood pool, their heads barely above the surface. Wei Fan felt a surge of energy penetrating his pores, his cells greedily absorbing it. The bloodline within him stirred restlessly, and as his cells absorbed the energy, they began to multiply, causing Wei Fan to swell like a balloon. Then, within Wei Fan's body, the bloodline began to coalesce into a 5-clawed golden dragon, continually devouring energy. The form of the 5-clawed golden dragon solidified, consuming immense energy, causing Wei Fan to fluctuate between a rotund figure and one as thin as a skeleton that a sharp, piercing wail seemed to invade Wei Fan's mind, causing him great discomfort. Fortunately, Long Quang intervened to shield him. After an hour, the bloodline within Wei Fan had become exceedingly solid that a red scale began to emerge on the forehead of the 5-clawed golden dragon that the red scale grew. The dragon's aura transformed, exuding an innate regal presence. Simultaneously, tiny dragon scales began to appear on Wei Fan's body. Ah! Wei Fan cried out in anguish, as the incessant metabolic activity of his cells led to the shattering and subsequent reconstruction of his bones. The newly regenerated bones became harder than before, radiating a golden glow. The red scale on the forehead of the 5-clawed golden dragon ceased its growth, now twice the size of an ordinary dragon scale. The 5-clawed golden dragon roared, bursting forth from Wei Fan's body and materializing behind him, roaring into the void. Golden light erupted from Wei Fan's body, and within his dantian, countless internal energies surged, seemingly attempting to coalesce into a Dan. At this moment, the blood pool contained only a thin layer of blood. Yizi had already completed her baptism and stood nervously behind Xianjizi, gazing at Wei Fan, observing the situation. Xianjizi exclaimed, "This is not good. He is about to break through to the Dan formation realm, but we must not allow him to do so here." Understood, Qian Xiazi replied, rushing into the blood pool, seizing Wei Fan's arm, and plunging into the spatial gate. After traversing 2 spatial gates, he brought Wei Fan back to the Divine Calculation Sect. Chapter 46. The Second 9 Heavenly Tribulation, when Qian Xiazi returned Wei Fan from the secret realm to the Divine Calculation Sect. Countless dark clouds gathered ominously above. The sect was immediately shrouded in darkness, with blood-red flashes intermittently illuminating the clouds. What is this? Qian Xiazi observed the stormy sky with a grave expression. Heavenly tribulation, Xianjizi responded gravely as he approached Qian Xiazi. Yizi, wearing a hat, followed closely behind Xianjizi, her worry evident as she looked at Wei Fan. Within Wei Fan's dantian, countless internal energies began to consolidate, gradually transforming into solid form. 3 small demon beasts watched curiously from the side as the changes within Wei Fan's dantian unfolded. Countless internal energies coalesced into hundreds of round objects, each the size of ordinary pills. These were the inner Dan, the emblem of the Dan formation realm, with hundreds of inner dawn hanging like stars above his chi-si. Wei Fan exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. What is happening? Why am I here? Wasn't I in the blood beast pool? Is it going to rain? I haven't even collected my clothes. Wei Fan said. Puzzle, disciple. This is the heavenly tribulation that I cannot assist you. You must rely on yourself, Xianjizi's voice echoed. Wei Fan pondered in confusion. Heavenly tribulation. How could I possibly face a heavenly tribulation? Long Quang. What is happening? Why must I face a heavenly tribulation? Wei Fan asked anxiously, noticing flashes of lightning within the dark clouds. Isn't this quite normal? You should have faced the first 9 heavenly tribulation during your last bloodline awakening. But of course, I used the remnants of my power to help you swallow it. Now that your bloodline has ascended to a royal level, you must face the tribulation, Long Quang explained. Can you not swallow this heavenly tribulation as well? Wei Fan inquired hopefully. No. You must endure this yourself. Even if I wish to assist you, I lack the power. Your master should not be relied upon either. If he intervenes, this second 9 heavenly tribulation will transform into his own 9 ascension tribulation. And both of you will turn to ash, Long Quang warned. Upon hearing this, Wei Fan had no choice but to prepare for the impending heavenly tribulation. All the disciples of the divine calculation sect looked up in astonishment at the sky, and several elders, including Wang Tong, gathered behind Xian-Ji-Zi. Sect Master, what is happening? Wang Tong asked. Wang Xian is breaking through to the Dan formation. This is his heavenly tribulation, Xian-Ji-Zi replied. Heavenly tribulation? Wang Tong and the other elders were taken aback. Generally, only those who reach the royal realm experience heavenly tribulation, and for Wei Fan to attract such a phenomenon at the Dan formation stage indicated his extraordinary talent, invoking the heavens' jealousy and trials against him. A red bolt of lightning descended from the dark clouds, striking Wei Fan's body, causing him to feel a tingling sensation throughout. As successive red bolts of lightning rained down, Wei Fan utilized the power of the mini demon beast to shield himself from them all. With a thunderous crash, a bolt as thick as a water barrel struck, and he successfully passed the first 9 heavenly tribulation. Wei Fan's hair stood on end, resembling an explosion, emitting wisps of smoke. Why haven't these clouds dissipated? Is this the second 9 heavenly tribulation? Xian-Ji-Zi expressed his concern. The first heavenly tribulation is indeed the second 9 heavenly tribulation. This is unprecedented, Qian-Xia-Zi remarked. Xian-Ji-Zi gazed at Wei Fan, silently hoping, may my disciple successfully endure this tribulation. The heavenly tribulation seemed to linger, refusing to descend. Could it be that my disciple has already passed the heavenly tribulation? Xian-Ji-Zi pondered. But why do the clouds remain? Suddenly, a golden bolt of lightning, no thicker than a finger, descended from the clouds. That it seemed the heavenly tribulation had exhausted its strength, causing the clouds to disperse and the sky to clear. Yet, Wei Fan felt every hair on his body stand on end. An unprecedented sense of life-threatening danger enveloping him. Wei Fan summoned all his strength to condense his internal energy into a heavy shield. Under the golden lightning, the shield shattered like paper in an instant, leaving Wei Fan's body charred. It hurts, Wei Fan exclaimed as a wisp of white smoke escaped from his mouth. Are you all right? Xian-Ji-Zi approached Wei Fan's side. Do I look all right? I'm in excruciating pain, Wei Fan replied, writhing in agony. Take this, Xian-Ji-Zi instructed, placing a Dan into Wei Fan's mouth. That a sweet flavor enveloped his senses as the Dan dissolved within him. The charred skin on Wei Fan's body began to peel away, revealing fresh, tender skin beneath, akin to that of a newborn. Master, this Dan is incredible. Please bestow upon your disciple 100 or so for protection, Wei Fan exclaimed in wonder. 100 or so? One of these Dan could buy an entire city. It's not so easy to refine, Xian-Ji-Zi replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Yi-Zi, please escort your junior brother back to rest, Xian-Ji-Zi ordered. By the way, Master, what about the little giant spirit you promised to give me? Wei Fan inquired. Here, Xian-Ji-Zi tossed a ring to Wei Fan. Apply your blood to the ring, and you will be able to use it. The little giant spirit resides within. After saying this, Xian-Ji-Zi vanished. Junior brother, let us return, Yi-Zi said, moving to Wei Fan's side. Thank you for your trouble. Senior sister, Wei Fan replied. That Yi-Zi supported Wei Fan as they made their way back to their quarters. That a delightful fragrance wafted from Yi-Zi, prompting Wei Fan to lean closer to her. Junior brother, please refrain from leaning on me so much, Yi-Zi said, her cheeks flushing. Cough, cough. Wei Fan stammered awkwardly. Senior sister, I lack the strength to stand. I must rely on you. That if you find me bothersome, just leave me here, and I shall crawl back. Seeing Wei Fan in such a state, Yi-Zi felt a pang of sympathy. Junior brother, how could I ever find you bothersome? If you truly cannot walk, I could carry you back, Yi-Zi said, her face turning crimson. No need. I am content to lean on you as I am, Wei Fan replied. With Yi Zi's assistance, Wei Fan successfully returned to his quarters. He emerged from her room and spotted Wei Fan leaning against Yi Zi. Ah, Wang Xian, I was wondering why I hadn't seen you for the past few days. Turns out you were out on a date with your little sweetheart. Leaving me alone here, almost starving to death with Mao Qiu. Just wait until I get my hands on you, he exclaimed fiercely, pouncing towards Wei Fan. Upon hearing little sweetheart, Yi Zi's face turned beet red. Wei Fan, startled by Yi's approach, quickly took off running. Yi Zi interjected. Miss, you are mistaken. I am his senior sister, that he has just undergone tribulation and cannot walk, which is why I am assisting him back. He looks skeptical. Just look at how fast he runs. He doesn't appear injured at all. Clearly, he is trying to take advantage of you. I truly am not. Wei Fan protested. Feeling wronged, Yi Zi glanced at Wei Fan with some doubt as well. Cough, cough. I will prepare a delicious meal for you both. Please forgive me, Wei Fan pleaded, hoping to appease them. Very well, we shall let you off this time, he relented. Wei Fan approached and introduced the two women, allowing them to become acquainted. Chapter 47. Equipping the heavy assault rifle, Wei Fan roasted 2 sheep and simmered a large pot of donkey meat soup. He, and Yi Zi devoured every last morsel, leaving not a drop of broth behind, most of which Wei Fan consumed himself. I am so full. This is delightful, Wei Fan exclaimed, patting his belly. I never expected your culinary skills to be so remarkable. Junior brother, Yi Zi said with a smile. Indeed, Wang Xian's culinary prowess is unparalleled. He often prepares delicious meals for me, and we even share the same living quarters, he added, licking her lips. Is that so? Yi Zi responded, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Wei Fan awkwardly remarked, please refrain from making such easily misinterpreted comments that we merely share a house. How did it become sharing a bed? Isn't that the same thing? He asked innocently. All right, let us change the subject. Allow me to show you something interesting. Wei Fan mysteriously remarked. What a wonderful treasure. He was met with keen interest from Haiming, who replied, You will find out shortly. Wei Fan, teasingly, continued to build suspense that he then produced the ring given to him by Xuanji from his pocket. Taking a slender needle, he pricked his finger, allowing a droplet of crimson blood to form at his fingertip. He smeared the blood onto the ring, which absorbed it slowly, as if it had never been stained. Establishing a connection with the ring, Wei Fan could distinctly sense a space within it, the size of a room, where a diminutive giant spirit resided. With a mere thought, the giant spirit emerged from the ring and materialized in Wei Fan's chamber, adorned in blood-red armor, with a crimson longsword at its back. How magnificent! Haiming exclaimed, caressing the mech. Indeed, just look at whose mech it is, haha. Wei Fan chuckled, brimming with pride. What is its name? Haiming inquired. Ah, the name. I haven't named it yet. Let me think. What should I call it? Wei Fan pondered while assessing the diminutive giant spirit. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and declared, I've decided. It shall be called Blood Azura. Without further ado, Wei Fan eagerly stepped inside the Blood Azura's interior. Once inside, the mech began to adapt to his size, enveloping him snugly within its confines. Wei Fan felt as though the Blood Azura was his true form, capable of sensing even the slightest changes in the air. The mech was entirely under his control as he unsheathed the crimson longsword and swung it through the air a few times. Yet something felt amiss. Ah, a submachine gun, he thought upon spotting a firearm in the room. Such a striking mech would be a waste without a fitting weapon. That he held the submachine gun, testing its weight, only to find it too light. Junior brother, what are you holding? Yi Zi asked curiously, eyeing the gun in Wei Fan's hand. Oh, this is a submachine gun, that it's far too light for someone in a mech like mine, Wei Fan sighed. I see there are no inscriptions on it. What good is it? Yi Zi questioned, reflecting the common belief that powerful weapons bore intricate inscriptions. This is quite formidable. Even shape-shifting masters have fallen to it, Wei Fan boasted. So impressive. If it were enhanced with a reinforcement array, wouldn't its power increase even further? Yi Zi exclaimed in astonishment. You're absolutely right. How did I not think of that? Wei Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have matters to attend to. Yi, you may return, he said. After speaking, Wei Fan retreated to his own chamber, retrieving paper and pen that he then began redesigning the original submachine gun, altering the loading method for its ammunition, and installing a dedicated compartment for bullets on the back of the mech. The bullets were inscribed with reinforcement arrays to prevent deformation under immense force. The overall size of the submachine gun doubled, constructed from superior alloys, with the strength of the springs increased manifold. And the bullets were loaded with more potent explosives. Wei Fan sought out Xuanji. Master, this is my design for a heavy submachine gun. Could you have them assist me in its manufacture? He inquired. Handing over his schematics to Xuanji with care, Xuanji examined the heavy submachine gun design with interest. Not bad, but this will weigh at least 700 to 800 pounds. Can you handle it? And what of its power? Wei Fan replied confidently. This is intended for my little giant spirit. It can easily slay shape-shifting masters. Really? Xuanji questioned skeptically, knowing that the materials needed to forge a heavy submachine gun were not extensive. Concerned that Xuanji might doubt him, Wei Fan produced the smaller submachine gun, saying, "Of course, I once used this to slay a shape-shifting master." "Very well, I shall have them craft one for you immediately," Xuanji nodded. "When will it be ready?" Wei Fan asked. "Come back tomorrow at this time. It should be completed by then," Xuanji replied. "Understood, Master," Wei Fan respectfully acknowledged. The following day, Wei Fan arrived early at the Divine Peak Hall, where Xuanji awaited him. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the heavy submachine gun displayed within. The weapon was inscribed with a myriad of intricate arrays, accompanied by a box of ammunition. "Wei Fan," Xuanji called out. "Master, I am here." Wei Fan responded with respect. "This weapon possesses immense power. Our divine calculation sect has commenced mass production to AS compensation. I present you with a vial of medicinal pills." Xuanji tossed a bottle of pills to Wei Fan, who, upon inspection, was taken aback. "Master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept this," Wei Fan protested, recognizing the 10 pills inside as one Xuanji had previously administered to him. "This is yours by right. Having joined my sect, I understand that you possess formidable cultivation techniques, so there is little I can teach you. Furthermore, your heavy submachine gun is of great significance to our sect," Xuanji explained. "Of course, I can tell you that we have a cultivation technique within our sect that rivals your current practice, though I have yet to master it myself," Xuanji admitted, somewhat awkwardly. "Once you reach the shape-shifting realm, I will endeavor to secure you an opportunity to learn it. Whether or not you succeed depends on your own efforts." "Thank you for your generosity, Master," Wei Fan expressed gratefully. "You may take your heavy submachine gun back. Do be careful. The weapon is inscribed with an anti-counterfeit array that if disassembled, it will detonate automatically," Xuanji cautioned. "Understood, Master." Wei Fan nodded that he released the blood azura from the ring, wielding the heavy submachine gun and testing its feel, which was remarkably satisfying. After securing the weapon on the back of the blood azura and placing it back in the ring, he bid farewell to Xuanji and departed from the Grand Hall. Chapter 48. The case of the missing young girl. Ever since acquiring the heavy submachine gun, Wei Fan had yet to find an opportunity to use it, spending his days training at the Divine Calculation Sect and initially boasting about it to Jaime. The recent days had been exceedingly dull for Wei Fan at the sect. Jaime and Mao Qiu were rather restless, constantly scheming to sneak into the herb garden for a taste of the elixirs. Wei Fan, uneasy about their solo ventures, felt compelled to accompany them. However, as the disciple of the sect leader, he considered the sect a future inheritance of his own. Thus he accompanied them into the herb garden, this time stealing only a minimal amount of herbs to avoid detection. In Wei Fan's perspective, this was not theft but rather a rightful claim, as the entire Divine Calculation sect would eventually belong to him. Taking a few herbs hardly counted. Recently, rumors circulated within the sect about a creature that devoured spirit beasts, causing many disciples to keep their spirit beasts close at night for fear of them vanishing. Throughout these days, Wei Fan attended classes and practiced as usual, exhibiting no signs of abnormality. Moreover, as the disciple of the sect leader, he was met with respectful greetings from fellow disciples, who would call out to him as big senior brother, much to his delight. Yet Wei Fan, Jaime, and Mao Qiu had all gained considerable weight. Greetings, big senior brother. Hello, big senior brother. As Wei Fan walked along the path of the divine calculation sect, every disciple he encountered respectfully greeted him. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, maintaining a calm demeanor, embodying the grace expected of a senior brother, while inwardly reveling in joy. Spotting a figure stealthily trailing behind another disciple, Wei Fan focused and recognized it as Li Fei. Ah, isn't that junior brotherly? Why do you hide when you see me? Big senior brother. Come over and greet me properly. Wei Fan called out jovially to Li Fei, with his head downcast and a sullen expression. Bore eyes brimming with resentment, hatred, and anger. Yet he quickly forced a smile, raising his head to say, Greetings, big senior brother. What was that? I didn't hear you. Could you speak up a bit? Wei Fan prompted. Li Fei's face twitched with frustration. His smile fading in a cold voice, he repeated, Greetings, big senior brother. Now that's more like it. I'm doing splendidly, enjoying delicious meals. Wei Fan chuckled lightly. Li Fei's head hung low again, his eyes filled with malice, his expression twisted. Once Wei Fan departed, Li Fei lifted his gaze towards the direction Wei Fan had gone, mentally seething. I long to flay you alive, but the time is not right. In a few days, I will ensure you meet a miserable end. Avenging shall by. Wei Fan glanced back at Li Fei, contemplating. This Li Fei has quite the fortitude. He erupted despite all this that I must remain vigilant, for though he poses no immediate threat. His uncle is indeed a significant nuisance. Wei Fan arrived at the Divine Peak Hall, where Xuanji awaited him, joined by Qin Xiazi and Wang Tong. Wang Xian, please take a seat. Yizi will be here shortly, Xuanji instructed. Yes, master, Wei Fan replied, finding a spot to sit. Soon, Yizi arrived, donning a pink dress with a white-brimmed hat, her brown hair cascading in fluffy waves down her back. Master, I apologize for my tardiness. Yizi spoke with a tone of regret. It is not too late. Please take a seat first. Xuanzi replied, Thank you. Master. After Yizi finished speaking, she sat down beside Wei Fan. The truth is, I summoned you here to entrust you with a task, Xuanzi stated with a hint of seriousness. What task could that possibly be? Wei Fan inquired. Xuanzi continued, Allow me to first provide you with the specifics of the situation. According to intelligence reports, a few months ago, there has been a surge in the tragic murders of young girls by unknown assailants. Initially, these incidents occurred in the border regions of the Dachang dynasty, and few took notice, assuming it was the work of a misguided practitioner of the demonic path. Consequently, the Taishan sect, situated within the Dachang dynasty, dispatched disciples to collaborate with the local authorities to eliminate the fiend, but they failed to extract any useful information and the matter was left unresolved. The Taishan sect, renowned as the third greatest sect in the world, is famous for its mastery of the Taishang Wangqing Ju. However, it was unforeseen that recently, cases of young girls being victimized have proliferated across the territories of the three major dynasties, resulting in widespread unrest with bandits seizing the opportunity to wreak havoc. Yet, these disturbances are not our primary concern. I wonder what task Master wishes to assign to my sister and me, Wei Fan asked. Feeling a headache coming on, Xuanzi shot Wei Fan a glare before saying, Why the rush? We are almost at the crux of the matter. Originally, my divination sect also dispatched numerous disciples to assist the Zhou dynasty in investigating this issue. However, to my astonishment, under my very nose, a case of missing girls has emerged in Luocheng, at the foot of my sect's mountain. Xuanzi spoke with an undertone of anger. Thus, I wish for both of you to descend the mountain and investigate this matter in Luocheng, which will also serve as a trial for you both, Xuanzi concluded. Master, may I inquire what identities my sister and I should adopt while investigating in Luocheng, and what authority we possess to mobilize personnel? Wei Fan questioned. You will have just the two of you. If you wish to bring others along, that is your prerogative, but I will not provide you with any additional personnel. As for your identities, you are to conduct a covert investigation. On the surface, you are merely travelers, indistinguishable from anyone else. However, should anyone dare to obstruct you, you have my permission to act without mercy, and all resulting losses will be the responsibility of the divination sect, Xuanzi declared. Will all consequences truly fall upon the divination sect? Wei Fan asked. Of course. But do not go overboard, Xuanzi replied. Master, Do you not bestow upon us any means of self-defense? Can you truly bear to cast your disciples into such peril? Wei Fan questioned. Here are 2 defensive jade pendants. Once activated, for 1 hour, even those of the king's realm cannot harm you in the slightest. What do you think? Am I generous enough? Xuanzi said as he produced 2 pendants from his spatial ring. Such impressive items. Master, do not be stingy. Grant us a few more. Wei Fan responded after accepting the defensive pendants. Do you think these are as common as cabbages? I found these in an ancient cave, Xuanzi said with a sigh. Well, having some is better than having none. Here, sister, allow me to put this on you, Wei Fan said, holding one carved with a phoenix. The Yez's face flushed slightly as she nodded. It is truly beautiful. After Wei Fan adorned Yez with the pendant, he praised, All right, you 2 may return now. You are to set off early tomorrow morning. Xuanzi coughed lightly before adding, Yes, the disciples take their leave. Wei Fan and Yez walked out side by side, leaving only Xuanzi and the 3 remaining individuals within the grand hall. Master, do you truly trust them to descend the mountain alone? Wang Tong inquired. I certainly do not, which is why I must trouble you. Brother Wang, to keep a close watch on them, Xuanzi replied. Are you suggesting that I serve as their bodyguard? Wang Tong asked. Xuanzi nodded in affirmation. Chapter 49. The little overlord of Luoqing, after Wei Fan informed He Ming of the impending investigation. He Ming was filled with exuberance, for the rules at the divination sect were rather constraining, and she had longed to descend the mountain. This is for you, Wei Fan said, handing He Ming a defensive jade pendant, which was adorned with a dark shilin, feeling it suited her perfectly. Wow, Wei Fan, is this your way of finally expressing your feelings for me? He Ming teased with a smile as she accepted the pendant. This He Ming truly knows how to provoke others. I wonder whom she learned this from, Wei Fan thought internally, then replied with a hint of exasperation. I merely thought it suited you, so I intended to give it to you with no ulterior motives. He Ming appeared somewhat disappointed and said, Oh, in that case, I shall accept it. She then donned the pendant around her neck, carefully tucking it beneath her clothing. The following morning, Wei Fan and He Ming, equipped with their pistols, grenades, rifles, and other belongings, arrived at the ascending cloud platform to meet Yez. Xuanzi and Yez were already awaiting Wei Fan's arrival at the platform. You must exercise utmost caution on this journey. The outside world is fraught with danger. Without my protection, Wang Xian. You must take good care of your sister, Xuanzi instructed. Yes, master, I will ensure my sister's safety. You can rest easy, Wei Fan assured, patting his chest. What do you mean by entrusting her to you? I merely expect you to look after her, He Ming scoffed, crossing her arms. Is this your sister He Ming? Xuanzi inquired. Indeed, Wei Fan nodded. Very well, she is a fine candidate for cultivation. I wonder if she would consider joining my sect, Xuanzi remarked as he regarded He Ming. Wei Fan's expression darkened as he retorted. Master, did you not claim that I was your last disciple? Haha, Xuanzi chuckled awkwardly. I would be honored, master. Please allow me to pay my respects. From now on, I shall be your obedient disciple, He Ming declared as she performed a bow of respect to Xuanzi. Xuanzi could only glance at Wei Fan. Great, now I have an additional junior sister, Wei Fan thought helplessly, covering his head. Yez, once you descend the mountain, ensure you look after your junior brother and sister, Xuanzi instructed. Yez nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. After bidding farewell to Xuanzi, the 3 descended the mountain along the winding path. At Li Ying's residence. Uncle, may I inquire why you summoned me? Li Fei asked respectfully, feeling somewhat apprehensive in Li Ying's presence. After sipping a small cup of tea, Li Ying leisurely replied, I have a task for you, and should you complete it flawlessly, I will grant you entry to the Wanchu sacred ground, bestowing upon you the status of core disciple. Really? Li Fei exclaimed in delight, then inquired, What task do you wish to assign me? I assure you I will fulfill it diligently. No need to worry. The task is quite simple. You merely need to eliminate 2 individuals that I will send someone to assist you, Li Ying stated. Who are the targets? One is the person you have long wished to kill, Wang Xian. The other is Yez. Here is her portrait. She will likely be seen in Wang Xian's company. You must eliminate both, Li Ying instructed. Understood, uncle. I shall accomplish this task, Li Fei said. Casting a resentful glance at Wang Xian's portrait, L. Ying nodded in satisfaction. Typically, disciples of the divination sect train on the mountain and seldom descend. Thus, the path leading to Luocheng is often devoid of passersby. Wei Fan, He Ming, and Yizi walked along the desolate trail. While, brother, look over there, a delightful tiger. He Ming exclaimed, pointing at a tiger, her mouth watering with excitement. The tiger lay lazily on the grass, basking in the sun and munching on some grass. What a plump tiger, sister. Wait here. I'll fetch it for you with a slide tackle, Wei Fan said, retrieving a shovel from his ring. The tiger gazed at Wei Fan with a look of utter bewilderment. Junior brother, it's so adorable. It hasn't even attempted to attack us. Wouldn't this be too cruel? Yizi remarked. Indeed. It is quite tempting, He Ming agreed. In that case, I shall reluctantly spare its life, Wei Fan said, putting the shovel away. Approaching the tiger, Wei Fan suddenly leapt onto its back. The tiger stood up abruptly, trying desperately to throw Wei Fan off. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I will end you, Wei Fan declared, clinging to the tiger's neck to TO his astonishment. The tiger responded, You little brat, just a moment ago. You wanted to eat me. I'm not that foolish. Following you could lead to becoming a meal. You can speak. How rare. I am the senior brother of the divination sect. Submit to me, and you shall live a life of luxury. Look at you, already reduced to munching grass. Wei Fan coerced. The tiger, with a skeptical expression, retorted, Are you really the senior brother of the divination sect? Of course. Here is my token, bestowed by my master, the sect leader, Wei Fan declared, pulling out a token he had crafted himself, inscribed with the word senior brother. The tiger glanced at it and said, Very well, I shall submit to you. But you must provide me with 2 sheep daily. I want to eat one and toss the other aside. Agreed, I promise. Wei Fan nodded. Wei Fan rode the tiger back to He Ming and Yizi. So cool. I want to ride too, He Ming exclaimed, attempting to climb onto the tiger. The tiger swatted her aside with its tail, saying, You just wanted to eat me. I want to let you ride. Humph. Such a stingy tiger, He Ming pouted. By the way, I still don't know your name. Wei Fan inquired, and upon hearing his name mentioned, the tiger proudly declared, I am called Ba Tianhu. Isn't that quite impressive? Indeed. It's quite formidable. Allow me to ride upon you, praised He Ming. Not a chance, Ba Tianhu retorted, turning away with a haughty demeanor. The trio, accompanied by a furry ball, ambled along the road, swiftly approaching the silhouette of Luo City. Now, they could almost discern the city's outline. Throughout their journey, He Ming had persistently desired to mount Ba Tianhu, yet all attempts were thwarted. However, in gratitude for Yizi advocating for him, Ba Tianhu consented to let Yizi ride atop him. Consequently, He Ming trailed behind, clutching the tiger's tail. Had it not been for Wei Fan's intervention, Ba Tian, who would have already unleashed his fury, got a clatter of hooves echoed from behind Wei Fan and the others. A young man, resplendently attired and riding a dragon-scale steed, led the way. His pallid complexion suggested a certain frailty, indicative of excessive indulgence. Following closely were 7 or 8 robust men on horseback, each bearing a quiver of arrows. As they drew near, the young man's eyes sparkled with interest, and he halted. What a magnificent tiger! Capturing it to keep my little by company would be quite splendid, he remarked, eyeing Ba Tianhu beneath Wei Fan. Upon seeing He Ming and Yizi, his eyes gleamed even brighter, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. You boy, quickly leave. Leave this tiger and these 2 beauties for me, and I shall spare your life, the young man declared arrogantly. And who do you think you are? Damn it, encountering such fools wherever I go, Wei Fan scoffed. Infuriated by Wei Fan's refusal to retreat, the young man seethed. You dare insult me? Listen well, I am Wang Fugue, the eldest son of the Wang family in Luo City. Known as the Little Overlord of Luo City, the My family is the wealthiest in town, with close business ties to the fortune-telling sect. Are you trembling now? If so, I suggest you skedaddle, or I shall make you wish you hadn't been born. Wei Fan, holding his head in exasperation, thought it a waste of bullets to shoot such a fool. I suppose if I don't leave, what will you do about it? Wei Fan retorted dismissively. Wang Fugue, incensed by Wei Fan's flippant tone, replied, You, a penniless lad, have such beautiful women accompanying you. It's nothing short of torture for them. Wei Fan said, nonchalantly picking his nose. Only someone as wealthy and powerful as I can provide happiness to beauties, Wang Fuguei boasted, his face displaying an air of self-satisfaction. Ladies, come with me, and I assure you whatever you desire will be yours, as long as you serve me well. Tonight, I shall ensure you experience unparalleled pleasure. He leered at Haiming and Yizi. Wang Fuguei attempted to approach Haiming, reaching out to caress her delicate face, but she recoiled in fear, retreating behind Wei Fan. You perverted creep! You look utterly revolting, Haiming exclaimed from her sheltered position, spitting on the ground for emphasis. You little wretch, Wang Fuguei snarled through gritted teeth. Wei Fan then placed both Haiming and Yizi onto Ba Tianhu's back, instructing the tiger to take them away from the scene for their safety, before addressing Wang Fuguei. Have you finished your parting words? It appears you truly seek death. Air. Go retrieve those two little vixens for me, but be careful not to harm them. I intend to pamper them tonight, Wang Fuguei leered. As for the rest of you, kill him. No, first break his legs. I want to torture him thoroughly, Wang Fuguei fumed, glaring at Wei Fan. Having always received whatever he desired without objection, Wang Fuguei could hardly fathom how a mere pauper dared to refuse him, let alone speak so disrespectfully. I had no intention of resorting to this, but your insolence has compelled me, Wei Fan replied icily. With that, Wei Fan summoned the blood azura from his ring, swiftly entering its confines in a mere breath. Wang Fuguei's eyes widened with excitement at the sight of the blood azura. He possesses a spatial ring. Kill him and bring me the ring. I'll reward each of you with 1,000 gold coins. The spatial ring was a rare treasure, one Wang Fuguei had only seen in his father's possession. Wei Fan retrieved a heavy submachine gun from the blood azura's back, stating, I'm afraid the game is over. As he pulled the trigger, the gunfire erupted, flames belching from the muzzle as spent casings littered the ground around him. Despite Wang Fuguei's subordinates' desperate attempts to resist, their highest cultivation level was merely at the Dan condensation stage, rendering them utterly incapable of withstanding the submachine gun's might. In no time, Wang Fuguei's men were left as mangled heaps, each struck multiple times. Witnessing the carnage, Wang Fuguei was so terrified he nearly wet himself. He fell to his knees, repeatedly banging his head on the ground. I am truly sorry for not recognizing your greatness. Great sir, please spare my life. Anything you desire, I will provide, he wailed. Oh! Wei Fan observed Wang Fuguei with interest. Surprised by his capacity for subservience, without hesitation, Wei Fan discharged a round into Wang Fuguei's groin. The young man screamed in agony, clutching himself, bent over in pain as blood pooled beneath him. Wei Fan stepped on Wang Fuguei's head, inquiring, Do you still wish for mercy? Please, I beg you. My family is wealthy, and my father favors skilled individuals like yourself, that if you come back with me, he will surely be pleased and reward you handsomely. You may have anything you desire, just as long as you serve as my guardian, Wang Fuguei pleaded, his voice trembling. To endure such humiliation, I will have my father dismember your limbs and turn you into a mere plaything, while ensuring those two little vixens suffer before your eyes. Wang Fuguei seethed inwardly. Do you not despise me? After all, I have rendered you incapable of being a man, Wei Fan chuckled. Despise you? Not at all. In fact, I find it rather liberating. I have always preferred men, but never had the courage to express it that I am truly grateful to you for this release. You have done me a great service, Wang Fuguei hastily responded. You are utterly shameless in your quest for survival, Wei Fan remarked, speechless at Wang Fuguei's audacity. Brother, I assure you, I speak only the truth. Not a single lie. Should I dare deceive you, may my Wang family be obliterated. Wang Fuguei insisted. Do I appear to be a fool? I suspect that if I accompany you to your family, escaping with my life would be a near impossibility, Wei Fan replied, shaking his head. I truly, Wang Fuguei began, but his words were abruptly silenced forever. Wei Fan, uninterested in further discourse, intensified his grip, causing Wang Fuguei's head to explode like a watermelon, splattering a mix of red and white viscous liquid. Observing the aftermath, Ba Tianhu, having resolved the situation, returned with Haiming and Yizi. Haiming gleefully exclaimed from Batian, who asked back, "What a powerful weapon!" Batian, who marveled at the blood azura. Wei Fan exited the azura, stowing it back into his ring. Humph. These little rascals dared to target my Haiming and Yizi. They truly do not know their own mortality. Haiming, Yizi, you were not frightened, were you? Wei Fan approached them. "We are unharmed," both replied. "I have an issue," Batian, who interjected. "What issue could you possibly have? Let us continue our journey. We must reach an inn in Luo City before nightfall," Wei Fan urged. "My mother tiger is gone. Did you not hear him mention his little bai? He wants me to keep it company." Batian, who lamented dramatically. "Perhaps little bai is a male tiger. Let me enlighten you. Wang Fugue has a penchant for men. Generally, pets resemble their owners. Little bai may very well prefer male tigers," Wei Fan said with a mischievous smile. Furthermore, Wei Fan continued, "If you wish to befriend little bai, upon our arrival in Luo City, I could sell you to the Wang family. How does that sound?" Batian, who shuddered at the thought, pleading, "I only require 1 sheep daily. Please do not sell me to the Wang family." Wei Fan performed a rain-cleansing spell, erasing all traces of the incident. "Ha!" Wei Fan laughed heartily, mounting Batian, who, upon reaching Luo City, they found an inn to rest. The innkeeper dared not allow Batian, who to mingle with other mounts. Thus the tiger slept in Wei Fan's room, his snoring driving Wei Fan to distraction. That night, at the Wang residence, "Lu, has the young master returned yet?" the family patriarch, Wang Yuanbao, inquired. "Master, the young master has yet to return from hunting outside the city. I have already dispatched individuals to search for him. News will arrive shortly," Lu replied. "Master, bad news." A servant rushed in, kneeling before him. "What is the hurry?" "Speak slowly," Wang Yuanbao said, sipping his tea. "The young master is dead," the servant exclaimed. Wang Yuanbao spat out his tea in shock, his voice seething with rage. "Who did this?" "I do not know. There were no clues left at the scene, based on the condition of the body. The method of murder is unprecedented," the servant remarked. "Issue a bounty. Anyone who can provide information leading to the capture of the murderer will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins," Wang Yuanbao declared. Crushing the teacup in his hand, his eyes ablaze with fury, his face contorted in rage. Chapter 51. The night of the destruction of the Ancestor Hall, Wang Yuanbao paced furiously within the confines of his chamber, shattering countless ceramic jars and scattering gold and silver ornaments upon the floor. "Master, the young master's body has been returned," a servant announced respectfully from outside the door. Wang Yuanbao emerged, his eyes red-rimmed. Wang Fuqi's mangled corpse lay cold in the courtyard, obscured by a white cloth. Upon unveiling it, tears streamed down his cheeks as he beheld his son's broken body. "My Fuqi, rest assured, I shall unearth the identity of your killer and ensure they endure a suffering 100-fold. 1,000-fold of what you have faced," he vowed through gritted teeth. "Manager Lu, is there any clue regarding who killed Fuqi?" Wang Yuanbao's voice was hoarse with despair. "Master, there are as yet no leads. I beg you to forgive my incompetence," Manager Lu replied, his head bowed in shame. "Humph, you are utterly useless," Wang Yuanbao retorted. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I shall venture out alone." Thus, he departed the Wang residence and made his way to a foreboding courtyard in the western part of the city. Standing respectfully before a room, he implored, "My lord, my son has been slain, yet I cannot ascertain the identity of his murderer. I beseech your assistance." A somber, raspy voice emanated from within, indistinguishable in gender, stating, "In light of your diligent service, take this to the Wanbao Pavilion. They will assist you in your inquiries." A black token slipped through the crack of the door, which Wang Yuanbao hastily caught. "Thank you. My lord, I shall endeavor to fulfill your task, though I fear there are those who have been discreetly probing into matters, so I must tread carefully," he replied. "Focus on completing your task. As for the spies lurking in the shadows, others will address them, that do not concern yourself, and do not seek me for trivial matters in the future," the voice instructed. "Yes, my lord," Wang Yuanbao said, departing the courtyard. The Wanbao Pavilion's influence spanned the 3 great dynasties. Selling anything that could yield profit, artifacts, elixirs, antiques, land, beauties, or even cultivators that as long as one could meet the price. Nothing was beyond reach. There were accounts of individuals purchasing the head of the emperor of the Dachang dynasty, only for that emperor to perish the following day. Some had even sought to abduct the saintess of the Wanchu Holy Land, offering a substantial sum to the Wanbao Pavilion for the deed, which they accepted. Unfortunately, the attempt failed, as the saintess was the daughter of the Holy Lord of the Wanchu Holy Land, who was protected by treasures. The assailants were swiftly dispatched by the Holy Lord himself. Subsequently, 5 powerful figures from the Wanchu Holy Land laid siege to the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion, resulting in a cataclysmic battle, leaving the pavilion in ruins. Yet the incident ultimately solidified the Wanbao Pavilion's unassailable position as the foremost power in the shadowy realm. Upon arriving at the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Yuanbao, though affluent and among the prominent families of the Great Zhou dynasty, felt as insignificant as an ant in comparison to the pavilion's might. "Isn't this Boss Wang? What brings you here today?" the pavilion's manager asked while cracking seeds. "Huan Yang, I have a matter to discuss. Please take a look at this," Wang Yuanbao said, presenting the token. Although Huan Yang was the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion, she possessed considerable influence, and none in Luoqing dared to slight her. After examining the token, she exclaimed, "Ah, a black iron token. Very well, follow me." Wang Yuanbao trailed Huan Yang to the uppermost floor of the pavilion, where a small, tightly shut room awaited. She knocked, and the door opened slightly. "Enter," Huan Yang instructed. Inside sat a figure shrouded in a black robe at a table. Wang Yuanbao placed the token before the robed individual, who picked it up with bony fingers and scrutinized it. "Speak. What assistance do you require from the Wanbao Pavilion?" came the hoarse voice. "I seek your help in locating the individual who murdered my son," Wang Yuanbao said, his voice laced with hatred. "Do you require the Wanbao Pavilion to eliminate this person?" "No, I wish to capture him myself and make him suffer," Wang Yuanbao replied with a sinister expression, believing that the one who murdered his son and obliterated all traces would not be overly powerful. "Very well. Provide me with the details of your son's death, including the location and approximate time." Wang Yuanbao relayed all the information regarding Wang Fuqi's demise to the robed figure. Wei Fan and his companion stayed at an inn for the night. The following morning, as Wei Fan, Haiming, and Yizi dined within the inn, Ba Tian, who was in his room, gnawing on a piece of lamb. "Hey, have you heard? The little tyrant of the Wang family met a gruesome end yesterday. It was quite a sight, and I must say, it warmed my heart," remarked a man at the table adjacent to Wei Fan. "Is it true he's dead? Excellent. That brute bullied so many, and if only the big tyrant would follow suit," another chimed in. "Who is this big tyrant?" Wei Fan inquired. "You must be new to Luoqing. The big tyrant is Wang Yuanbao, Wang Fuqi's father. These two have committed countless misdeeds, ruining the lives of many young women," someone explained. "In what manner did he meet his end? Please share so we may revel in the tale," another asked eagerly. "Let me tell you, Wang Fuqi's manhood was utterly destroyed. He got what he deserved for all the young women he victimized. His head was crushed to bits," a voice echoed. "Good. He deserved to die that way. Honestly, it feels a bit too merciful. If it were me, I would have sliced him into thin pieces, like leaves, to make him feel the retribution he deserved," another remarked joyfully, evidently someone who had suffered at Wang Fuqi's hands. "I heard Wang Yuanbao has issued a bounty of 10,000 gold coins for any useful information that can lead to the capture of the murderer," someone noted. "Really? That much? If I knew who it was, I would surely report them," the one who had just spoken about slicing Wang Fuqi into pieces declared. "Weren't you at odds with Wang Fuqi? Money is money. It's not shameful. Now the bounty notices are plastered all over Luoqing. Soon enough, the entire city will be aware of it." Returning to their room, Wei Fan's companions were met with Yi Zi's concerned inquiry. "Junior brother, what shall we do now?" After a moment's contemplation, Wei Fan replied, "We currently possess no leads. Perhaps we should stir the waters of Luoqing and seize the opportunity to fish amidst the chaos. Stirring the waters is my forte. A hand grenade tossed in will surely do the trick. And the fish will rise to the surface," Haiming suggested. "Precisely. We shall use this hand grenade to muddy the waters of Luoqing," Wei Fan concurred. "What should our approach be?" Yizi asked, perplexed. You will find out tonight, Wei Fan assured her. That night, Wei Fan, Yizi, and Haiming donned dark attire and stealthily infiltrated the Wang residence. Haiming tugged at Wei Fan's sleeve and inquired, Brother, where shall we strike? If we are to strike, let it be where it hurts them deeply. After all, they dared to issue a manhunt for us, and this is also vengeance for the innocent young women they have wronged. Perhaps the missing girls are linked to them, Wei Fan asserted. Where should we target? Haiming pressed. After some consideration, Wei Fan declared, We shall blow up their ancestor hall. The trio arrived at a room filled with fragrant incense, where various tablets were displayed. Wang Fuqi's body lay within. Hand me the grenades, Wei Fan commanded. Here, Haiming replied, handing over 2 grenades to Wei Fan and passing another 2 to Yizi. How do you use this? Yizi inhuited it. Just watch us. Pull the pin and toss it away, Haiming explained, pointing to the grenade. Commence, Wei Fan ordered, and the 3 hurled the grenades into the Wang family's ancestor hall. With a thunderous explosion, the hall collapsed in a blaze of fire, chaos erupting within the Wang residence. Chapter 52. Reporting oneself amidst the turmoil, Wei Fan and his companions returned to the inn, cloaked in anonymity. What an exhilarating experience, Haiming exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. That Yez, too, bore a rosy hue, exhilarated by the unprecedented act of destruction. Within the Wang residence, Wang Yuanbao was engrossed in managing accounts and documents in his study when a sudden explosion reverberated through the air. Rushing out, he beheld the sky alight with flames. As servants scurried with buckets to quell the fire, Wang Yuanbao halted one of them, demanding, What has transpired? Master, it is grave news. The ancestor hall has been destroyed. The servant knelt, trembling. Manager Liu had just rushed from the ancestor hall to the study, having not yet had the chance to inform Wang Yuanbao. Gripping Manager Liu tightly, Wang Yuanbao's eyes blazed red as he rasped, Is it true that the ancestor hall has been obliterated? Manager Liu's face was ashen, his voice tinged with tears. It is true, my lord. The ancestor hall has been completely destroyed, reduced to ashes. Wang Yuanbao roared. Who is responsible for this? I will tear them apart. My lord, the culprits have yet to be identified. A few servants witnessed several unidentified objects soaring into the ancestor hall. After a deafening explosion, the hall collapsed and ignited into flames. Wang Yuanbao seethed with anger, exclaiming, Useless! All of you are utterly worthless. A bunch of gluttons who know nothing. What purpose do I serve in keeping you? Even a dog is more valuable than you lot. The steward and his companions were rendered speechless by his tirade. By the way, where is my son's body? Is he still lying in the ancestral hall? Wang Yuanbao inquired anxiously. The steward, his expression somewhat awkward, replied, My lord, by the time we discovered it, the young master's body was already. What do you mean already? Speak quickly. It was blown to pieces and charred, the steward said, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Ah! Wang Yuanbao let out a mournful howl, kicking the steward away in his fury. His eyes were bloodshot as he declared, Investigate this at once. Offer a reward of 10,000 gold coins. He must be found. Yes, my lord, the steward replied, scrambling to his feet. The following day, reward notices were plastered throughout the city. Hey, have you heard? The Wang family's ancestral hall has been destroyed. Of course, I've heard ITS said that the body of young Master Wang Fugue was charred beyond recognition. Haha, what a satisfying turn of events. The Wang family's retribution has finally come. In Luocheng, the tale of the Wang family's ancestral hall being blown up and young Master Wang Fugue's demise had become common knowledge, rendering the Wang family the subject of ridicule and gossip among the townsfolk. 20,000 gold coins? I might as well report myself. Wei Fan gazed enviously at the notice proclaiming the reward. Indeed, why shouldn't I report myself? That's a fortune. As the thought crossed his mind, his breaths quickened in anticipation of the wealth that could soon be his. He first sought out a beggar within Luocheng, who was sleeping beneath a tree. Here, 10 taels of silver. Give me your clothes, Wei Fan instructed. Really, no takebacks. The beggar snatched the silver from Wei Fan's hand. hastily shedding his garments and fleeing, as if fearing a change of heart. Wei Fan returned to the inn clad in the beggaress rags, ready to set his plan into motion. "Senior brother, what are you doing? It stinks. Why are you dressed like a beggar?" Heikong wrinkled his nose in disgust. "I'm about to undertake a significant task. Once I succeed, I'll buy you anything you desire," Wei Fan replied. "What kind of task? I want to join," Heikong exclaimed eagerly. "No, this is a solo mission. You and Yi stay here and wait for me," Wei Fan insisted. After declaring this, he employed the disguise technique bestowed upon him by Long Quan, altering his appearance entirely. Dressed as a beggar, Wei Fan stealthily slipped out of the inn through the back door. He tore down 2 reward notices and made his way to the Wang residence. "Who let this beggar in? Get lost and stop loitering in front of the Wang residence," the guard barked. "You lowly wretch. I'm here to provide a lead. Hurry and inform your master." Wei Fan retorted. The guard scoffed. "Humph. I've seen plenty of beggars like you. Many have had their legs broken by my master and tossed out that don't think you can fool him without real information. Just get lost." Leaning against the stone lion at the entrance, Wei Fan insisted. "I truly have information that if you delay me, can you bear the consequences? If your legs get broken, don't blame me." The guard shook his head, but, seeing Wei Fan's determination, went in to report. Shortly thereafter, Wei Fan was ushered inside. Wang Yuanbao sat in the main seat of the hall, fixing his gaze on Wei Fan. "Speak. What information do you possess?" Wei Fan picked up an apple from the table, biting into it ravenously, embodying the demeanor of a true beggar. "Hurry up. If you don't speak, I'll break your legs." Wang Yuanbao barked in irritation at Wei Fan's preoccupation with eating. Chewing on the apple, Wei Fan mumbled, "I'm starving. If you inform me of the lead, you'll have sumptuous meals and a grand house from now on," Wang Yuanbao promised. "Is the reward truly genuine?" "Of course. The Wang family never goes back on their word," Wang Yuanbao replied, his impatience growing. "I believe you. Now let me share what I know. 2 days ago, while begging at the city gate, I spotted a handsome man in black attire, with bloodstains on his clothes, entering Luocheng, that he carried peculiar weapons at that time. I was merely curious and glanced at him a couple of times. Last night, while lying on the ground counting stars, I saw that man stealthily appearing on your rooftops. When he departed, fire erupted from your residence. Remembering that the Wang family was offering a reward for someone, I followed him, curious to see where he would go, and I witnessed him sneak into a courtyard," Wei Fan recounted. After finishing, he fell silent. "And then?" Wang Yuanbao asked, excitement evident in his voice, as Wei Fan's story began to convince him of its authenticity. Wei Fan grabbed a banana, nibbling as he said, "I can't reveal more. What if you refuse to pay me after I divulge everything? 20,000 gold coins is no trifling sum. If you kill me to silence me, no one will know. Then what will it take for you to trust me with that man's whereabouts?" Wang Yuanbao inquired. "First, give me the money, and I will lead you to him," Wei Fan stated. "No way. What if you run off with the money?" the steward interjected. "I'm just a beggar. You can have someone follow me at all times. Where could I possibly escape to? In this Luocheng, finding me would be no harder than crushing an ant," Wei Fan argued. "Go to the treasury and fetch 2 million gold coins and banknotes," Wang Yuanbao commanded in a low voice. "Wang Leioi is indeed straightforward and generous. Your temperament is too petty. No wonder you can only be a steward," Wei Fan mocked the steward. "Humph. Revel in your pride for now. Once we catch the culprit, we shall see how long you can last," the steward thought to himself. Fully aware of his master's methods. Chapter 53. Dragon Bloodstone. The steward entered through the door announcing, "My lord, the 20,000 gold notes have been retrieved." Wang Yuanbao took the notes and said, "Here is the sum you requested. Now you may speak." "Hand over the notes first." Wei Fan extended his hand. Wang Yuanbao passed the notes to Wei Fan, who joyfully began counting them. "Now that I have the money, can you disclose the whereabouts of that rogue?" Wang Yuanbao's tone grew increasingly impatient. "Don't rush me. I am still within the Wang residence, under your control. If I divulge now, what if you decide to kill me?" Wei Fan replied. "Then what do you propose?" Wang Yuanbao slammed his hand on the table. rising to his feet and fixing his gaze on Wei Fan. "You send a few skilled fighters with me. That way, you need not fear I will flee, and you can find the person you seek. With more people, we might also avoid alarming the target," Wei Fan suggested. Wang Yuanbao scrutinized Wei Fan for a moment before agreeing. "Fine. Wait here a moment. Steward, keep a close watch on him. Do not let him leave this place." After a brief absence, Wang Yuanbao returned with 3 individuals. These 3 exuded a calm demeanor and sharp gazes, unmistakably masters among masters. "My lord, the steward began, but Wang Yuanbao shot him a glare. "It seems Wang Leoi has dispatched 3 formidable experts. The rogue must be quite exceptional for you to treat this matter with such gravity," Wei Fan mused. "Humph. Dante asks questions that don't concern you. Just guide the way," Wang Yuanbao replied tersely. "Hee, as you say, Wang My status is lowly. I should be beaten," Wei Fan said, gently caressing his face. "You 3 will accompany him. Ensure you bring him back alive," Wang Yuanbao instructed gravely. Wei Fan led them out of the Wang residence. "My lord, you actually sent those 3? This venture must have cost a pretty penny," the steward remarked. Wang Yuanbao retorted coldly. "Humph, merely 3 spirit herbs, in comparison to my son's life and the shame brought upon the Wang family. It is insignificant." The steward expressed astonishment. "Spirit herbs? That is exceedingly valuable." He then added, "Hiring 3 masters of the transformation realm is quite normal." "My lord, should we not follow to see what transpires?" the steward inquired. "No need. If 3 masters of the transformation realm cannot subdue that man, our presence would only place us in danger," Wang Yuanbao replied, his anger tempered by reason. Wei Fan led the 3 into a secluded alley and halted. "Little beggar, why have you stopped?" one of them questioned. "There is no need to proceed further. This is where you shall meet your end," Wei Fan declared. Turning to face them, "What do you mean?" One of them glared at Wei Fan. Summoning the blood shura from his ring, Wei Fan dove into the creature before the 3 could react. "This kid is definitely up to no good. Be cautious." "Eldest brother, second brother," one of them warned. "Haha, brother, we are all transformation experts. Is he truly a mere Wang realm expert? Even if he were, the 3 of us could surely hold our own against him," the second brother laughed. Wei Fan unsheathed the blade from blood shura's back. "Today, I shall put my learned dominance blade technique to the test," Wei Fan declared, as the 3 men formed a triangular formation surrounding him. With a swift motion, he swung his blade at one of them, only to find his strike thwarted by the protective barrier bestowed by a bloodline talent known only to those at the transformation realm. "Damn it. Using a sword is indeed uncomfortable. I exerted all my strength, yet my attack was blocked." Wei Fan cursed as he sheathed his sword and drew forth a heavy assault rifle. The trio's offensive attempts were entirely repelled by the defensive array of the blood azura, preventing them from getting anywhere near Wei Fan. "Big brother, this brat is rather peculiar. Perhaps we should withdraw," suggested the second brother. "Humph, we've already collected our spoils. There's no reason to flee without a fight," the eldest brother retorted. Wei Fan raised the heavy rifle, aiming it at them. Upon pulling the trigger, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, with dozens of bullets spewing forth each second, the muzzle exuding blue flames. The projectile struck the trio's bloodline barriers, rapidly depleting their internal energy. "Big brother, I can't hold on any longer. Save me," cried the second brother. "Second brother, hold on." Bullets pierced through his bloodline barrier, impacting his body and splattering crimson blossoms upon the ground, followed by a flurry of bullets that obliterated his head, leaving no chance for mercy. Without hesitation, Wei Fan aimed at another adversary. "Big brother, we must flee," the third brother exclaimed, his internal energy waning as he looked desperately at the eldest. The eldest brother launched a fierce attack against Wei Fan's blood azura, yet he could not even break through its defenses. "Spare me. We were merely following the orders of that scoundrel Wang Yuanbao. We were just hired hands," the third brother pleaded, his internal energy nearly depleted. Yet, Wei Fan showed no signs of relenting. "Elder brother, save me." However, the eldest had already recognized the peril and fled. Soon, the third brother met the same fate, riddled with bullets from Wei Fan's rifle. Wei Fan, After blowing the smoke from his weapon, swiftly looted the treasures from the two fallen foes and made his exit. Damn, my rifle is truly comfortable. It has a good feel to it, Wei Fan mused. The entire skirmish concluding in but a minute later, a contingent of soldiers arrived in the alley, where a throng of onlookers had gathered, leaving only two mangled corpses on the ground amidst a sea of spent casings. Inside the Wang manor, the eldest brother spat blood as he spoke. Lord Wang, I apologize. I failed to accomplish the task, and my two brothers have perished. What transpired? Inquired Wang Yuanbao, with rage in his eyes. The eldest brother replied, That little beggar is the one you seek. He killed both of my brothers. I shall take my leave, the eldest brother declared, preparing to depart. You did not complete the task. Do you think I might be able to return this item to you? Wang Yuanbao stated. The eldest brother glared fiercely at him. I lost two brothers, and you still demand recompense from me. Wang Yuanbao, feeling somewhat intimidated by the glare, managed to chuckle. Merely jesting. I would never reclaim what has been given. Humph, the eldest brother scoffed before leaving. After his departure, Wang Yuanbao seethed, shattering a teacup against the floor. His expression darkened as he muttered, It seems I have but one option left. I just caught a whiff of dragon blood. It is of high grade. Dragon Frenzy suddenly interjected. Dragon blood? What dragon blood? Wei Fan inquired, puzzled. Check if you possess any blood-colored stones, Dragon Frenzy instructed. Indeed I do. I acquired this just now from my adversaries, Wei Fan replied, retrieving a blood-colored stone from his ring. This contains the essence of dragon blood. It is infused with true dragon blood, Dragon Frenzy explained as he coalesced Wei Fan's internal energy into a dragon form, resting on Wei Fan's shoulder. True dragon blood, what purpose does it serve? Wei Fan asked. If you pry open the stone, you will find unfrozen blood within. Applying it to your body can greatly enhance your strength and refine your bloodline, Dragon Frenzy elaborated. This is truly a remarkable find, indeed. The spoils of violence yield treasures swiftly, Wei Fan exclaimed with delight. You are capable of manifesting a corporeal form from your internal energy, appearing outside my body, Wei Fan remarked, attempting to pinch Dragon Frenzy, who then dissipated into energy and reformed on Wei Fan's other shoulder. Kid, refrain from your antics, Dragon Frenzy protested. Wei Fan sheepishly scratched his nose. Chapter 54. The blood-red banquet. Wei Fan stealthily returned to the inn, changing back into his own clothes and disposing of the beggar's attire, altering his appearance to resemble his former self at the Calculating Fate sect. Senior brother, you have returned. How did your task fare? Haimu inquired. Cradling a fluff ball. The fluff ball, which had been motionless in Haimu's embrace, became lively during mealtime, having gained considerable weight since Wei Fan first encountered it. With me in charge, what matter could possibly elude resolution? Prepare yourself. We shall venture out for a bit of enjoyment. Today, whatever you desire, I shall procure for you, Wei Fan proclaimed with pride, having amassed enough gold coins to indulge freely in luocheng. Splendid. I wish to feast on the 18 delicacies at Xianshiju and purchase a multitude of garments at Jin Feng Fong, Haimu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. By the way, where is Sister Yi? I have yet to see her, Wei Fan inquired. She is in her room, cultivating, stating she will not be finished until the afternoon hour. Haimu indicated towards Yi Zi's chamber. Shall we wait for her a moment? There remains half an hour until the afternoon hour, Wei Fan suggested with a smile. Very well, Haimu replied, somewhat reluctantly. Bashan Tiger, who had been resting with closed eyes, perked up at the mention of dining at Xianshi Fong, scrambling to Wei Fan's side. Master, the distance to Xianshi Fong is considerable. Allow me to carry you there, and I shall require but a few roasted jade-horned sheep in return, Bashan Tiger offered. Fawning beside Wei Fan. Jade-horned sheep? A few. Each one costs dozens of gold coins. Furthermore, Xianshi Fong is adjacent to our inn. The distance is hardly great, Wei Fan retorted, shaking his head at Bashan Tiger's shamelessness. Who would say anything for a meal? Weaving lies with such ease. Bashan Tiger nudged Wei Fan with his head, akin to a kitten seeking affection, but his size was so imposing that he inadvertently knocked Wei Fan to the ground. I have yet to inquire. As a tiger of considerable might, how did you find yourself in such dismal circumstances? When I first encountered you, you were grazing. Wei Fan queried, rising and brushing off his pants. That was because I aimed to maintain a balanced diet and be a healthy tiger. Hence the herbivorous diet, Bashan Tiger explained, reclining on the ground. Then why have I not seen you consume vegetables these past few days? Always gnawing on meat? Wei Fan questioned incredulously. Well, that is, Bashan Tiger stammered, covering his head with his paws. At a loss for words. I forgot. Yes, I forgot. Bashan Tiger exclaimed suddenly, when a knock at the door interrupted them. Wei Fan cautiously opened the door to reveal the inn's attendant. Is there something amiss? He inquired. Honored guest. A letter has arrived for you, entrusted to our inn for delivery, the attendant replied. Wei Fan accepted the envelope, which bore the name Wang Xinxi, with no further information or indication of who had sent it. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, the attendant stated. Could you describe the person who delivered the letter? Did they reveal their identity? Wei Fan probed. No, they were clad in a black robe, shrouded entirely within it. So I could not discern their appearance, the attendant responded. I appreciate your assistance. Wei Fan nodded as the attendant departed, closing the door behind him. Haimu, curious about the envelope in Wei Fan's hand, inquired, Senior brother. Whose letter is that? Wei Fan shook his head. I do not know. The individual was entirely cloaked in black, and the attendant could not discern their features. Delivering a letter in such a sneaky manner, it is clear they are no good person. I say we discard it without a second thought, Haimu suggested. Since they know my name, they must be acquainted with me. It is prudent to open it first. There is little to lose, Wei Fan countered. He opened the envelope, revealing merely an invitation. It stated that a blood-red banquet would be held that evening, showcasing fine treasures for attendees, located at the Wanbao Pavilion. Wei Fan furrowed his brow, pondering who might send him such an invitation. Having just arrived in Luocheng, he knew no one that should he attend or refrain. Haimu seized the invitation from Wei Fan's grasp and, after reading it, declared, an invitation to a banquet. It will surely be delightful. Let us go together. Despite Wei Fan's awareness of potential dangers, he resolved to attend but could not bring Haimu or Yi Zi, as he could not ensure their safety. With a serious expression, Wei Fan stated, No, it is too dangerous. This may very well be a trap, and I cannot allow you to take such risks. What is the matter? Yi Zi emerged from her room, inquiring. Sister, we receive an invitation to a banquet, Haimu replied. Wei Fan gently tapped Haimu's head, clarifying, to be precise. It was I who received it. You merely wish to go alone, Haimu huffed, relaying the situation to Yi Zi. That is not acceptable. You cannot go alone. It is far too perilous, Yi Zi replied. Shaking her head after hearing the story, Wei Fan declared, I require your assistance outside, that if the three of us find ourselves in peril, who shall come to our rescue? Furthermore, with the blood Azura by my side, I can escape even in the face of danger, that if you accompany me, I cannot guarantee your safety. Yi Zi wished to interject, but Wei Fan interrupted her. Enough, no more discussion, that IT has been decided, he stated with unwavering resolve. Seeing Wei Fan's steadfastness, Yi Zi nodded in agreement. Let us indulge in a grand feast at Xian Shiju, and afterwards, I shall take you to Jin Feng Fong to purchase garments. Choose whatever your heart's desire, Wei Fan proclaimed with generous flair. The trio, along with a tiger and a small ball of fluff, arrived at Xian Shiju, where they ordered an extravagant banquet. Wei Fan made a point to order a large platter of vegetables for Ba Tianhu, ensuring a balanced diet for him. With tears brimming in his eyes, Ba Tianhu consumed the entire bowl of vegetables. Ba Tianhu, why are you shedding tears? Is it because you dislike vegetables? He Ming inquired. No, I adore vegetables. I am merely overwhelmed with emotion, Ba Tianhu hastily replied. Since you enjoy them so much, I shall order you another bowl. Wei Fan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Ba Tianhu fainted. Ultimately, Wei Fan ordered a jade horn sheep for Ba Tianhu to revive him. After their meal, the group proceeded to Jin Feng Fong to shop for clothing. He Ming and Yi Zi tried on various outfits for Wei Fan's approval. The array of clothing included both alluring and adorably charming styles. He Ming appeared irresistibly cute in whatever she wore, evoking a sense of affection, while Yi Zi exuded a serene demeanor, reminiscent of a gentle neighborly sister. Wei Fan's nose began to bleed. Concerned, He Ming and Yi Zi inquired about his condition. It seems I have developed an allergy to the food I just consumed, Wei Fan explained. Eventually, Wei Fan returned to the inn, burdened with several packages that he tossed the parcels onto the bed and seated himself at the table, pouring himself a pot of tea. Shopping for clothes proved to be quite exhausting. He Ming and Yi Zi each tried on over 100 outfits. Yet they appeared unfazed by fatigue, leaving Wei Fan utterly worn out. That evening, he remarked, I must attend the banquet now. Please wait for me at the tea house across from Wan Baogo and do not act recklessly. Wei Fan gazed earnestly at He Ming and Yi Zi. We understand. You've repeated it countless times, He Ming replied with a hint of impatience. I shall keep a watchful eye on my junior sister and ensure she does not cause any trouble, Yi Zi assured with a smile. With such a promise from my senior sister, I can rest easy, Wei Fan nodded. Do you not trust me? He Ming pouted. It is not a matter of trust. You simply make me uneasy, and I worry for your safety, Wei Fan sighed. Let us be on our way, he concluded, and the three began to disperse. He Ming and Yi Zi settled into the tea house, ordering a pot of tea while Ba Tian who lounged beside them. Meanwhile, Wei Fan entered Wan Baoge, where an array of merchandise was meticulously displayed. Approaching the counter, he was greeted by Huan Yang, who inquired, How may I assist you, esteemed guest? Wei Fan presented the banquet invitation from his pocket. After a brief glance, Huan Yang called out, Xiaoqing, come here. A young woman in green approached respectfully. Please escort this gentleman to the blood room, Huan Yang instructed. Of course, Huan Yang, Xiaoqing replied dutifully. This way, esteemed guest, she beckoned, leading Wei Fan deeper into Wan Baoge. Upon descending to the underground level, Wei Fan marveled at the opulent decor, the dim lighting enhancing its luxurious atmosphere. Many guests were already present, enjoying drinks and engaging in conversation. Please have a seat here. Xiaoqing invited him to an unoccupied table before excusing herself. A young man in serving attire approached and asked, May I offer you a drink? I would like some white liquor, Wei Fan replied, unsure of the various colorful beverages on display. The server poured him a glass and stated, This is the Misty Cloud wine, 100-year-old secret brew from Yunwu Mountain, known for its exquisite flavor. Wei Fan sipped and nodded in approval. The taste was indeed rich and delightful. After the server departed, Wei Fan surveyed the attendees of the banquet. Before descending the mountain, he had studied portraits of prominent figures from Luo City. Almost all the notable individuals were present, including the city lord, the city commander, and heads of various influential families, alongside several powerful lone wolves, as well as unfamiliar faces that likely belonged to recent arrivals in Luo City. Ah, it appears Wang Yuanbao has arrived, Wei Fan noted as he spotted an old acquaintance entering. That as Wang Yuanbao entered, hushed whispers and laughter erupted among the crowd. His expression darkened, yet he refrained from reacting, knowing many present held equal or higher status than he. Silently, he took a seat in an empty spot. Wang Yuanbao, your son has been blown to pieces, and the ancestral hall has collapsed, yet you still have time for leisure, a young man chuckled. Yi Tian, do not go too far. You grew up alongside my son and are considered my junior, Wang Yuanbao retorted angrily. The Yi family was the second most powerful in Luo City and had a long-standing rivalry with the Wang family, having once competed for a partnership with the fortune-teller sect, which they ultimately lost. I am now the head of the Yi family. In terms of status, I am not beneath you that I never regarded your son as a peer. I merely used him to take the blame, Yi Tian scoffed. You, Wang Yuanbao stood, pointing angrily at Yi Tian. Old fossil, what of it? Your anger changes nothing, Yi Tian dismissed with a smirk. Laughter erupted among the onlookers at the spectacle of the typically domineering Wang Yuanbao being publicly humiliated by a junior. Wang Yuanbao's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not retaliate, aware that his family was currently facing an unknown enemy, and he preferred to avoid a conflict with the Yi family. All right, everyone, please settle down. Our banquet is about to commence, Huan Yang announced as she took to the stage. Eliciting silence from the crowd, the Yi Tian returned to his seat. Soon, a young and beautiful maiden appeared, serving exquisite dishes to the guests. Huan Yang, we did not come merely to dine. Let us begin, the city lord urged impatiently. Ha! The city lord is indeed a busy man. Very well, let us commence the main event of our banquet. Huan Baogu has prepared numerous fine items for your enjoyment. Huan Yang replied with a light-hearted laugh. A large cage draped in red cloth was wheeled onto the stage. As Huan Yang unveiled it, several petite girls were revealed, some adorned with animal ears, others with tails or horns, all huddled in the corners of the cage, their faces filled with terror. The first item is a collection of half-beast girls acquired from various regions of the Great Zhou dynasty. As you can see, they're youthful, beautiful, and all untouched, making them excellent for your desires. The starting bid is a mere 100 gold coins. In the Great Zhou dynasty, human trafficking was prohibited. However, prisoners of war from other dynasties and half-beasts were not protected by such laws and could be traded freely. As an educated youth of the new generation, even after traversing to this foreign realm, Wei Fan felt a pang of discomfort witnessing this scene. Others, however, had long since grown accustomed to it. Such auctions were a common occurrence at nearly every banquet. 200 gold coins, Wei Fan interjected. 300 gold coins, Wang Yuanbao countered. Typically, a half-beast girl could be purchased for just 2 gold coins, and those of decent quality would range from 50 to 60 gold coins. Wang Yuanbao's initial bid was unusually high, prompting others to withdraw from the competition. Old Wang, you re quite the spry one at your age. Can you handle so many girls? Yi Tian teased. 500 gold coins, Wei Fan declared. Someone dares to compete with old Wang for these girls. This is amusing, Yi Tian remarked. I have a particular fondness for these budding beauties. It is rare to encounter such loveliness, and I certainly cannot let this opportunity slip away, Wei Fan explained, knowing full well that spending such a fortune would necessitate some justification. After all, one could hardly admit to buying them as serving maids. So you are of a like mind. Though these half-beasts are of lowly status, the experience they provide is indeed unique. Their delicate forms evoke an instinctive desire to protect them, Yi Tian said, licking his lips with a grin. I'm not of your ilk, Wei Fan thought distastefully. 600 gold coins, Wang Yuanbao stated coldly. 1,000 gold coins. Wei Fan pretended to appear financially strained, furrowing his brow. Wang Yuanbao, sensing the shift in dynamics, refrained from raising his bid further. Haha, congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding on these half-beast girls. Huan Baogu wishes you great enjoyment, but we also hope you take care of your health while indulging, Huan Yang chuckled. Indeed, my health is robust. Even 100 encounters in one night would be no issue. Wei Fan replied with a laugh. Wei Fan chuckled and remarked, Young master, you jest. Huan Yang responded with a smile. It seems Huan Yang is skeptical. Why not give it a try? I find your type quite appealing. Wei Fan feigned a look of infatuation and said, I fear you may not be able to satisfy me. Huan Yang threw a flirtatious glance at Wei Fan and replied with a smile. A chest was brought forth. Huan Yang announced, We shall now commence the auction for the next treasure, a relic that is sure to captivate your hearts. Chapter 56. The Dragon's Root. Open it quickly. Let us behold it, commanded the city lord. Do not be so impatient, Huan Yang chided playfully, covering her mouth with a laugh. As she opened the chest, the assembly beheld an arm inside, covered in intricate black runes. The arm was remarkably preserved, and Wei Fan could distinctly see the fine blood vessels, with blood seemingly yet to coagulate, yearning to flow from the severed end, but held back by a formation, preventing it from trickling out. What is this? Yi Tian inquired, as the crowd gazed at the arm, their faces etched with confusion. Pray enlighten us, Huan Yang, that I cannot comprehend what this is. It is merely an arm, adorned with some peculiar engravings, hardly something of great value, the city lord questioned, equally perplexed. It appears none among you recognize this artifact, that it is, in fact, the arm of a master from the King realm, one who has traversed the path of demonic cultivation. Surely some of you have begun to guess its significance, Huan Yang elaborated. The city lord sprang to his feet, eyes fixated on the arm, exclaiming, Could it be the blood demon's hand? What is the blood demon's hand? Some remained in the dark. Indeed, it is the blood demon's hand. This is the arm of an elder from the blood demon sect. The runes etched upon it signify that he has mastered the sect's secret art, Blood Demon's Hand. To an extraordinary degree, Huan Yang clarified. The Blood Demon sect emerged a century ago on the continent, boasting formidable strength and lacking a fixed stronghold. Its disciples are notoriously bloodthirsty and brutal, requiring vast quantities of fresh blood for their cultivation. Many villages have been laid waste by the sect, but their infamy peaked when an entire city on the border of the Great Chang dynasty was annihilated, the streets flowing with blood and strewn with corpses. Are you truly willing to auction off such a thing in the Wanbao Pavilion? The city lord asked. Of course. We shall not part with it, Huan Yang replied matter-of-factly. To present it without auctioning, does the Wanbao Pavilion intend to mock us? The city lord's expression darkened. Huan Yang smiled sweetly. By absorbing and refining this arm, one need not resort to further killings for the collection of essence blood, nor start from scratch in cultivation. That is a straightforward path to achieving the perfected state of the Blood Demon's Hand, typically reserved for those of the King realm. You are aware of the power of the Blood Demon's Hand. Such a treasure would undoubtedly tempt even those of the King realm. To acquire it, you might need to wager your entire fortune, Huan Yang stated. The notion of using one's entire fortune was likely a courtesy on Huan Yang's part, for the King realm is a realm apart from all previous stages, where even hundreds of transformation masters struggle to ascend. The city lord remarked. Then what is the true intent of the Wanbao Pavilion in bringing this forth? Surely, it cannot be merely for our viewing pleasure. While we shall not sell the Blood Demon's Hand, we can offer the runes upon this arm. According to our verification at the Wanbao Pavilion, these runes can facilitate the cultivation of Blood Demon's Hand. This arm is destined for auction in the capital. We are merely offering you a preview, Huan Yang explained. Very well. Let the auction commence with an opening bid of 10,000 gold coins, Huan Yang declared. The crowd hesitated, uncertain whether to bid, for it was a demonic cultivation technique that required countless lives to master. Once embarked upon, there would be no turning back. What are you all hesitating for? It is merely a demonic technique. Many have perished at your hands. Do you still care? Huan Yang teased lightly. 20,000 gold coins, Yi Tian declared. 25,000. The city lord followed suit. 50,000 gold coins, Wang Yuanbao unexpectedly chimed in. Wang Yuanbao, have you lost your mind? I heard you were just swindled out of 20,000 gold coins, and now you're willing to part with 50,000 for the Blood Demon's Hand? Yi Tian shook his head. The city lord also shook his head and said, I concede. I cannot afford such an amount. In the end, no one competed with Wang Yuanbao, and the Blood Demon's Hand fell into his possession. Congratulations, Lord Wang, on your successful acquisition. May you achieve great mastery, Huan Yang said with a smile, as the sale of a technique for 50,000 gold coins exceeded her expectations, for such techniques can be replicated infinitely. Following this, several more demonic weapons and techniques were auctioned, and Wei Fan finally grasped why this event was dubbed the Blood Banquet, as all the auctioned items bore an air of sanguinary nature. The next treasure can be deemed a necessity for men. Without further ado, let us present the next item for auction. Huan Yang feigned shyness as a young girl approached, carrying a large platter covered with a red cloth. Huan Yang unveiled the cloth. The attendees beheld what appeared to be the reproductive organ of some unknown beast, measuring a full meter in length, coiled upon the platter. The city lord stroked his beard, exclaiming, Truly, the Wanbao Pavilion is remarkable. I never imagined they would present such an item for auction. Has the Wanbao Pavilion stooped so low as to auction off such things? Shall I purchase it to wear as a belt? Yi Tian scoffed, shaking his head. Ha, a belt made from it would indeed be quite imposing. The commander of Luoqing chuckled. Huan Yang responded with a smile. Do not be so hasty. Dear guests, allow me to explain it to you in detail. Oh, could this possibly be a treasure of sorts? The city lord queried. Huan Yang clarified, this is undoubtedly a treasure. Otherwise, the Wanbao Pavilion would not present it for auction. This item is known as the dragon's root, extracted from the body of a king realm black fiend dragon. Would you not agree it is a treasure? The city lord mused. While the dragon's root is indeed rare, its specific utility remains unknown to us. Perhaps Huan Yang could elaborate on its properties. Ah, you put me in a difficult position, but very well. The dragon's root not only cures impotence, but it is also a primary ingredient in the crafting of the Dragon Yang pill. Consuming a dragon yang pill allows one to battle tirelessly throughout the night and promotes growth in certain areas, Huan Yang said, her cheeks flushed. If that were its only benefit, it would hardly fetch a high price. Many medicines can achieve similar effects, Yi Tian remarked, sipping his tea nonchalantly. However, it offers more than mere enhancement. The dragon's root can significantly increase one's chances of breaking through to the king realm, raising the probability by approximately 1 tier. Do you not think it is worth something? Huan Yang asserted. Yi Tian, upon hearing this, nearly choked on his tea in excitement. Is that truly so? The city lord and others stood up, invigorated. Huan Yang smiled. Indeed. The Wanbao Pavilion has always prided itself on fair dealings. We have divided the dragon's root into 20 portions, and here we shall auction off 5 of them. The top 5 bidders shall secure 1 portion each, while the remainder will be auctioned in the capital. Truly impressive, Huan Yang, that you could procure such a treasure, Yi Tian remarked in admiration. Now, please write down your bids on a piece of paper. The top 5 bids will obtain ownership of 1 portion of the dragon's root. Huan Yang purred in a beguiling tone, stirring a ripple of excitement in the hearts of all present.